Chapter 1101. Capturing enemies was a task that was extremely simple for Devon to accomplish, but also a matter he had to take very seriously. He was well aware that some cultivators managed to operate on contradictory axioms, but he was not one of those cultivators. He needed to be certain he didn't cross a certain line transforming people from captives to slaves, nor could he allow others to do so. His thoughts on the matter could likely fill 100 tomes, though not every aspect would be shared with every other member of the Shattered Chains. That was fine, but as an enrichment cultivator, he couldn't get sloppy with his actions. Capturing enemies so that they could be interrogated? Reasonable. Though they would obviously prefer not to be imprisoned, it was a critical part of war. Imprisoning anyone that was not a threat, in any of the potential ways a person could be a threat to themselves or others, was certainly outside of Devon's realm of operation. There was still a lot of uncertainty in between those points, however. Even if they were enemies, Devon wouldn't be comfortable with capturing people with the intention to force them to work. A key point was the reasoning behind the actions, and it was best to avoid anything that might lead to such ends because of how easy it was for humans to fool themselves, even cultivators with powers of deep introspection. Where on the line did capturing cultivators close to Ascension with the intention to use their deaths against other enemies fall? Devon could certainly justify wrapping someone in his chains and bludgeoning someone else to death with them, but that was neither efficient nor precisely comparable to what they had planned. He didn't have the answers yet, so he captured life transformation cultivators on the cusp of Ascension with the caveat that he might later disallow any further action. For the moment, their auras were being carefully studied while the war was ongoing. Erona was one of the first people that Devon would go to with his struggles, moral or otherwise. Even if she had no answers herself, she always helped him learn. Is it any different from forcing slaves to set off traps ahead of an army? Devon asked. A task that comes with certain death, outside of the will of the individuals involved. It would somewhat depend on whether they are slaves, I would suppose, Erona said. Not all prisoners are, but in such a situation it certainly seems so. As for how it is different, I can't say much that makes it sound better. Devon raised an eyebrow. But you did think of another analogy? Erona nodded. It's more like using them as ammunition from a cannon. Yeah, that's definitely not better, Devon admitted. As much as I would like to cause maximum damage to the upper realms, I don't know if that's appropriate for the Alliance or for myself. Though some of that is because we'd basically be forcing people to step into the cannon themselves. Though it might not be better some other way. You would prefer our enemies to come to a swift end, should they deserve it. A not unreasonable solution. But what if they volunteered? And why should they? Devon asked. It results in only death to them for no benefit, unless they seek a petty revenge on the upper realms themselves. You cannot say what is in the hearts of others, Erona said. Besides, they might not know the consequences of their actions. I don't think tricking them is any better, Devon shook his head. Indeed, but if they were fully informed and chose that path anyway? You really think there will be any? Devon asked. That, I don't know. But there are many people to choose from. We'd still be forcing them, effectively, Devon frowned. Telling someone to choose between death and something we say is death but might result in their survival is uncomfortably coercive. Do you trust me? Erona asked. I do, Devon said. Then believe me when I say I am ready to extract true responses from our enemies. Maybe I am wrong and there will be none. But if we start with a planet over which we have no control, I think you will see something interesting. Though first I'm getting those answers nobody would give me earlier. You're ready? Devon prompted. I believe so. I have cultivated more slowly than many others, but being constantly exposed to you, and the few others I have sufficient understanding of enrichment. Or we shall see disappointing results once more. But this time, I hope to accelerate our victories in a certain manner, though I also need you. Of course, Devon agreed. Anything Erona would ask him for was something he would happily do. Bringing fleets with us would be safer, Devon said. But I suppose that's not beneficial to you. They would be both an energy disturbance and reduce the appropriate pressure I feel, Erona confirmed. Oh, I believe they have sensed us. Doesn't matter, Devon said. Let them come. They can't keep up with us. Once the ships leave atmosphere, I'll take us around to the other side. Should give us a good bit of wiggle room. So they waited, above a planet swarming to attack a seemingly vulnerable pair. Of course, they were still cautious of Devon, but the fleets gathered together into a group that would be overwhelming even for him. A single chain wrapped around the planet, attaching to Devon and Erona on either end. Then it contracted, whipping them around opposite sides of the planet. For Erona's sake, Devon took a few minutes to complete the process instead of going at the maximum velocity he could accomplish, but the fleets were far from being able to keep up. On the other side, Devon equalized their momentum to stop them together. "What next?" he asked. "Use your world-encompassing chains to help me transmit my words. Include the fleets, if you would." Devon stretched his chains out, not bothering to hide the pattern he created. Anyone paying attention would be locked onto his energy already. The fleets were racing to meet him, with a small number of ships that had not departed taking off to reach their new position. "I hope this doesn't take long," Devon said, "or that you can afford a minor disruption for battle." "It will only be a few moments," Erona said. "The power of words is quite an interesting thing." She took Devon's hand, and he helped guide her natural energy, far more than was required to merely transmit her voice. Her energy was far deeper, carrying more than just the words she spoke. "Your attempts to fight are pointless," Erona said. "Your defeat is inevitable. Surrender, and you will be treated well." With those words, the truth behind them was also transmitted. Yet the response clearly showed that it wasn't forcing people to accept it. Instead, the response that came was difficult for Devon to interpret. Not the part where people were yelling profanities into the sky, but something else. Erona simply nodded to herself. "Both better and worse than I thought. Could you help me link together certain like-minded individuals? It's about a tenth of the population. My chains don't really work like that. They're more restrictive. What some people will use to bind in solitude, we can use to tie others together," Erona said. She was already manipulating her energy, and Devon implicitly followed her lead. As he did, he felt her interpretation of the response coming through. Some of those below didn't wish to die in this war. As Erona said, perhaps a smidge more than tenth of the population, which was rather small. But to them, it felt even less, as they were isolated, unable to express themselves safely. Devon's energy flowed over the whole planet, overwhelming the senses of those watching so that they would not pick up the fine chains he connected between those like-minded individuals, though really, he just provided the means. Their own will and Erona's guidance, her words, brought them together. Somehow, Devon knew that after this they would seek each other out in the future. "It's done," Erona said, as the closer fleets were perhaps a minute away. "Now we just need to find our volunteers." She paused for a moment, then made her declaration. "Who would like to ascend, even if it likely results in your own death and that of others?" The words weren't the limit of her meaning, and just like the first, there was more to it than what she strictly said. It included the full explanation, just not in a way anyone would consciously recognize later. They couldn't give away their plans, after all. Devon was surprised at the vast number of responses, though at the same time, most of them were unviable. Those who wished to ascend at truly any cost were generally weaker, understanding it was impossible for them. But there were a few who were at the peak of life transformation, stuck at the final step. "I suppose we've found our volunteers." "Indeed," Erona said. "Now snatch them up. I'm sure you can manage a handful just fine." That he could. And as he did, he marveled at his wife. Perhaps it should have been obvious to him, but she didn't really feel any stronger. And why should she, if her method of enrichment didn't require raw power? Indeed, she only needed to draw upon Devon for making something of the results she gathered. A planet full of people able to reveal some of their true desires without judgment. Well, without judgment from Erona at least. And Devon would keep his quiet. Now then, time to yank a few fools into space. Even after speaking with those they grabbed, Devon couldn't quite comprehend it. Then again, he didn't fully understand even a single other person. In fact, he could remove other from that sentence, as his path of cultivation still required deeper understanding of himself. The cultivators weren't particularly happy about being snapped up, but despite certain outside protests, Devon was confident in Erona, and that they really had agreed on a primal level. Was it wrong to shoot crazy people out of a cannon? Devon didn't care to bother himself with further questions along that line. Whether these people thought they could sabotage the Alliance's efforts or had some sort of grudge against the upper realms or hoped for reincarnation, the choice was there to Devon's satisfaction. When things were properly explained to them, they were always resistant in front of their peers, but ultimately cooperative. Devon could tell when someone really wanted to be freed from chains. What were the chances of finding such people? Devon didn't have to actually guess. There were 4 here, so it could be about 1 in 3 billion. Except there had been far more with the frankly suicidal desires in their hearts. It was merely that 4 were actually suited. Now he just had to get them, and any others that would express their candidacy, to the right place. That would be Euron, where they had constructed the necessary components of their plans. Some sort of lower realms ascension chamber, meant to trigger ascension, but at a cost. They weren't exactly convenient to the front lines, but with the Void Ants busy securing planets, Devon could afford to be away for a bit. Plus, a portion of a planet's population should be organizing itself for surrender. No matter how many times he thought about it, it didn't make sense to Devon. But he fully trusted Arona's perception on the matter. It was difficult to imagine wanting something like power more than his own life. The only thing he ranked more highly than his life was the lives of friends and family and the Alliance as a whole, but not much more highly, because he was aware that others would be sad to see him gone. Anyone else who had come to Devon with this plan he would have rejected. But not only did he trust Arona's truth, he was also aware she didn't have a particular stake in what they were trying to do. Damaging the upper realms, that is. War wasn't her thing, and she barely considered military victories a positive. So she shouldn't be trying to assist him because he subconsciously wanted an excuse, right? Is what I want good? Devon asked Arona. Nice try, Arona said. But you'll have to provide those answers for yourself. But I'd like to think I wouldn't pick someone who wasn't at least striving for the best. Somehow, Devon understood that trying to provide the answers for Devon with her abilities would be unsatisfactory, which was just like cultivation techniques. Humans had to puzzle through the truth of the universe by relying on what wisdom they could find around them. Chapter 1102. One would think that Devon, as an enrichment cultivator, would be suited to answer general cultivation questions, and they would be right, except on a certain topic. That specific topic was of great interest to those they had captured, given that it was the goal of most cultivators in the lower realms, or at least, it once had been. That aspect was of course Ascension, and while Devon knew quite a bit about it, he had no personal experience. Nor did anyone who was able to personally speak with them, but that didn't mean there was no information available. In fact, there was quite a large quantity of information available from ascended individuals regarding common questions people had. That was one reason the Lower Realms Alliance had a constant flow from the lower realms to the upper realms. Previously, there hadn't been much experience worth sharing since most of it came from those who failed to reach the next step. Of course, planets having cultivation knowledge reset every cycle hadn't helped. Teaching enemies to cultivate, especially to cross one of the great thresholds, was not really the norm, even for the Alliance. Teaching former enemies? Absolutely. But nobody could say that these captive individuals weren't still currently their enemies. But even so, that sliver of their goals aligned. They wanted to ascend, and the Alliance needed them to do that to cause damage. Of course, not everyone would want to ascend if it was followed by nearly assured death, but each person rationalized it differently. Some doubtless hoped that they would reincarnate, keeping some portion of memories or even a vague impression on their soul. Others imagined that what the Alliance was trying to do was impossible, or that they could overcome it. They weren't precisely willing participants in sabotaging their own sex, but there was a certain level of deep resonance that Devon could accept the way things were being done. He had returned to the front lines with Arona, focusing not so much on stamping out the last bits of resistance, but instead reaching a particular goal. Their victory in the lower realms was inevitable, especially with the growth of new enrichment cultivators. The Western War was nearing completion, while the Eastern War was practically wrapping up. It seemed the old factions from the upper realms truly couldn't comprehend their strength, or they would never have provoked them again. Any weapons they brought could be dismantled, and if they thought the lower realms would be afraid of void ants, they had another thing coming. They tried to deploy them like feral animals, but they were allies. Tiny and admittedly a bit unusual allies, but steadfast. They'd been around almost as long as any humans and a stable part of Cerritos before the alliance was formed. With conflict after conflict, they were just looking for a moment of rest. But the moment for that was not just yet, at least for the combined alliance. In the upper realms, a box twitched. On its own, an unremarkable sight as it had done so quite frequently for the past few years. However, combined with certain other information coming in it, provoked a carefully prepared response. Zorba was on the move once more, and the Scarlet Alliance couldn't afford to be timid in their response. Activating their defensive fleets could be delayed slightly, as the Exalted Quadrant would take some time to reach their territory. Even the Domination Cultivator himself could only move so quickly, but their counterattack had to begin immediately. A somewhat familiar group gathered. It had become clear that taking out an anchor was the more achievable option, so they didn't hold back. Velvet was of course a key part of any infiltration team. They would likely never reach their target without their best stealth specialist. But aside from Durf, the supporting cast was quite different. Katarina would be taking the role of the Formation Master. It had to be assumed that the Citadel of Exalted Light had received defensive improvements for the actual Citadel. Timothy was of course not going to let Katarina go alone, and they needed a defensive expert to cover the assault team. Chitty was also going as part of the assault team. The logic was that Zorba would almost certainly be looking to kill him, and he wasn't quite up to fighting a Domination Cultivator alone yet. There was also very little chance they could repeat the prior traps and have any level of success. Finally, Prasad would be there. 1,000 palms was a technique highly suited for wide area suppression. They didn't expect him to be able to defeat all of the incoming enemies, but any space he could provide would be extremely welcome. Remaining behind to defend the Scarlet Alliance were all of their other augmentation cultivators, and of course their great fleets and the formations of Xianxia. Their offensive team was rather conservative, just slightly less conservative now that they had time to prepare further in advance. It simply couldn't be much larger and still managed to reach their goal in secret. The hopes that the movements were a false alarm rapidly faded as agents in the western portion of the Scarlet midfields reported approaching fleets. More than a few sects were participating, and while that was a worrying prospect, it was still far short of being a combined effort of the Exalted Quadrant. Just the Citadel of Exalted Light and some others they could draw to their cause. Most importantly, there were no signs of other domination cultivators being involved. It was a matter of months for their fleets to reach the proper borders of the Scarlet Alliance, hopefully surpassed in the other direction by their strike team. They were aware that they might not be able to damage the Citadel if Zor wasn't engaged in combat, but they couldn't expect the battles to last long. Rather than a situation where they forced enemies to push past their outer planets one at a time, the Scarlet Alliance had committed to concentrating around Xianxia. Though it was possible that things might turn into a protracted siege, it was still rather important for their assault team to arrive sufficiently early. That way, they could better arrange their own opportunities. Alva sighed, looking off into the distance. "What is it?" Prospero asked. She shook her head. "I'm just annoyed that this guy can effectively just keep throwing himself at us, and common logic dictates that he'll come out on top. That's what happens when you get strong enough," Prospero said. "Though, I do believe we are beyond common logic already. The first time he was stopped by another domination cultivator, but failing even once without that, he probably hasn't wrapped his head around it, or he wouldn't come back." "Do you think she got our message?" Alva asked. "Someone with a grudge like that probably didn't even need us to tip them off," Prospero pointed out. "As for what she'll do with the information, we can only assume something that causes maximum damage to him, which might not be coming here." "I wasn't really counting on that," Alva admitted. "I'd just like to know that he'll probably go down even if we die here." "Where's all your positivity?" Prospero asked. "Buried under my realism." Alva shook her head. "I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about this time." Alva turned and looked over her shoulder. "Like some sort of doom creeping up on me." "Well now," Prospero said, "that is something we need to discuss. I have no such feeling, but perhaps you are sensitive to different things. Do you fear Zor is bringing dangerous allies? That he has some other tricks?" Alva frowned. "I do, but not enough to feel like this. It might be something else, or nothing at all." "Never discount your hunches," Prospero said. "You are more sensitive to spatial disturbances than I." Perhaps something along those lines? Distortion beasts? Alva frowned. It could be the disciples of the Beyond again. We heard about their movements. It would be logical, Prospero agreed. But you don't seem to believe that's it either. Alva looked over her shoulder again, and Prospero simply turned to face the other way. Galactic East, more or less. What's over this way? Alva turned with him. The Trigold Cluster. Caronis? Prospero asked. Can you feel her nebula? Alva asked. I can vaguely, Prospero said. Distant as it is. I don't feel any disturbances from there, however. Should we consult a third party? It's something about stars, Alva said, but I don't know if it's there. We should contact Hoyt. The best part about being prepared for a defensive war was that they could easily gather others. While it was true that quite often the majority of them were around Xianxia, it wasn't as if they stayed entirely in one place. They roamed in and out of the Scarlet Alliance's territory somewhat regularly. Hoyt joined them as well in just a few minutes. Upon explaining the situation, he focused his thoughts eastward. I don't feel anything different about the creeping fire sect. Maybe it's the Silver Fang? We can expect them to jump on this situation, Prospero admitted. We should reconsider how we deploy our defensive forces. Alva nodded. At least we've extended our eastern border. They won't be able to cause too much trouble. But I'm still thinking about different stars. Should we pull up a chart? Prospero asked. Or the telescopes? I don't think a chart would tell my gut anything, Alva admitted. But perhaps if I see the stars? It's not a bad way to spend the time, I think, even if it leads to nothing. You and my grandpa both, Alva shook her head. Indeed, Prospero said. If I was reborn in the lower realms, I think I might have become a star-binding cultivator. I appreciate stars just fine, Alva said. I just am less excited about simply looking. If we had time, maybe I'd go visit a few hundred to see if we could solve anything. Should we consult the rest of the sect? Hoyt suggested. Even if the next generation is short of being augmentation cultivators, they might have some impressions, though we wouldn't wish to cause unnecessary worry. It's difficult to know if this is worth escalating. It is, Alva said. Now that I realize I was looking the wrong way, I can tell there's something, though where in the Trigold Cluster is another question. Velvet would have thought that with all of her experience, sneaking into the Exalted Quadrant would be easier. And maybe it was, but the situation was more serious, so she found the task much more draining. Planning out their route was a pain as well. They had one pre-established, but they would almost certainly have to adapt based on enemy readiness. Do we risk passing the Everheart system? Velvet asked. The one near the Citadel of Exalted Light, and on our retreat. Is that a viable safe haven? Should we have brought Vari? Or Alva? Katarina responded first. Using his structures as a method to escape is not particularly a reliable plan. Repeating our tricks isn't a good idea. Wait, hold on, Durf interjected. Does that mean I shouldn't hammer the Citadel? Velvet smiled. We brought you for a reason. You're much stronger than last time, so we should expect different results from you. But you absolutely should be focused on smashing it. Likewise, I'm still here to sneak us closer. We simply have to assume they'll have adapted. That's why we have Katarina, as we'll be relying on her as our top formation expert. Indeed, Katarina said. As for our route, I'd avoid Everheart if possible. Whatever his reaction, it might delay our plans or tip people off. No doubt he's already received word of what's going on and he might cause trouble, but asking him for aid is too much of a risk. We're not allies, we just happen to have many mutual enemies. Ultimately, their route was a mix between their need to be efficient with their movements and safety. Velvet doubted she would change anything even as they went deeper, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. Because if she did and something came up, then everything would be her fault. Chapter 1103. The ship sent to infiltrate the Exalted Quadrant had been enhanced to deal with potential difficulties. They didn't anticipate needing to enter the planetary barrier, but if that situation should come up, it was prepared to do so while maintaining secrecy. Only a small number of tweaks were made for the actual stealth capabilities, and Velvet had taken to heart the small disturbances that had allowed Lelka to notice them the previous time. The main change was to enhance the range so that they could travel between systems less directly. Each additional system they could bypass without stopping was a significant reduction in chances of detection. Since their enemy had to be watching for them specifically, they found those features to be critical. One moment they were peacefully traveling along. Then Katarina dashed to the controls and forcibly dropped the ship out of subspace. The scale of the ship they were on was so small any of them could reach anywhere on the ship in an instant. What was that for? Velvet asked. She avoided an accusatory tone, since she could easily assume there would be a good explanation. Interstellar sensory formations, Katarina said. I'm not willing to assume that they are unable to sense us. Can you sense how far it extends? Timothy asked, having followed just behind her. The whole crew was crowded around the area because of the disturbance. Given the curvature, it has to surround most of exalted quadrant space, similar to our grand formation. But worse, Chitty said. Different, at least. Lower energy, Katarina admitted. But we'll need to find a formation node. I would assume this is an omnidirectional shell. Could be, Velvet said. Or perhaps they only blocked off the side they expected us to come from. If it's for us, I mean. They would dash. Katarina caught herself. I suppose that's possible. I don't think responsible formation masters would leave a flaw like that, but it might actually avoid other flaws. A complete encirclement has to be very carefully calculated. Regardless, we are likely to find a node, so we can see some of the actual runes instead of making assumptions based off the energy flow. Can we calculate another subspace route? Velvet asked. How much do you trust the curvature of this formation? Katarina sighed. We'll have to make small hops. 1 light year at a time, maybe less. That will be more taxing on the ship systems, dropping in and out like that. We should have brought an engineer, Timothy said. But it's too late for that. Indeed, Katarina said. I am of course versed in technology, but not to the same level as a focused engineer. We will have to trust in the system's assessments of its energy requirements. 3 jumps later, after which they were essentially no closer to their destination, they found themselves flying through real space to try to find one of the physical nodes. Katarina and Chitty both reached the same assessment that one would probably be in the area, though said area was quite a bit larger than they would have liked. If they planned this out, I'm impressed, Chitty said. I mean, the fact that we'd have to dredge along through standard space, but I'd bet they expected us to get caught. The delay is still advantageous for them, Katarina agreed. We predicted several weeks of leeway, but we're losing some of that. It was 1 more day of travel before they properly found the node, which meant that on an interstellar scale they had jumped nearly on top of it. How long will it take to assess the formation? Prasad asked. Well, Chitty said, if we were being cautious, we could spend any amount of time. And if you were trying to be time conscious, he prodded, then we would already be done, Katarina said. But since we can't afford to tip them off to win, and where we're entering their territory, we're being cautious. In the worst case, we can take a straight line jump to the Citadel system at the last moment. They wouldn't be able to stop us. No spatial distortion formations? Prasad queried. The exalted quadrant might not have the knowledge to do so, Katarina began. But they certainly don't have the necessary mutual cooperation or trust. If any of their sects were too secure, might they not act against the others with impunity? Perhaps I have been too long in the comfort of the Scarlet Alliance, Prasad admitted. I lost my sense of paranoia. Velvet grinned. I can help you get that back if you want. So, Durf commented, do we smash that thing, or cut it? Neither, Chitty said. Any changes we make need to be temporary. Oh, okay, Durf nodded. And you can't uncut things? Chitty was taken aback for a moment. Not on my path of swordsmanship. Can you unsmash things? A little, Durf said, depending on how it was smashed and what people want. Eventually, they created a temporary hole in the barrier, doing their best not to disturb it. They used more or less the same methods they would have used without further investigations, but they were more confident in their exact style. The ship was simply pushed through the gap to avoid energy fluctuations, building up a bit of momentum to continue through. It wasn't the last sort of detection barrier they found, but the others were more contained. The only other one they actually had to pass through was around the system containing the citadel itself. At that point, they were prepared to push forward and launch their attack if they felt any fluctuations from the anchor. "I hate to do this," Chitty said, "but I'm going to have to alter our plans slightly. When we start, I need to make my way to the planet. Will it help stop reinforcements?" Prasad asked. "It likely should. You may sense that the planet is already cut in half." "By your master," Prasad agreed. "A shame that she came to her end there. You don't believe she could have survived somehow, do you? This isn't a rescue operation." "While it would be nice," Chitty shook his head, "I only sense lingering effects. But I feel like the remains are going to react somehow, and I need to be there." "It's been centuries," Prasad frowned. "But I do know your master was an exceptional individual. I'm more surprised the locals haven't ground down her lingering will." Velvet had the answer for that. "According to our spies, they mostly just ignored it. They've been treating it as two separate planets with an inconvenient hazard zone in between. A domination cultivator should have been easily able to do it in that time, though," Prasad commented. "Unless Zor hasn't been in the system for some reason?" Chitty had the answer for that. "I don't think he could, because the anchor was cut apart in the same way, you see. It was unfortunately a thin slice, though. It didn't separate. You think the lingering will might have sought him out if he approached? Finished the job?" "Something like that. And with his injuries," Chitty shrugged. "I thought he would have recovered," Durf said. "I cut off his fingers," Chitty pointed out. "Can he not even grow back body parts? I mean, with the resources of a domination cultivator." Chitty grinned. "I'm sure they tried very hard. But domination cultivators are special, which makes some things harder. There's a reason we kept those fingers around." "Oh, isn't he just going to get them back? And then be strong and dangerous? You're not around to do it again." "Well, that's sort of where you come in," Chitty pointed out. "If you smash the citadel, his fingers won't matter. Also, we did think about that, and we made plans. That's why my combat buddy isn't here." "Was that a sword?" Durf tilted his head. "No, you have that." "Oh, the wolf. She seemed nice. Aconite is a pretty name." "She's very nice," Chitty agreed. "To her friends." The domination cultivator sensors went off far before Zorbarids actually reached the edge of Scarlet Alliance territory. That didn't really tell them anything useful about cultivators trying to hide themselves, because he was approaching with the full brilliance of a star. At least, compared to his actual scale. Most likely he would be blinding his own allies more than enemies at that distance, but he wasn't known for subtlety or care. Upon reaching the edge of the Scarlet Alliance, they were also nearly at the center, because the spatial distortions brought the outer edge to Xianxia. There, they had their greatest defenses ready, with guardians drawn from their many planets. But since the enemy was brought to face them head-on, there was no risk of them harming other plants. There were tricks in place if they wanted to leave Xianxia behind and attack elsewhere, but that was clearly not Zor's intention. The only sign of hesitation in his demeanor was that he did not rush ahead of the surrounding fleets. Instead, he moved at the head of the citadel of exalted light, numerological compact ships, disciples of the beyond, and various other sects who were lending their power. The local forces immediately went to face the incoming fleets, catching the intruders where their first orbital platforms could help support them. Tano in particular rushed towards the disciples of the beyond, hoping to face distortion beasts, even in projected forms. The Scarlet Alliance fleets appeared unable to stop Zor and the fleets immediately around him, spearheading through the defensive forces and reaching Xianxia itself within minutes. The might of a domination cultivator, even one with lingering injuries, was unquestionable. He wasted no time breaking through the planetary barrier, arriving unscathed atop a special facility made to contain a particular box. All of the damage went to the fleets being dragged along with him. Falling stars from Hoyt and Prospero were blasted out of the sky by beams of light as Zor swept his good hand toward their incoming attacks. He ignored Alva's incoming arrows, allowing them to strike him directly. Even when she tried to sneakily slip her arrows into the space behind his energy defenses, Alva found that the domination cultivator's energy permeated his whole being. Then again, if it was that easy to kill one, they wouldn't be in this situation again. Corallo and Zazel stood with the great wolf's fuzz and spikes around Zor's goal. However, Even with Corallo trying to steady the formations, Zor broke through. He gave no heed to the incoming attacks, moving at a speed that surpassed light even within the atmosphere of the planet, shattering the defenses of the container that held his fingers with raw power. The resulting explosion blasted away all of the defenders. The severed thumb and forefinger appeared as pristine as the day Chitty had removed them, and the connecting bit of hand as the piece of Zor floated towards him. It fused to his body with a flicker of light, though it seemed to be imperfect, as a constant glow sealed the cracks in his body. "Strange," Zor said, his gaze falling on Corallo. "I thought you had a better formation master. Did she get herself killed?" "Ah, no. She would be part of the group attacking the Citadel. Along with that brat," he said, clenching his fist. "Did you really think I would be unprepared for the same ploy once again?" Zor turned his head. A great pulse of power gathered around him, lines of light stretching off into the distance. Everyone moved out of the line of effect, certain that he was about to perform a great act. "You're pathetic." A random heckler distorted the severity of the situation. Zor's eyes locked on Lelka, who was grinning. "You're the worst boss anywhere, and you can't do anything for yourself." "Ah, you truly did turn traitor, then?" "No matter," Zor said. "Your life was forfeit regardless for your failures." "I've heard it all before," Lelka said. "Next you'll say something about how your big ego makes you important somehow, even though you're literally about to die. The strength I displayed mere moments ago should have been enough to cow a weakling like you. But if you insist on a personal demonstration now that I am whole," Zor merely glanced at her, and along with her surroundings she was covered in a beam of light that pierced through the planet. "Now then, I have other things to attend to." Chapter 1104. The crater Lelka found herself in, though she wasn't sure if it was appropriate to call a collapsing hole through a planet a crater, was about as bad as she had expected. No, slightly less because she hadn't necessarily expected to survive. It had been worth it, though, because she couldn't truly be free from his influence if she was unable to stand up to him. The Scarlet Alliance had helped her gain the necessary strength, and she felt her growth had been better in the past centuries than it had been during the time she spent with the sect that had developed the exalted light techniques. How much of her life had been wasted? Having survived, Lelka had no intention to throw herself back into battle, if she could even call it that. But aside from her personal vindication, she had one purpose for her words: to delay Zor, even if only by a few moments. Not so that others could pile their attacks upon him, though they were certainly doing so, but for a greater reason. Every moment counted. The assault team had managed to slip through the final sensory formations with several days of time remaining, though they were not aware of the exact amount. Katarina and Chitty had been able to pore over the remaining formations surrounding the Citadel. It had some clear upgrades, floating monoliths of power that would prevent people from getting close. Stronger than even what had previously protected the core sect. The Citadel had not been returned to the planet, though it was unclear if that was because it couldn't. Obviously, it was possible to move it, but perhaps Zor didn't trust anyone. Or perhaps he liked being literally above everyone. 2 days before the time came, the group noticed more ships passing through the area, some leaving passengers and departing with others. Overall, they saw a trend of ships passing towards the eastern border, though they could not fathom why. Obviously, their own position had not been compromised, and any intention to join the assault on the Scarlet Alliance was months late. As it turned out, however, the reason wasn't a well-kept secret. Velvet, alone, managed to infiltrate the planet, during which time she learned the source. The Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance, and more specifically Ratna. It was unclear if they had been attempting to sneak into the Exalted Quadrant's territory or were intentionally causing a distraction, but either way the assault team didn't care. They were just glad that she was taking advantage of the timing like they had hoped. Either reason benefited them. With a mutual enemy, plans were modified with their new information, both about the formations and the lingering will on the planet below. Katarina was glad to have some time to plan her counters, and since they wouldn't be concerned about being spotted when they did perform their assault, she only had to create functional instead of perfect counters. Truthfully, far easier than trying to capture a domination cultivator. Other than studying the arrangement of enemy cultivators, both inhabiting the Citadel and on the planet below, There was little else that most of them could do. Durf wasn't suddenly going to learn a secret weakness of the Citadel, at least not without hitting it again. At which point they were far beyond the time of preparation. The instant they felt the fluctuations of energy from the Citadel, they were ready. They waited only a few further moments to make certain that it was the energy of combat, which they had to assume was an attack on Xianxia. Then they sprang into action. As if they had a prepared response, dozens of beams of light focused towards Katarina, who was approaching the formations. But she didn't concern herself with anything so distracting as defending herself. Timothy was there for that, and he would have been quite offended if she didn't think him capable. There were a handful augmentation cultivators among the defenders on the Citadel, but Timothy still stood strong, his shield spreading his defensive energy in front of himself, Katarina, and Durf. Velvet was nowhere to be seen. The rest didn't even know where she was, so they couldn't accidentally give away her position. Chitty and Prasad, meanwhile, were rushing towards the planet. A massive pair of palms appeared around the planet, mirroring Prasad's own movements. His actions were rather extreme, attempting to crush the planets from both sides, but it certainly got their attention. Though he did little more than shake their defensive formations and neutralize the first round of attacks, he hadn't committed everything to that move either. Chitty approached the lingering will. The cloud of blood and sword intent lingering around the bisected middle of the planet didn't seem to recognize Chitty, but either way he recognized its intent. 2 moves. 1. He added his own power to what remained, pushing the lingering mass of will back through the planet and forcing the two halves apart, defying gravity. With the second move, he prepared to receive everything left beyond that. Because the only thing better than slicing a planet in two was fighting a powerful sword cultivator. Limitless blades came for him, but there was no trickery behind them. They moved together as one, and he cut them down in a single motion. It was a shame Chitty hadn't been able to test himself against the full might of his namesake for a final time, but he knew she had a proud legacy. While Chitty and Prasad began their attack on the planet, Katarina took her pre-prepared formations flags and tore open the defenses rapidly. More than that, she arranged for the disruption to create a counterforce that passed through the Citadel. It wouldn't even cause the structure itself to tremble, despite Zorba using his power elsewhere, but the cultivators inside had to take cover or shake off the counterforce, which was enough time for Durf to charge in and smash the Citadel with his hammer. Previously, he had not even been an augmentation cultivator but had still caused some minor damage, and then shot the Citadel to its current position in space. This time, he had greater power. He struck the Citadel, and it trembled, but did not move. Instead, the counterforce knocked him back. "I thought Zorba was busy?" Almost as if in answer to his query, a flash of light filled the area, as well as the power of a domination cultivator. "I would not fall for the same tricks twice. Unfortunately for all of you, your last-ditch attempts won't do you any good. Now get that stupid turtle shell hammer out of here." A blast of upper energy buried Durf in light, but it scattered away as Timothy stepped to the fore. Blocking the attacks of all the other cultivators was nothing compared to Zorba, but Timothy held strong. In fact, he felt slightly sturdier than he should have. An illusion? No. Big words for someone who isn't even here, Timothy said. Also, the turtle isn't stupid. Durf protested. "I might be stupid, and you might be stupid, but Paradise is a good boy." "I have no idea who Paradise is," Zorba said, clearly confused. "He's the turtle," Durf said as he charged in, swinging his hammer at the Citadel. Defended by domination energy, it appeared to have no effect, but Durf didn't seem to care. He struck again and again. Nobody noticed when someone died, not even Zorba. Though if he had any regard for the well-being of his own subordinates, perhaps he would have seen through Velvet's mental illusions. But it was far easier to get someone to ignore something they were naturally inclined to disregard. Prasad wasted no time at all when the planet split. His palms struck the flat center of the two halves, forcing them further apart. Then he struck again, spinning the two halves of the planet. The ends crashed into each other, and everything began to crumble as the planet turned nearly inside out. That still left the majority of threats alive. Anyone who could attack into space was able to avoid being crushed, but some chose to save their fellow sect members instead of moving to attack. You should go, Prasad declared. I'll hold them off. Chitty felt the appearance of Zor, but ignored him for just a moment. Not entirely, of course, because he was still within the Domination cultivator's range. I'll take that one, Chitty said, picking out one of the augmentation cultivators from the planet below. He seems like the strongest. We don't have time for dash. Chitty didn't listen, of course. He was already moving forward at maximum speed. In return, the woman countered with a direct attack, a concentrated beam of light about the size of his torso. It was meant to tear through him, but he cut it in half. The woman might have accepted it if he split the beam with his energy or held his sword steady to repel her attack, but that wasn't what he did. Instead, he truly cut it in half. The very form of her attack split, going around him as he approached. She, of course, wouldn't limit herself to a single attack. If he could somehow manage that, how would he fare against 1,000 attacks from every angle? She'd never find the answer, of course, because her energy suddenly didn't exist. Given that they were without a breathable atmosphere and energy, she couldn't hear Chitty's words, but she felt in her soul something about forcing people into predictable patterns. And then she was severed from head to toe, her thoughts ceasing instantly. When Zor casually flung an attack at Chitty's back, Timothy, of course, was there to block it. Even if it had been the man's full might, he still would have done so for his son. But an attack he could survive? That was even better. No, it wasn't a casual attack. It was one meant to look casual. It should be close to Zor's maximum potential in this state, where he was both protecting the citadel with his energy, attacking, and presumably doing the same with his actual body. Timothy imagined he could manage slightly more, but not that much more. Though he wasn't sure he could stop such a thing if it happened. Katerina had 10 storage bags full of formation flags that she flung around the citadel. She took control of the flow of energy, as much as possible near an anchor, at least. Even the trap formation they had set up around Xianxia previously would likely not have been as effective here, in the seat of Zor's power. Zor threw attacks at everyone he knew was present. Katerina, Timothy, Durf, Prasad, and Chitty. Timothy blocked for himself and the two beyond him, towards the planet. Durf twisted his body to focus the energy on his hammer, accelerating it into the citadel he was constantly hammering on. And Katerina did nothing. The space around her distorted and the attack went nowhere. The Scarlet Alliance had poured no small amount of resources into this. She was carrying enough energy to supply a populous planet for a year. Nothing she could use directly, but enough to power her formations. Yet even with that, she didn't even consider for a moment taking Zor head-on. Or half of him. Hoyt and Prospero didn't even exchange a glance, but the pattern of their falling stars told each other that they had both discerned the same thing. Zor was weaker suddenly. It began when the conduit of light stretched off into the distance. They had hoped that Lelka's distraction interrupted him, but that didn't seem to be the case. Either way, they continued their constant assaults, while doing their best to defend themselves from Zor's counterattacks. He showed a certain form of weakness only one who was excessively strong would display. Specifically, his lack of attention to any individual. Even if he could fight all of them at once, he didn't really need to. More importantly, he never focused on killing anyone. He threw out attacks he assumed would kill them. But that was because he seemed to think the Scarlet Alliance was static, merely as strong as they were the last time they encountered him, or at best slightly more. From a certain perspective, he was right. But they were supported by a vast number of formations around Xianxia, acting both offensively and defensively in ways big and small. The expense the Scarlet Alliance was going through to keep their strongest cultivators alive was unimaginable, except perhaps by a domination cultivator like him. The two wolves were bravest of them all, choosing to enter melee combat with Zor. Spikes distorted the shape of the planet to try to impale Zor, but she still used her fangs. Fuzz went in blazing like a star, while also trying to bite Zor's recently reattached hand. That forced Zor to pay special attention to it, but not in the way he should have. Meanwhile, there was a third wolf that was having a great effect on the battle, but she hadn't stepped anywhere near Zor. No, Aconite kept herself well away. After she'd made sure the poisons in the fingers he had been seeking were fresh as he was approaching. Zor might notice her fighting, but if she slung poisons at him and he thought to check himself for that, half their plan would be ruined. It was taking an awfully long time for the deadliest poisons in the universe to affect Zor. But Aconite's eyes saw the slightest change in the blood vessels in his eyes. Not something most would notice, and something he wouldn't even feel. Until they exploded. Not his eyes, but all of his blood vessels. And hopefully, that would be only the start. Chapter 1105. The instant the forces defending Xianxia seemed to be getting a leg up on Zor, a certain alarm went off. With most communications on lockdown during a battle, Corallo knew that the incoming message had to be important. He diverted some of his attention from bolstering the formations, though he didn't feel like he could spare much to hear the message. He almost wished he hadn't. But of course, ignoring problems wouldn't make them any better. It appeared all of his senses had been correct. Fleets were approaching their eastern border. The questions he would have asked to try to bring some hope to the situation had already been answered. It was not, unfortunately, the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance, nor the distant Shadow Sect. It didn't even happen to be the Creeping Fire Sect, who might prioritize exalted quadrant cultivators despite any other plans they had. First were a smattering of Silver Fang cultivators, with those numbers a trivial threat except for the current circumstances, but they appeared to be more of an addendum to the main forces. Those forces were the imbued fragments. Corallo didn't have the luxury of time to look at the breakdown of enemy forces beyond that point. The numbers were sufficient to be threatening, especially at such a sensitive time. What could he even do? Perhaps he should drop the spatial distortion. That was a risk, because it would take time to gather enough energy to re-establish it. Still, that would force the approaching forces to fight their way through the eastern systems. Systems which were relatively unprotected at the moment. And if the exalted quadrant was repelled, they would pass through the western systems. They might feel the need to plunder vulnerable targets along the way. If it led to the survival of the Scarlet Alliance, Corallo was willing to make the sacrifice and take the consequences of such choices upon his head. But he didn't truly believe that was the correct solution. Regardless of the reason the imbued fragments were here, having drawn the connection to their losses in the lower realms or simply trying to take advantage, would they really prioritize the Scarlet Alliance over the Exalted Quadrant? He had no idea, but Corallo would prefer to limit their choices. He couldn't stop them from coming. A solid barrier around Alliance territory would be more like a thin piece of paper waiting to be torn open. However, perhaps he could redirect the arrival location of the incoming fleets? He had a few minutes to think of a solution. The Grand Formation mapped the space at the edge of their territory onto Xianxia's system. But did it have to map it onto the same side? No. But just because he had an idea didn't mean the solution was trivial. Uzan. Corallo urgently contacted the head engineer. Perhaps Katerina could have managed a solution on her own, but he needed every bit of help he could get. They had to at least try. Void steel stabbed into the dantian of another cultivator, preventing them from lashing out as they died. They'd have a few moments of pain, while everyone else would experience nothing at all. They would forget their ally was even there, at least for the moment. Velvet doubted she could erase more than one or two further individuals before the distortion became too unbelievable, but she'd already taken down several of the augmentation cultivators. The Citadel of Exalted Light wasn't known for their physical defenses, though normally their energy could prevent attacks from reaching them, so it hardly mattered. But with enchanted clothing being their main defense, void steel easily cut through. Velvet shuddered at the feeling of Zor's energy. Even though he might only be half as powerful as before, and he wasn't even really present as Timothy had pointed out, it was still an overwhelming power. Void steel wouldn't be enough. She was confident in that. The metal's miraculous suppressive properties could only go so far. The same was true of the techniques the spirit slicing sect had taught her. As much as she would like to be a hero saving the day, she wasn't sure she could act against him. She could perhaps take down the last of the augmentation cultivators, and at that point she could fight the others on the Citadel head-on. Prospero was doing an excellent job of repelling the rest coming from the planet below, if it could even properly be called a planet in its current state, so she could kill or help Durf. Obviously Velvet wasn't going to be able to damage the Citadel. With her enchanted daggers, she couldn't break through the defensive energy. With her void steel daggers, she couldn't damage the structure. They were too brittle and barely even sharp after a few uses. But Durf was relentlessly smashing a single point. Whether it was important or not, Velvet had no idea, but if he could actually cause damage, it would be significant. Because if there was one thing he was good at, it was smashing things with his hammer. She winced as another attack from Zor blasted Durf. Unfortunately, the excess energy that went around her friend wasn't able to harm the Citadel. It was all Zor's domination energy, so he wouldn't so easily screw things up. As for Durf, the armor he'd found in one of Everheart's places was holding, though it probably wasn't supposed to be glowing. The good news was that it didn't melt when white hot. The bad news was that meant Durf's defenses had failed and he was almost out. Even if she'd had other plans, at that point she had to act. She didn't want to reveal herself, even to Durf, as his change in expression might reveal her presence to Zor. She was fairly certain that she had avoided his senses this time. Finally, due to her long practice, between Durf's wild swings, which caused the energy underfoot to tremble, Velvet sliced the edge of the pillar Durf was hitting. She wasn't certain it would be substantially different than trying to target Zor, but the important thing was she didn't need to cause any damage herself. Just cause enough of a distortion to let Durf do something. Her blade flickered, sliding along the energy. At first, it appeared to do nothing. It was domination energy after all. She stepped back for a moment as Durf swung again, fortunately in a nice rhythm, but she felt it. The tremors changed, and she saw the slightest scar in the energy, not yet reinforced. She twisted her body to slash with all her power and technique. The tip of her blade just grazed the pillar, sparking. But that meant it tore through the energy. Durf may or may not have noticed, but his follow-up attack seemed slightly more powerful. The energy of his hammer blow sank into the pillar, and Velvet could see how deep the infusion of domination energy went. But with the surface marred, the perfection was broken and that single pillar still shattered. One out of hundreds. Zor's reaction showed it was more than just a minor pain to him. The Citadel was his anchor, and they had previously seen how it was tied to his body. I can't believe a fool like you would actually dare to mar my body. The speed at which Zor spoke could only be comprehended by cultivators. But Zor was clearly the dramatic sort, so he didn't simply act. Perish. Velvet had expected another beam of light from the man's hands. Perhaps one that was far more focused than before, but the origin was expected to be Zor. Instead, the Citadel itself lit up, and Velvet had only an instant to move around behind Durf and slash her two void steel blades, one towards the floor and one towards the other pillars. Durf didn't seem to give a single thought to defense and swung his hammer down onto the collapsed pillar. Velvet heard a dull thunk sound. Now that was odd. Had the sound actually reached her ears before she died? A few shards of crystal fell to the floor. Velvet had no idea what was going on. Wasn't there supposed to be energy? Left leg or right leg? Chitty's voice wasn't something Velvet had expected to hear at that moment, though she was likely confused because of the lack of energy. Pust, Velvet. Durf whispered to her. When did you get here? Is your energy broken too? She was visible. That made sense. Sort of. She looked over at Durf, then at Chitty, then back at Durf. Stop trying to use your energy and just hit it, she said. Velvet had seen negation before from Chitty. She knew it lasted less than a second. It was more difficult with more people, too. But this, how long had it been? Nobody seemed to know what to do. You're slow, kid, Zor said. I know your ability won't last. You want an answer? I do, Chitty said. Well, Zor drew it out. I guess I'll destroy your right leg first. I'll count that, Chitty said, stepping forward. As he moved, there was a bright flash. Somehow Zor managed that even with energy not functioning. Velvet winced, surprised at how vulnerable her eyes were. Then she felt the flow of energy return all at once. Domination energy reared its oppressive head around her. Velvet's eyes cleared with her own upper energy, and she saw Zor holding a crystal blade. Chitty was standing in front of him, blood around his waist. But it was Zor's leg that was falling to the floor. I can't believe you tried to blind me. That was literally the worst move you could have picked, Chitty said. Ever since he reached negation, Chitty never felt very strong. His energy had dropped from integration to life transformation. Now, exhausted, Velvet thought he felt more like an essence collection cultivator. which wasn't much of anything. Durf's hammer came down, and at the same time, a whole section of the citadel collapsed. Maybe a tenth of the whole place? Not from Durf's hammer, though he did drive the remnants of the pillar through the floor and out. A trickle of blood appeared on Zor's chest, most likely in response to that. There was no time for Corallo and Uzan to come up with an elegant solution. Instead, they simply started the first solution that came to them, twisting the coordinate map. The first ships appeared in the system from the north, but rather than a line, they were a twisting spiral extending to the west. Traveling through the spatial distortions, they probably noticed something weird with the ships in front of them, but there wasn't any damage, so they likely thought it safe to proceed. And it was. It was simply that they were strewn around a quarter turn of the system, placing some of them among the Exalted Quadrant's reserve fleets. Nobody stopped to ask who anyone else was. They just started fighting. Of course, that was only the ones who were immediately next to each other. More of the imbued fragments continued directly towards Xianxia, but at least the impact had been blunted. Now they just had to deal with all of the invading fleets and a domination cultivator. Speaking of which, Corallo felt weird. A strange pulse within the domination energy. It was a scream of anger that threatened to shatter the planet itself. And yet, for all that it caused Corallo to cough up blood, it felt like an idle threat. His senses stretched to feel Zor, who normally felt like nothing more than a mass of unfathomable energy. But that energy was a step weaker, and there was a leg sitting on the ground, until Fuzz snatched it up in his mouth and ran away with it. Suffused with flames, the wolf was targeted with a beam of light, but Spikes threw herself and a good portion of the planet between Fuzz and the attack. When Corallo could next pick anything out, there was nothing in Fuzz's mouth except some charred bones. The wolf shook his head, flicking the bones to the ground, and the visual display for Zor was briefly not overwhelmed by excessive light. There was a lot of blood, and not just from where his leg was missing, but any patch of exposed skin. Zor coughed. His body almost looked like it was melting, before it turned into a pillar of pure light. Very angry light. Chapter 1106. Growling, Aconite grumbled as Zor turned into a form that seemed to be mostly made of light. That could negate more than half of the poisons she'd painstakingly chosen. Not all of them, obviously. Some of them reacted directly with energy. If she'd known this would be the result, though, she could have created some pretty impressive results. But she'd done her part, and she recognized Chitty's work with that leg. Though it wasn't like there was anyone else who could have cut off Zor's actual leg from hundreds of light years away. What was even happening over there? This domination cultivator being made of light was a problem, but not her problem. Her problem was these incoming ships, metal and stone. They'd of course heard about the war in the lower realms, but they hadn't put as much consideration into countering them as the citadel of exalted light. The stone was actually, Spike should probably handle that. Aconite's parents had been blasted into space by a previous attack, so that was a good time for them to get away from Zor and let people with the right sort of attacks focus on him. Aconite howled, clearly declaring her intent, to those who knew how to speak wolf. That should not include the incoming sects, even if the Citadel spies might have. Great wolves, draw your focus on the vessels of metal and stone. Now, one might have thought that Aconite would be a terrible match against these people, and she would understand where people were coming from and respectfully disagree, for multiple reasons. First, with the way they moved around the parts of their ships, it would actually be fairly easy to slip poisons into their contained systems. Second, Aconite had a quite liberal definition of poisons. There were some things she carried that weren't what people would normally consider poisons, but they were substances that she could use to make people feel very bad. So poison was correct. Or in this case, it didn't work on people at all, except the ones with prosthetic limbs. There was a reason she wasn't allowed to keep this stuff on her most of the time. War was an exception. Wolves weren't made to fly, but they weren't any worse at it than humans. Once you got into space, it literally just took pushing yourself with energy. Aconite picked out a good ships and clawed it as she rushed by. She didn't use the good stuff, but if the part she touched ever reached the inside of the ships, it would react splendidly with their internal air supplies. Shards of metal and hurling chunks of stone flew towards her, but Aconite didn't remain in any one place. It was never her style to get locked down in a brawl with anything. She scratched up a few ships, appearing to cause no real damage, and then she spotted the big one. She'd had a vague sense of it, since there wasn't really anything blocking, but it was big and ponderous, so it had also been more distant. The thing was probably the size of a handful of orbital defense platforms crushed together. Maybe more. That was absolutely going to be trouble. If Chitty were able to activate negation back-to-back, he would have. However, his control was yet imperfect. Negating energy until he completed an attack was already an astounding improvement. Having seriously wounded Zor twice, he could die content in his contributions. But he didn't want to, so when Timothy rushed forward to cover him, Chitty gladly moved back. The Citadel was spraying energy in all directions, and he really didn't want to be disintegrated. Now where was his mother? She was doubtless up to something clever, but since they both worked with energy flow, it would be easy to disrupt each other if they weren't careful. Ah, there she was. The Citadel had only just begun to crumble, but she was already observing the new edges, most likely to mess with the structure itself. Zor was clearly not happy, but he was also severely injured. And while it might not seem like losing a leg should have weakened him in any way, even a normal cultivator would be afflicted by more than blood loss. A domination cultivator? Damaging his body affected his anchor, which affected his source of power. Zor probably should have looked into fortified bones or something. He might still have that leg. Of course, reduced power merely meant attacks that Timothy was barely capable of blocking. Chitty happily retreated with his father so that they could take the pressure off, though it wasn't actually possible to escape Zor's range. Being inside the Citadel seemed problematic, though. When Zor fully turned his form into light, the first thing he did was try to kill Velvet. She was cutting apart the energy attacks he was sending at her, so he attacked directly. The only part of him that was still vaguely physical was that crystal sword he was holding. He tried to counter Chitty with it, but of course he wouldn't be touched by such amateur swordsmanship. At the speed Zor could move with his energy, however, Velvet was barely moving. Chitty thought that perhaps he should have broken the weapon. It sliced towards Velvet's neck, and there was no way she could dodge. A frontal confrontation with a domination cultivator's power was basically the stupidest thing that Chitty could think of. Obviously, Velvet wouldn't try it, but Durf would. The thing was, Zor could absolutely avoid the trajectory of his hammer, but he was clearly going for two victories in one. The weapons clashed, and Durf was sent flying through the Citadel. It looked like his loss, but it was actually a double victory. The fact that any momentum transferred to him at all meant his weapon wasn't cut through, and Durf really went through the Citadel. He took out a huge chunk of floor with him, and Chitty thought he saw a bit of Zor's jaw briefly flicker out of existence, before being replaced. Another inefficiency, as Zor couldn't even admit to himself he was taking damage. Velvet hadn't just stood still. Her weapons flickered towards Zor, one targeting his outstretched hands, the other his waist. Because of the way Velvet contorted her body, she actually touched his waist first. The void steel dagger began to cut into Zor, and he flickered away instantly. The wound was probably trivial, but the reaction meant Velvet could hurt him. Chitty ended up next to Katarina, just outside the Citadel. "What do you need?" he asked. She'd come up with something, given the offer. "I can't carve this," Katarina declared. Then her energy traced a symbol in the air. Channeling rune. The shape Katarina drew was far from complete, but Chitty knew the correct depth and angles he should cut to. As for carving into the Citadel, Zor's energy was weaker, and negating a small area on the tip of his blade was still within Chitty's capabilities. Normally, he had to negate a wide area to avoid being obliterated by his opponent's energy. Chitty didn't question for an instant why they began carving energy amplification runes into the Citadel. He hadn't studied it much. His mother would know why, and the time it took to ask would be more symbols he could draw. Zor refused to focus on just one person, and Chitty wasn't going to correct his mistake. The domination cultivator continued to throw out attacks, but Velvet had disappeared again and Durf was seemingly unconcerned with his position embedded with his head and shoulders in translucent crystal. Timothy's posture changed slightly, but the two next to him knew what it meant without him saying. He was practically out of energy, like the rest of them. But they weren't going to stop now. Escape was probably impossible, and Zor was in a death spiral. If they could just manage a little bit more, they might be able to break him. And if not, At least the Scarlet Alliance should be able to deal with what was left after they died. Chitty punctuated what he knew to be the final rune by thrusting his sword into the crystal. When his blade withdrew, energy came spilling with it. The reactions of himself and his parents were quite different. Chitty withdrew into himself, focusing only on the energy immediately around him. He lost all feeling of the outside world beyond a thin layer of energy washing over him as he activated negation. But it wasn't enough. His internal energy was disrupting things, so he cast that aside. He briefly felt cold. Then again, he was in space. He'd absolutely die without energy, but it wasn't like he was going to live long enough to freeze, suffocate, explode, or any of the other vacuum-related ends that might come for him if he didn't do this. Timothy stepped between his wife and the overflowing domination energy. He had no idea how long he could last, and it wasn't even an attack, but he didn't care what it was or if he lived. He had the best chance of resisting it, so he did. The sensations that washed over him told a story of power, of light, but it wasn't a happy story. There was fear, and less of it was respectful fear than straight-up terror. Timothy couldn't say it was tainted. Clearly it worked for Zor, but Timothy would never tread down that path himself. Not that he'd get the opportunity. He was trying to figure out whether his legs would disintegrate or his shield when his energy ran out. Not that there would be any appreciable difference in time between the two. Then something stabbed into his chest. Katarina's arm was wrapped around him, and she had in hand a dagger, carving into his breastplate and him. He didn't even have an instant where he felt betrayal. Instead, his only thought was that she was up to something crazy again. Normally, it didn't matter to Katarina whether or not she was ambidextrous. She could use one hand, or no hands, for pretty much everything. There was only a very slight difference between left and right either way. But when things had to be perfect, like special formation markings, she thought perhaps she should have tried to train any difference out of her limbs. Too late for that. Her left arm contorted to carve into her own back. Timothy's energy flickered out, and the fact that she was able to comprehend that meant something was working at least a little bit. Energy built up in his chest, seeming like the power of a star. Just one, but Katarina wasn't going to disparage anything on the level of a star. As the energy built up, Katarina squeezed herself tightly against her husband. She'd studied domination energy as thoroughly as possible, including a trickle that had come through Zor's severed fingers, and she had a million ideas for how to affect it, even ideas for how she might someday reach domination herself. Those all involved grand formations, even trying to work with it. The energy building up in Timothy suddenly began to diminish, instead flowing into Katarina. But there was a constant flow from the outside, and when Katarina was at her limit, Timothy was still receiving more. But she let the energy reciprocate back into him. Timothy caught on, instinctively controlling the energy as his own. At least, to the point it didn't disintegrate his body when it reached a new, higher peak. Katarina used the short break to prepare herself, and the cycle repeated. The two of them only vaguely comprehended Chitty next to them, or the citadel cracking in front of them. Durf was stuck headfirst in the citadel. Not optimal, he supposed, but he got a real close look at it. It was trying to murder him, but it wasn't really meant to target people half inside it. Zor blasted lasers or something at his legs, but Durf was too busy to care if he lost a leg or two. After his assessment, Durf realized he'd been attacking wrong. He'd been expecting a durable structure, but this crystal was not strong. It just pretended to be. So with the right push, and the annoying domination energy getting out of his way, he just needed to suggest kindly to it that it fall apart. He was pretty sure he broke his arm getting his hammer loose, but then he gave the citadel a nice good tap. It cracked around him, bits and pieces flinging in different directions. Oh darn, he forgot to aim for the sun. Oh well, surely some of that would go there. And maybe it wouldn't matter since it was pretty busted now. Chapter 1107. Spirit arrows cut their way through subspace not to improve their speed, but merely to make it more difficult for Zorbarids to dodge. Alva saw how quick he could be once threatened, and his movement patterns were nearly impossible to predict. He could move speeds in atmosphere that even augmentation cultivators could only achieve in space, and he had the awareness and control to actively avoid any threats. However, he still stopped eventually, and if he didn't know an attack was coming, Alva could hit him, which was about as effective as if she had tried to shoot down a castle when she was 12. But she was slowly chipping away at his energy. She just had to keep up the pressure along with everyone else. Then, her attack missed. Not because her accuracy was off, or because Zor dodged out of the way, but because he simply stopped existing. Or rather, he stopped existing in a single piece. His body had transformed into light, and it just lost cohesion. A wave of domination energy spread at unbelievable speed, but the structure of the planet itself was protected by the quick reactions of the formation masters, limiting the destruction to the size of a small country. Many surrounding cultivators were vaporized on both sides, though he had moved away from the densest area of battle. Nobody was really prepared, as nothing had happened on their end of space, which meant the assault team had been successful. Their plans had worked. Not that Xianxia wasn't still in a shaky situation. They'd intentionally focused on the fleets, but there were still vast numbers of enemies remaining. Before Zor died, Aconite had been engaged with a very large and uncomfortable ship. Nothing was strictly wrong with it, but it smelled problematic. When she tried to claw it open, she realized what it was. She tried again in a different spot just to confirm, but only managed to hurt her ego and didn't cause a scratch. The entire ship was made out of Worldheart. Aconite hadn't been there, but she had seen footage of the planets left in the lower realms. They'd had Worldheart ships there too, but they were much smaller. Perhaps this explained where the rest of their various systems materials went. Aconite backed away, worried about the needles the ship cultivators were preparing. She wouldn't want to touch those with her paws. As for the ship, it wasn't melting. Just a test, she made her way to another metal ship and renewed her poison. And though her initial claw print did very little to the vessel, in mere moments the ship began to melt as the metal-eating bacteria began to tear it apart. Xianxia had special formations dedicated to eradicating just this particular strain of bacteria. Aconite thought it devoured every sort of metal, but perhaps she'd failed to test it with Worldheart, or it needed a boost. Aconite watched as her mom batted the enemy's stone ships into the big one. They exploded like chalk thrown at a brick wall, with about as much damage to the battleship as one might expect. Her father, who could melt pretty much anything with his flames and tear through the strongest materials, only caused a small scratch on its surface, a scratch which was quickly rectified by the cultivators on the ship. Right. The best ship would have the best cultivators, and thus the best active defenses. Aconite prepared to bolster her poison with her own energy. She needed to apply it in several locations at once, preferably just after the ship took damage, even if it was just a small amount. That way, the bacterial bloom could surge. Aconite barked at her mother. She was going to need to strike from several directions in rapid succession, and having platforms to push off of would help. Spikes agreed to her plan quickly, overwhelming the stone control of the broad-eyed harvesters and tearing material from their hands. The battleship clearly felt the setup was threatening, but launching metal shards to break the platforms, but not faster than Spikes could set them up. Then Aconite launched herself, synchronizing with Fuzz. Spears of metal stabbed into his fur, but they didn't stop him from impacting the ship and taking a solid bite out of it. Aconite heard a pained howl as the chunks of metal in her father's mouth sharpened, but a bit of blood wasn't going to stop him. He began to run along the surface of the ship, dragging his claws while moving in an unpredictable pattern to prevent the ship itself from attacking him. Aconite struck the ship, dragging her claws. She curled up a tiny bit of the outside, but that was enough. She pushed off, jumping towards a platform of stone and then shoving it away as her momentum rebounded towards another part of the ship. She did that over and over, until she came around to see Fuzz just as the ship folded around him. She was wary of the same happening to her, but she used her energy to pull the last glass vial of bacteria out of her bags, not bothering to apply it to her claws, but instead applying her energy to enhance it as much as possible, providing juicy energy for what she hoped was rapid growth. The vial was propelled forward with great speed towards where the ship was still wriggling around Fuzz. He wouldn't be killed so easily. The vial cracked open, and Aconite could sense small patches of the bacteria finally growing on other parts of the ship. But even with exponential growth, they wouldn't likely expand fast enough to help Fuzz. Spikes was battering the other side of the ship to force the cultivators aboard to split their energy. Aconite looked around for someone that could help. They were deep in enemy lines, and though allied fleets were fighting towards them, there wasn't much help they could get. The only person who was close happened to be Tano. He was fighting the disciples of the Beyond, which meant fighting distortion beasts. Oh, that was a great idea. Too bad she didn't carry any distortion bait on her, but she could improvise. She just had to make her energy seem extra-dimensionally tasty. She rushed over in time to see Tano get knocked through some enemy ships by a massive leathery wing, then stabbed by some sort of expanding spike, which he then tore off of the beast and used as a weapon, shifting in his hands as he moved. Yeah, he could handle that. Aconite just grabbed some attention of one, or part of one. She didn't know or care. Then she ran back towards the ship, dodging teeth that appeared from nowhere. She moved around the far side of the ship from Fuzz, nearly getting impaled by metal shards, and then quills with some sort of poison she found extremely fascinating but didn't have time to study. Just about the time the distortion beast realized there were a bunch of unprotected buffoons inside the ship it could eat, Zor exploded. That shocked everyone enough for Fuzz to claw his way out of the ship, but it was the thought that counted. Aconite snapped off a quill, hoping she didn't get any of the poison on her. She probably wasn't immune to it if it seemed new. Durf found another chunk of crystal and smacked it towards the sun. Then another. Durf. Velvet appeared next to him. Yeah, he said. You can stop now. This chunk was about the size of one of those car things. It shattered, but its overall momentum carried it in the right direction. Stop what? Smashing the crystals. But this is the Citadel. We're here to destroy it, Durf said. It's pretty destroyed, Velvet said. Zor is dead. You sure? Durf asked. What if he can come back to life from the remaining bits? I seriously doubt that. But you know what? Velvet shrugged. You're right. Let's just grab one sample to take back to the Alliance. Assuming we can get back, why wouldn't we be able to? We're still in the middle of enemy territory. I think our ship was far enough from that blast, but, Velvet frowned. They have to be coming. Would you? Durf asked. If you were part of the Exalted Light, would you come here? Of course. We're invaders. So if you were them, you'd go towards the massive wave of death that used to be your sect head. To avenge him? Velvet frowned, because I bet they'll run. You don't know that. Angry people do crazy things. Durf gestured towards their main planet, or what was left of it. Everyone there is running. Velvet watched a few fatigued slaps from Prasad annihilate a few swathes of cultivators. Then he stood proudly, before slowly drifting towards the rest of them. Are we actually all alive? Velvet asked. I can't sense Chitty. And those two huge pulses of Zor's domination energy were echoing between Katarina and Timothy. Do you think it's safe to move them? It's not safe to not move them, Durf said. Even if these people run, it won't be everyone. He spun his one still mobile arm and then swung, most of his remaining energy spreading wide to catch free-floating fragments of the Citadel. Oops. What? I think I hit Chitty. He's floating over there. Ish. Velvet frowned. Her senses stretched out and found nothing. But nothing was quite something when the whole area was suffused with lingering remnants of domination energy. Velvet herself had only made it through by virtue of being in relatively good shape before, and by sacrificing one of her void steel blades to the shockwave, though she had most of the fragments, so she hoped it could be reforged. I'll grab the ship, Velvet said. See if you can gently move those two. And if you can get close enough to visually confirm that Chitty is there. Chitty felt different energy, and he was quite glad. It was familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Not that surprising, given how overwhelmed all of his senses had been for the whole duration of the battle. He curled around his sword and embraced the chill of space. He sure hoped someone came to get him before he died, because he was fully bereft of energy now, like a void ant. Wait, couldn't the Great Queen still fly without wings? No, that wasn't something he should try now. Most likely he'd pass out trying anything complex, and then he could get annihilated by any stray bit of energy. He slowly began to grow more numb, his lungs screaming for air. He'd been able to refresh his lungs with energy, But now he had to get along with little more than a tempered body. Though upon going down the path of negation, he developed his body a bit more than most. It still wasn't enough to live in empty space, though. Large fingers wrapped around his arm. He felt slight vibrations indicating someone was speaking, but his ears probably didn't work and he couldn't hear because of the vacuum. He was still negating any energy from touching him, so voice projections wouldn't work. He felt a slight tug on his arm, and then a rush of air a short time later. Hot air, or neutral air, which felt hot to him. He tried to uncurl, but his body was partially frozen. All he managed was a strained cough as he took a breath. The release of tension caused him to finally pass out. Somehow, the assault team survived, and their ship was even mostly intact. Chitty was in a coma, Durf had a non-functioning arm, and finally Timothy and Katerina were undergoing a constant cycle of passing energy between them, wrapped around each other. But Prasad hadn't sustained any deadly injuries, and Velvet was whole enough to man the ship. Though she hoped they didn't run into anything that would require her active participation in stealth for at least a week. "I didn't expect to be coming back," Prasad admitted. "I thought I would survive," Durf said confidently. Velvet shook her head. "If he ever truly focused on any of us, we wouldn't have made it. It doesn't make sense." "I wasn't fighting him," Prasad said, "except for the random attacks he flung at me. But each contained killing intent. He believed we would die, but his own state was likely weaker than he expected, even though he still felt, well, like that." "We'll have to thank Aconite," Velvet said. "I bet some of the poisons impaired his cognitive functions. Or he was just that arrogant." "Domination cultivators don't die every day," Prasad pointed out. "The last time was just a couple decades ago, right?" Durf said. Prasad frowned. "Well, yes. But before Sudan, it hadn't even happened in my lifetime. Probably more than a millennium. And now there are two," Velvet said. "This isn't going to make things easier on the Scarlet Alliance, though. Now we're a threat. Though with the other option being to lay down and die, at least this extends our existence for a while. Depending on how things went back on Xianxia, they'll be fine," Durf said. "They have lots of wolves." Chapter 1108. Falling stars suddenly found themselves free to seek new targets, as Zor ceased to be a threat. Even if someone managed to avoid them on one pass, they would inevitably strike somewhere in the enemy fleets. While the Scarlet Alliance had kept an advantage even with fleets from both the Citadel's allies and the Trigold cluster, their enemies suddenly became aware of how much of their energy had been devoted to suppressing Zor. Of course, the Domination Cultivator had caused significant damage and strain on their forces, but even just a few moments after his death, the course of the battle shifted. Morale was a serious factor in battles, even among those who were not cultivators. Those who were afraid to fight could hardly be effective. For cultivators, the rift was actually larger. Without strength of purpose behind them, their use of energy was severely hampered. That wasn't counting the actual disciples of the Citadel of Exalted Light, because they were in a far worse state than any others. Many others tried to organize their withdrawal. Some broke into a chaotic retreat. But the disciples of the Citadel simply stopped. Not all of them, but the psychic shock was so great that some of them died due to their energy running amok inside them. Cultivation was a practice of belief in oneself or also in others. When an invincible leader died, what were people to do? The imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters had been trying to take advantage of the situation, though it wasn't clear what their final goal was. However, with Zor's death, they quickly began to withdraw as well. That included their great battleship made entirely of worldheart, though it likely would have had to withdraw regardless. Though Aconite's metal-eating bacteria weren't infinitely sustaining like on lesser metals, their ship had numerous patches of damage that they could not repair, at least not at the moment. Keeping such a valuable ship intact was more important than whatever else they could retrieve from the battle, though it was seen that they did drag the remnants of various ships with them. At some point in the past, the Scarlet Alliance had considered various modifications to their spatial distortions. One of those was to not only draw everyone to Xianxia, the most fortified location, but also to make the trip one-way. It was a nice thought, preventing their enemy from retreating, but simply infeasible unless they had a massive advantage. They might be the victor here, but their own forces weren't limitless and all-powerful. Forcing those who remained into a battle to the end simply wouldn't be worthwhile. They did cut down all those who were still fighting, and if they had the opportunity, all who were attempting to flee. For those deep inside the citadel of Exalted Light's territory, the bad news was that every disciple knew what had happened and would kill them if given the slightest opportunity. The good news was they were in no state to pick out a single hidden ship. Not every single cultivator within their systems was a disciple of the Exalted Light, but all those who were simply couldn't. Velvet had the misfortune of dropping right next to one of their fleet patrols when attempting to stop to replenish their ship's energy. She could hide a lot, but the spatial fluctuations from rising out of subspace came before she was able to affect anything in her current state. Well, she was able to make it about half subtle. She panicked as she expected the enemy ships to immediately turn on them, or at least throw out cultivators to assess them. By the time they actually reacted, she had properly re-established illusions around the ship, and they were zooming away from the fleet. Even then, the search parties seemed lackluster, though that didn't convince Velvet to linger any longer than necessary to replenish their ship. Not that she felt comfortable moving slowly regardless, with Timothy and Katerina in their current states. Chitty was fine, but they were most certainly not, and she thought it important to reach someone who could help as soon as possible, if that was even feasible. It would still be a journey of months, so hopefully they could last. Though Velvet stayed far away, as the group worked their way towards less populated areas, they came into contact with the ripple effects of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance's attacks. There wasn't much conversation to be had, with half of the team incapacitated. However, Prasad still had some comments. It is unfortunate Ratna was not able to personally experience his death. Hopefully she'll still appreciate it, Velvet said. Durf frowned. He disintegrated, right? I guess the closest thing we have to a souvenir are those chunks of crystal. Yeah, Velvet agreed. Are they reacting? Durf shook his head. When he was not focusing on recovery, it was his job to watch their scavenged supply of bits and pieces of the citadel. It seems pretty dead. I don't think he could fake something like that. It's not like he's Everheart, Prasad agreed, though we would do well to be cautious regardless. The news of the death of Zor spread like wildfire. Even if the Exalted Quadrant tried to quash the information, it only spread more quickly. Nor did the information propagate from just a single point. Every disciple felt his death to some extent, both throughout the upper realms and in the lower realms. Over the next several years, the fanatic cultivators who chose to ascend even unto death began to break their bonds to the lower realms, bringing with them destruction to various sects in the Exalted Quadrant that could not afford to take further damage to their foundations. Just like with the death of Sudin, surrounding sects converged on the territory of the Citadel of Exalted Light, and there was hardly any resistance to be found, with many still shocked to their core. Corallo looked at the pair of cultivators in front of him, as he had done for so many days. He simply shook his head. He knew he was Katerina's apprentice, but every time he thought he was catching up, she went and did something like this. Uzan was consulted as well, but he didn't have much in the way of answers. Much like yourself, Corallo, unless you have further insights, disrupting the situation within them is likely a great risk. Maybe we can stabilize their surroundings? No, that's not quite right. Neutralize them. Maybe. I know we shouldn't move them too much, but maybe we should place them next to our star? Corallo sighed. I haven't found any details on something like this, and I doubt I could get into her secure storage bags. Though there's also some chance that all of this was in her head. Obviously the situation wasn't ideal, but should I fix it? I think the better question is what we should do about that. Uzan gestured to Timothy's chest, and some wounds which were beginning to scar. Is it better to let them heal and the effect fade out, or do they need to be maintained? If only Chitty were conscious, Corallo grumbled. How's that going anyway? His vital signs are stable, Uzan said. At least, that is what the hospital tells me. They were quite surprised to require entirely mundane technology, but everything else was faulty. Corallo nodded. I fully understand that. He's like a perfect neutralizer for all the energy around him, and I've seen void ants, though I imagine it's quite difficult for his body and mind to come to terms with that. It's quite a shame that we can't celebrate these heroes as they deserve. Considering what we expected, Uzan shrugged. Having anyone return was quite a miracle. The same with having a home to return to. Velvet wanted to stay on Xianxia for the next century, but unfortunately other difficulties were conspiring against her. Information from captured, imbued fragment cultivators was quite worrying. Lower-level disciples seemed to have no concept of any connection between the upper and lower realms, and they hadn't been able to capture anyone stronger alive. But they did hear some interesting stories that had to be confirmed. And as the foremost stealth specialist, Velvet couldn't just sit around. The Scarlet Alliance had other operatives, but Velvet felt the need to go herself. The Trigold Cluster had too many mysteries and had shown themselves to be a persistent enemy of the Scarlet Alliance. Not that they expected otherwise, but they had grown large enough to be recognized, and they anticipated further trouble. Runa heard about Zor's death from Exalted Quadrant cultivators before she heard about it from Velvet, though that was quite reasonable, given Velvet's unwillingness to send a message within Exalted Quadrant territory. The exact details were difficult to confirm. Some said the Citadel was launched into the sun, and then Zor exploded. Others were adamant Zor had been cut into tiny pieces by a Grandmaster of the Sword, and then the Citadel crumbled. Some said Zor transformed into light and escaped, though that didn't mesh well with the clear certainty every disciple had. The feedback from his death had devastated them. "I can't believe we missed it," Misai complained. "The things we could have seen." Julie rolled her eyes. "You know we're not strong enough for that. Our heads may be filled with information, but we're not strong enough to fight that." You sensed the old recordings. A small but notable figure made her presence known, nipping a bit of energy from the air to draw attention. "It is only as expected," Crossed and Tinny signed. Victory was inevitable. Runa shook her head. "I've heard and seen much from the Scarlet Alliance, and as impressed as I have been, I wouldn't say so. Domination cultivators are in their own tier of power. Insurmountable. Or at least, by conventional wisdom. Obviously, no one is truly undefeatable, but I wouldn't say this was inevitable. Those who live in fear are never truly strong," Crossed and Tinny said, as if that explained everything. "You think Zor was afraid?" "Not just him. All domination cultivators." "Afraid of what?" Runa asked. "Of us, obviously." The Void Ant specifically gestured to herself. "Void Ants?" Runa thought for a moment. "Why do you say that?" "Because otherwise they wouldn't exterminate us. That is the natural reaction of many cultivators. The domination cultivators aren't responsible." "Why is that natural?" Crossed and Tinny asked. "You know why. You're dangerous." It was simply the truth. Runa herself was also dangerous. To a body-tempering cultivators, a small army of us is hardly more dangerous than a spirit-building cultivator. Do you really think the common folk fear us on their own? Any number of beasts are more deadly than us. "I know they do," Runa pointed out. "If I asked any person who did not know any of you personally about Void Ants dash," Crossed and Tinny swirled her forelegs, "they would repeat the lies told by domination cultivators. Because they are afraid." Misai leaned closer. "Do you have any proof of this?" "I hadn't heard it." "It is self-evident. They create fear in their subordinates because they are afraid of Void Ants. If they were not so full of fear, they would not care." Misai sighed. "So there's still no actual proof." "Don't need it," Crossed and Tinny said. "I wonder if their energy is tasty." Runa naturally recoiled. "Just a bit. See? And you have domination cultivators to fear. But if we were the only ones, would not we be the most fearsome? Yet we can be crushed by a small child." "Not all of you," Julie pointed out. Crossed and Tinny performed her version of a shrug. "It takes many billions of us to produce one like myself, and I must still take care not to be sat upon." Perhaps she was underestimating the durability of certain Void Ants, but not by far. And all agreed that whether or not she was entirely correct, domination cultivators certainly had reason to amplify that particular fear. Chapter 1109. After enemy fleets retreated from their territory, there wasn't much the Scarlet Alliance could do. They did send pursuit fleets, chasing down the stragglers who were unable to keep up, but their victory hadn't been so complete that they could afford to get into pitched combat beyond their borders. On the eastern end, they quickly ran into Trigold Cluster territory. While they would have loved to properly retaliate against the imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters, they couldn't realistically do much without dragging themselves into an even greater war. However, just because they didn't have any militaristic actions they could do didn't mean there was nothing. They now had contacts within the Trigold cluster. It was far too early to call them allies, but they were at least useful for spreading information. A declaration that any who chose to breach the sovereignty of the Scarlet Alliance would find themselves in the same situation as Zorbarids. Reminding others that they had just killed a domination cultivator was a good way to make them hesitate about everything. No doubt the Silver Fang were trembling in fear. They might have thought themselves secure with the backing of Caronis, but it was one thing to repel Zor and another to kill him. Some might have been ready to deny them injuring him in the Second War, but it was impossible to deny his death. Everyone would feel it. The Silver Fang would be the first in the Trigold cluster for the waves to reach, and the Trigold cluster wasn't over the death of Soon. Not that it was expected they would get over such a thing for centuries at a minimum. Domination cultivators didn't die every day, yet there were suddenly two in the same century. Everyone would be more cautious. Aconite sniffed Chitty's body, but senses no poisons or other abnormalities. His heart sounded normal. She couldn't smell his brain functions, but the machines assured her everything was normal. In fact, the doctors said he wasn't even in a coma, even though he clearly was. "Hey, wake up," Aconite barked. Obviously, that didn't work. If Yuval hadn't been able to wake him, it stood to reason Aconite wouldn't be much better. And his parents were still currently incapacitated, which was about 1,000 times better than dead. Unlike the older Westons, Chitty had been determined to be safely touchable, which was good because his body wasn't self-regulating. He was getting nutrients through a tube. The one concession they had made to treating him as a normal patient was his sword. They couldn't remove it from his grip, though they had only made half-hearted attempts. Just because the doctors here worked without the benefit of upper energy didn't mean they didn't understand cultivators. Indeed, most were cultivators themselves, but such specialized facilities existed for exactly things like this. Aconite knows the metal of Chitty's blade. The sheath had probably disintegrated in the battle, since as far as she knew it hadn't been made of anything special. She got no response to the more direct touch. She licked the back of his hand. It was weird, feeling her energy just stop. It wasn't like he ate it, but anything that got near him no longer functioned. It felt like it disappeared, but it was still there when she pulled back. "I melted a ship made of world heart. Or at least, partially. Those metal guys are probably so mad. They might figure out how to reconstitute what didn't get left behind, though. It wasn't like the bacteria suddenly made materials not exist. They just turned metals into less functional forms. The actual chemical elements were mostly still there. Mostly, because cultivation sometimes transformed things between matter and energy. Before she had been allowed to return to Xianxia, Aconite had been very carefully purified by the sun, which was totally reasonable, as everything she had used really shouldn't touch anything. "I poisoned that guy so much," Aconite said. "I hope it helped. I don't think it all made its way out of his fingers into his bloodstream because it wasn't properly connected, but it clearly did something, even after he turned into light." She whined slightly. "I saw his leg get cut off. I know that had to be you." It wasn't like he was going to wake up and say thanks, but she didn't really know what else to do. Chakir was dead. That had been confirmed. The planet was fully obliterated now. Who else could get a reaction from him? Aconite thought about that. She also thought about using sneezing powder on him to see if that would get a reaction. The doctors probably wouldn't approve. Velvet didn't know if she was close to domination, nor did she know if she could advance to domination. It seemed like a very public sort of thing, but Ratna did it so she couldn't be certain. What she did know, however, was that she had been effective enough to escape Zor's perception when he wasn't actively focused on looking for her, which was a good enough threshold to reach. If he still existed, which he didn't, he most likely regretted letting her go the first time. The point was, of course, to instill fear in the Scarlet Alliance with news of his presence and power, but she'd been there for both the first and last contact the Scarlet Alliance would have with him. She wasn't afraid of him, or of other domination cultivators. Not that she was eager to fight them alone, or at all, but avoiding their notice, and more relevantly the notice of everyone else. Her confidence was greatly boosted. Ratna had been very helpful with her growth, mostly indirectly. A few glimpses of her presence and trying to hide around her had been great training. It would be nice to talk to her, but she wasn't traveling through the Trigold Cluster's territory for that purpose. She was heading for the combined territory of the imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters, because there were many mysteries to solve about them. And maybe she'd take a little retribution while she was there. The metal cultivators would be a problem if they sensed her. She probably wouldn't try void steel on them in any case. But the others, she didn't have any stone equipment, nor was she worried about being attacked if they didn't even know she was around. Sometimes, Velvet traveled through the normal routes of enemy systems, riding on their ships in disguise. She might do that in the future, but for now she was making use of the same vessel that had gotten them to the Citadel. It had been somewhat cramped feeling with 6 people, but alone it was quite roomy. Though for the most part, she cultivated to pass the time as the ship would handle itself. She'd actually considered requisitioning another ship, but the problem was what she wanted didn't exist. So she really couldn't. But somehow, Velvet had the feeling it might in the future. Just not near enough when she was willing to wait. Uzan steepled his fingers as he looked at the lab ahead of him. Plastic, he said. Corallo just raised an eyebrow. There's, no plastic there. Just metal and stone. Uzan blinked, then shook his head. My apologies. I was thinking about something else. He moved forward, finding the few salvaged bits of the great star draining device that the lower realms had sent. If they had these samples earlier, would it have helped with the war? Not without more warning, likely. He ran his senses over the partial plate in front of him. It would likely not be bothered by a simple touch, given the sturdy materials, but there were protocols to follow. What do you make of the formations? I'd like to tell you that I have the same level of insight as Grandmaster Katarina, but I don't, he shook his head. I know what these do mostly because I was told what they do. I was able to confirm it, but I doubt I can do anything like reconstruct the whole project. Not that we would want to. Certainly not, Uzan agreed. I think the material itself is worth considering. Hand-constructed lattices, meant to withstand massive pressure. Replicable at a large scale, obviously. Completely necessary. I have many ideas. That's why you're the head of technological development, Corallo said. I wouldn't be where I am without an excellent teacher. Katarina learned from others as well. Yes, but I needed the best teacher, Corallo shrugged. I don't think I'm cut out to be chief formation master, even if I'm currently the most qualified. I'd prefer to be an expert lab assistant for Katarina. He shook his head. If I could just snap my fingers and remove that energy, I would. Corallo didn't realize he'd been in a daze until he heard the sound of Uzan sipping a drink he hadn't previously been carrying. So? Uzan asked. So what? Corallo said. Are you going to do whatever you thought of? How could I? It's crazy. Reckless. We wouldn't be able to test it. A super weapon? Uzan asked. What? No. Corallo shook his head. Why would you think that? Well, we can test pretty much anything else. Even a replica of this. He gestured to the plate in front of them. For a few moments. Anton isn't here to tell us we're bad boys and hurt a star's feelings. Oh yeah. Corallo raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you're confident he couldn't shoot you? Obviously I'd stop it immediately, Uzan said. If we even needed to test something like this. Which we don't. But what was your idea? Corallo sighed. It's stupid, but basically this. For what purpose? Like I said, it's reckless. Just tell me then, and I'll let you know. To try to save Katarina and Timothy. By draining that domination energy cycling between them. But I'm certain she has her own plans, and I don't want to disrupt them, Corallo explained. She told you she had plans? Uzan asked. Well, no. But she always has plans, Corallo pointed out. This isn't the sort of thing where I go, oops, I wasted the money equal to a planet's GDP and brush it off. Did you do that? Uzan asked. Or did she do that? Corallo scratched his cheek. Or did I do that? None of that's the point, Corallo said. She'd die. Pretty sure she's going to die like this, Uzan said. And let's say she had a plan. Do you know what it is? I already said I don't. So how do you know it wasn't to take inspiration from these formations here and save her? Corallo furrowed his brow. That's way too specific. Besides, she hasn't even seen this. Just the scans from the lower realms. So she does know about this. There's no way she anticipated what happened to her. Actually, Uzun said, I agree, which is why you should do something. And that something is likely to be formation forward. But of course, I'll gladly support you from the tech end. We're studying this anyway, Corallo said. I don't have to build anything if it doesn't seem like it will work. I guess I can at least try to put together some plans? Good, Uzun grinned. Corallo began to take notes. So what was that about plastic? Oh, that? Uzun shrugged. Just thinking about subspace drives. And ship hulls. And, well, everything. Wood might be better except there are way more wood cultivators than plastic cultivators. Corallo paused for a moment. There are plastic cultivators? Of course. We make plastic. Someone has to break the more obscure ones down for reuse. I honestly did not know about that part of our recycling initiatives. Right, Uzun said. So as long as we don't get anyone from our own faction angry at us, I'd say plastic is pretty well uncontrollable by enemies. I don't think a ship could be made out of it. I mean, not a pure tech one. I'll have to talk to some of the specialists. How hard is it to carve formations into plastic? It's not one of the preferred materials, Corallo said. To be honest, I can't say I've ever done it outside of very specific practice. Corallo sighed. He couldn't believe Uzun thought of a plastic ship, and yet he was the one in the room with the stupid idea. Chapter 11:10. The Void Steel Dagger Velvet had spent so much effort to get was left behind as she approached her destination. It shouldn't easily be found, so she wasn't particularly worried about it. The greater concern was her not surviving to retrieve it. Along with her other that was currently being reforged back in the Scarlet Alliance, Velvet had left most of her remaining weapons. She carried with her only some lightly enchanted daggers. She would have preferred to bring no metal at all, but that was far more suspicious. Instead, her equipment would prove that she was a weak cultivator to anyone who saw her when she allowed it. But currently, she was spending most of her time on the daytime side of planets. Traditional stealth wisdom indicated that she should stick to shadows and other low visibility settings to remain quiet. But traditional wisdom only worked to a certain extent with cultivators. If Velvet was wandering around in the sun, who would be looking hard? Conversely, in the dark people would be watching for sneaks and thieves. Likewise, in silence people would listen. If she stood next to a crowded market, who would hear her? She wasn't going to be seen when she didn't want to. She had the use of illusions if necessary, a negation of others' perceptions. However, there was another method. If she didn't want it to, sunlight wouldn't dare touch her. It was much like making herself transparent, but less work on her part. It was still due to her active will, and so far Velvet hadn't found any stars with sapience even after hearing about Maheg, but the way in which she used her abilities mattered. So convincing light to work with her was easier than relying on shadows. Though Velvet was plenty familiar with every form of stealth, she didn't know what she wanted, except to leave these places. Even though the planet seemed relatively normal, they didn't feel quite right. Perhaps it was bias from the lower realms. She hadn't seen any hollowed-out planets yet, but she also wasn't in the core worlds of the combined sects just yet. Not knowing what information she was looking for exactly, she made use of pieces of equipment to copy everything she could find. Images and video were costly, but if she simply took text, she could get an unlimited amount. The only unfortunate thing was that all the technology she used to copy things was made of metal, and even hidden in her storage bag she had some concerns. Hiding the presence of their elements from lesser cultivators was easy enough, but it was a bit more difficult with those who were stronger. Zor was an exception because his element was also her element. One was simply the radiance of a person, whereas Velvet used the light of stars. Though she reminded herself she was only successful because he was distracted. She wasn't strong enough to trust in hiding herself from domination cultivators consistently. Integration cultivators from the imbued fragments were easy enough. They probably had some decent information too, though she obviously couldn't review everything. She just stole what was convenient as she made her way further along. The broad-eyed harvesters seemed like they would have been a pain to avoid if she was actually visible. She supposed their eyes might see on other spectrums, but she was prepared for pretty much any sensory technique. At least the stone cultivators wouldn't find much of anything on her, though she wasn't guaranteeing that nothing she carried would count. Ultimately, Velvet wasn't planning to find scraps of knowledge. What she wanted was further into their territory, where she could try to verify certain strange rumors. If that was even possible. When she saw it, Velvet had no idea how there were only rumors. Maybe nobody cared for some reason, or maybe they were immensely effective at suppressing information. But the instant she entered one of the systems in question, she knew. Not that she needed to be part of the 100 stars to recognize what was happening with the star. Literally, every cultivator from the weakest to the strongest would be overwhelmed by the shock of what they saw. A star, producing natural energy. No wonder there were energy containment arrays around the place. This was something that other sects might kill for. Raising cultivators on natural energy, or lower energy, provided a smoother transition to integration for those who were born in the upper realms. That was, of course, all the descendants of the most powerful figures, so it was a big deal. And here they had a star, and thus a whole system, flooded with natural energy. It was astounding, and it made Velvet feel sick. She wasn't anywhere close to being a starbinder, but something was wrong. Aside from the fact that these stars absolutely weren't supposed to produce natural energy, ignoring the nearby planets, which she noticed were hollow skeletons like their planets in the lower realms, Velvet went directly for the star. Soon enough, she noticed remnants of a structure and a very faint lingering energy. Vergis. Their chances to meet in person were more than rare, but she had familiarized herself with the energy signatures of the strongest cultivators in the lower realms. Obviously, Anton's greatest apprentice would be among them, and Vergis. Three Squeaks was obviously the better of the two, even if he hadn't reached enrichment yet, though that might be personal bias. But she was distracting herself. His energy had made it to the upper realms, and he definitely overloaded what she assumed had once been star-spanning structures. Now they were mostly scraps. Were the remnants what was wrong? Perhaps in part. Velvet wasn't a formation master, but she could tell this particular system was mostly non-functional. So it had to be an inherent issue with the star. It wasn't supposed to produce lower energy. So it was something of an abomination, with its stolen energy signature. There was one problem Velvet immediately discovered. There had only been one star in the lower realms being drained, right? But if this star was flush with lower energy, what about the others? Could one star power so many? Unless Velvet's recall was extremely far off, Oakreef's star hadn't been of such a magnitude as to make that even vaguely feasible. Normally, Velvet might approve of such a project. There was nothing wrong with lower energy being in the upper realms, it just didn't naturally fit. If it was done properly, it could be a great boon. But she could tell it wasn't done with great care for the stars in the long term. This star was unstable. Though whether that meant it would unravel in years or last a million more, Velvet wasn't quite sure. Fortunately, someone else would be able to tell her, as she took detailed readings. She was here to investigate these stars. She simply hadn't expected it to be more extreme than the rumors let on. She would have to be careful so she could actually leave and report back. Though in an emergency, she could at least transmit the information if she thought she was going to be captured. It was extremely unlikely they could prevent transmissions, even if they could detect them. Chitty was not dead. Obviously, other people knew that, or he would be. He was only vaguely aware of his own body and the passage of time, but he knew that it had been long enough that he would have decayed long ago if not for outside assistance. If his health had begun to falter, he might have still chosen to remain in his trance. Because it was a unique opportunity, he would have gladly spent a century to familiarize himself with the next step of negation. He didn't find the need to name it something else fancy. He wasn't even sure it matched up to other cultivation systems anymore. Slowly, he became more aware of his body, of the physical world around him, and then the energy beyond, especially with how it interacted with him, or the space just beyond him. No, Chitty decided that the negation was part of him. It would not exist without him. He could feel it and control it. What other parameters were necessary for it to be part of him? It was odd, having reached a point where something so difficult to achieve even for a moment was automatic. But great trials provided much. Chitty did not open his eyes, for that never meant anything to him. He did return to his other senses, however. He heard the sound of machines, but the energy he felt was distant. How relaxing. His sword was tucked into the bed next to him, nearly propped underneath his armpit. He didn't have to have this sword, but he would admit that he would have missed it. Chitty sniffed. Aconite had been here too? No, 3 days prior. And quite regularly before that, it seemed. The room was clean to the standards of normal humans and most cultivators, but lingering scents like that were fairly clear. Hidden beneath that were other familiar scents. Yuval, Hoyt and Prospero, Alva, Durf. More rarely some of the other augmentation cultivators. Missing among them were his parents. He didn't know what that meant, but he wasn't fond of the idea. Their deaths were not unlikely. In fact, anyone coming back from their mission was a miracle. The death of a domination cultivator wasn't a small thing, though he sensed a faint aura far in the distance, lingering. Perhaps the devastation had been split between his projection and his actual body, or at least his actual body in the Citadel. Chitty might have survived anyway. He wasn't bragging. He was just aware that his abilities had grown leaps and bounds. First, he'd managed to negate an entire area for a long duration, or perhaps a very short one, since it was exactly enough time for him to make one attack, and not because he had been slow about it. He could do that again, probably. But the constant part of him that was maintaining negation was a huge step in another way. He'd been slowly adding to his internal formation markings, and now that his insights had reached the right level, he was able to maintain it with little consciousness. No, perhaps even if he slept it would remain. That was what the long meditation had been for, to secure his hold. Though it had first started as an emergency defensive measure. Shouldn't someone have come to check on him? It had been only a few minutes, but surely the systems monitoring him would have noticed some change. Chitty could of course divest himself of the feeding tubes and various other things, but he wasn't a doctor. He might need some of them for his health, and the easiest way to remove them from himself would be to cut them up, which was rather wasteful. Surely there were proper ways, but that involved somewhat more mobility than he currently had. He waited, keeping his senses about him while reflecting on negation. He was pleased with his path. Even if he had perished, he would have been happy with his choices, but surviving was always nice. When a nurse came in, Chitty moved. He couldn't easily speak with the various tubes, but he made it clear to the man that he was conscious. "You're awake?" the man confirmed. Chitty slightly nodded his head. "Any pains?" "No. Or at least, nothing of significance. I'm sure you must be uncomfortable, but I should contact a doctor before doing anything. Can you wait a few minutes?" Chitty could wait a very long time. Impatience was the bane of proper cultivation. An hour later, he was getting released. He could hear Aconite barking in the distance. "I told you I left all the poisons behind, and I don't have any on my fur or on my claws. You think I wouldn't know how to keep everything contained? Just let me go," she howled. Chitty smiled. That seemed about right. Chapter 11:11. Waking up with no indication of his parents filled Chitty with great concern. He was only slightly less worried when he learned about what happened to them. He wanted to hug them. People who went centuries without hugging anyone probably became terrible people like Zor. Unless they just didn't like hugs. But he couldn't. Or shouldn't. Chitty awoke with new confidence. But while he was perfectly certain in his ability to negate external energy, negating energy inside of others was another thing entirely. Chitty was able to observe his parents from a safe distance, and he learned quite a bit. The energy was flowing back and forth between them. It was so tempting to reach out and disrupt it, but that could go wrong in any number of ways. First of all, it was clear that the remnants of energy were what was powering the transition back and forth between Katerina and Timothy. If he disrupted the transfer, the constant movement that kept it contained would also become unstable. The energy could easily go wild and tear them apart from the inside. The current solution was quite elegant, though not without risks of its own. It was unlikely to be perfectly stable, improvised as it was. But in theory, over time it would use up the excess energy. The problem there was that the time frame to use up domination energy for such a simple process was immense. Aconite stood with him, attempting to solve the issue much as he was. "I could introduce some energy-negating compounds into their bodies," she growled lightly. "That's just as risky as what I might do alone," Chitty said. "Perhaps I could create a longer-lasting wide-area negation. But that wouldn't really free them from the situation. The energy doesn't even really go away. Chitty shook his head. But this isn't our problem alone. We should join with the rest of the Scarlet Alliance on this issue. Corallo has some plans that are intriguing. We both learned from my mother, but the exact details were different given our focuses. I'm sure we can figure something out. If not, well, Chitty had already been exceptionally lucky as a cultivator. The number of losses around him had been minimal, though if there were going to be losses, he might have preferred it to be Prasad. Though obviously he would never say that to the man himself. They were still allies, even if their interests were not aligned on every minor topic. The lower realms were still feeling the aftereffects of the wars, though spirits were high overall. The East and West, however, had different consequences. There had been a push to annihilate the imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters. Their skeletal planets were mockeries of a healthy system, and the devastation left in their wake simply couldn't be forgiven. Some likely had little choice but to participate. Where could they go when every planet they'd ever known was controlled by the sects? However, the ultimate decisions had come at the hand of those sects' stronger cultivators. They fought to the last. Not every cultivator at even the lower ranks, but their planets could not hold themselves together after using up too much of their natural energy. Very few survived the inevitable collapses into minor planetoids, or larger planet-sized piles of rubble where they had combined into multiple planet ships. As for where the rest of the planetary mass had gone, there were a great quantity of ships and of course the star-draining structure. Even half complete, it could have easily taken all of the rocky mass from multiple systems. There was some suspicion that they had also found a way to send Worldheart to the upper realms, though that was a tiny portion of the overall mass. Any survivors on the Eastern Front were few and far between. To the west, there were actually quite a few innocents in the mix. First there were the slaves, though only a small portion of the population, and then those who were wrapped up under the power of the Exalted Quadrant in other ways. As for the Void Ants, they were impossible to reason with. The Alliance Ants took on the scattered colonies easily. Capturing enemies was more or less impossible, and so it was not done to any notable extent. Except, as far as the Void Ant sensibilities went, it could be argued that they captured every single person they could. That would be the queens and few others. The standard rank and file were not considered people, and given the development of their own members, it had to be believed on the whole. Either way, the queens were kept carefully contained and separate from each other, since they would most likely not see each other as allies either. What would actually happen to them in the long run was difficult to predict immediately. Gala was done, and that didn't bother her at all. In fact, of everyone she saw, she was perhaps the least worried about her own condition. "Aren't you worried about your lifespan?" someone would ask. Clearly she wasn't. And why should I be? What happens to me when it runs out? You die. Exactly, Gala nodded. Don't you want to die happy? This is the optimal result. Usually, they'd say something about striving for immortality, or at least mention prolonging her happiness. Maybe they were right. But Gala had the freedom to just exist, and having the freedom to not exist was part of that. From what she'd seen so far of the Lower Realms Alliance, she wasn't in danger of losing that freedom anytime soon, but returning to some form of captivity after a taste of freedom, that would destroy her. Then again, wasn't that what the shattered chains were all about? That was why it had worked for her enough to get through the first few minor steps in body tempering, even if her body wasn't particularly up for the task. Begin by comparing what things were like then to how they are now, Galo explained to a group of young disciples. They were young, so the length of their experience was far less. I'm not saying you should never forget. In fact, if you can put it out of your mind forever, then you will be truly free. When any were discouraged about their progress, she supported them. She herself was not even at the peak of body tempering several years later. Don't rush, Gala reminded them. Unlike myself, none of you are close to reaching the end of your lifespan. Some were older than others, and a few had health issues of a sort, but none were lingering on the very edge. Not with the aid of the Shattered Chains and the Alliance. She said that, but there actually was one fellow, significantly older, but he didn't appear to be practicing the style of the Shattered Chains. He was stronger than her too. Spirit building, maybe? Did you previously learn cultivation, or? She inquired. I'm just visiting from another sect, the old man explained. I like to keep up with everything that is going on. I doubt I can guide anyone according to the precepts of the Shattered Chains, but I've picked up some helpful things in my time. Like what? Gala asked. It was a mix of curiosity and politeness. There are certain techniques that are useful for people of advanced age like myself, the man explained. Though there are some drawbacks. Painful? Not really, the man shook his head. It just cuts off certain paths. Ascension and reincarnation. The former doesn't sound too bad, Gala admitted. Many people wouldn't be interested, but there are other options, right? Not that I'd get close myself. Reincarnation, well, I wasn't really counting on anything like that anyway. Indeed, you might be suited. Are you calling me old? Gala grinned. You can make that determination yourself. It also has value for those younger, but the potency is less. Why? Gala asked. It draws upon a connection with death. Age is simply one of the more survivable factors, unless one wishes to imbue themselves with near-fatal injuries perpetually. Sounds unpleasant, Gala frowned. Who would come up with such a technique? A truly terrible person, the old man said. But sometimes, those same people are quite talented. But it would certainly be categorized as a forbidden technique. Careful with that. You might get in trouble with the sect head. Bah! The old man waved his hand. I know Devon's nieces. Besides, it's alliance approved for those with particular circumstances. Like myself? Gala asked. Well, I don't know about that. How attached are you to your life? Not very, she said. You must not have been around here much. The man shrugged. Perhaps you might humor me. I understand you have accepted the end, but I honestly don't know if you'd be suited. I wasn't really counting on that, Gala admitted. After all, it must require a certain talent to use well. And motivation. Both true. But you also seemed interested in reincarnation. Gala hadn't thought that would come through. She'd been pretty dismissive, hadn't she? Maybe to some extent. I can't help but wonder what a life would be like if it was tolerable from the beginning. But I also have no desire to try to reset. Then you are both more and less suited for the technique. It would guarantee that whatever becomes of your soul would no longer be you, should some part of it be drawn into a future life. That implies the process is outside of the norm. If anything, wouldn't that be typical reincarnation? There are certain things that connect people who are reborn, even if they retain no memories. And I've heard some testimonies of those who have reincarnated, both intentionally and unintentionally. You sure know a lot of people, huh? Gala asked, looking over the old man. How does that happen? You just have to be around for a while. Of course. But how old could one person be? Gala realized she didn't actually know the answer. But that was fine. I think I'd prefer a natural end. Honestly, you'd have to have a very good reason to seek anything else. Friends, family, or a greater cause. I think my position in any greater cause would be suspect, Gala explained. If I gave up on what I wanted. And that's to die peacefully in my age. Maybe after setting a few people on the right track. A healthy mindset. I can see it is doing well. Thank you. Oh, I didn't ask your name. I'm Gala. It's Anton. Pleasure to meet you. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. It's quite common. I'd be surprised if you hadn't, Anton said. And it was true. It fell in and out of favor during his early life, but there were a constant stream of them now. Just like he imagined a few people present around him might name their first son Devon. The Great Queen was annoyed. It was obvious that they were trying to teach the other queens to sign, but they seemed to take it as some sort of threat instead. They were so aggressive. That in turn made her aggressive, but she could control herself. They stayed behind their carefully crafted glass walls, receiving enough nutrients to keep them healthy but not enough to build up a colony. It would be a wasted effort if they did so with impure intentions. It didn't seem like it should take this long for them to learn. Was there something wrong with them? Was there something wrong with her? The Great Queen accepted magnanimously that there were probably many things wrong with her from certain perspectives. This was not one of them. Learning to communicate was how her people had grown so strong. Even if the other queens didn't trust her, shouldn't they at least want to learn so they could spy on what she and the others said? Maybe that was the best way to teach them. Indirectly. First, though, She would consult with the humans to make sure they were not broken. She could consult the records of experiments that the Exalted Quadrant had been up to, even if they were unpleasant. She didn't intend to give up easily. After all, what was the point of supporting the Alliance's intention to include all people under their banner if it didn't include all of her people? And while void ants might mean only those under a single queen, she was willing to adopt. Accepting them as equal rank would at least require them to be more. They were quite disappointing at the moment. Chapter 11:12. Dozens of individuals sat within a large meeting auditorium, there to represent the various interests within the lower realms. Despite all of their advancements, communications between systems were not instant. Thus, for important occasions, everyone had to be within the same system, which meant they might as well meet in person. In this case, they met within the borders of the Shining Cooperative. That was because the location was convenient for most parties involved. There were representatives of the Lower Realms Alliance, the Free Planet Guardians, the Adamant Federation, and of course the Shining Cooperative themselves. The former Trigold cluster planets preferred to keep their independence, but they shared mutual enemies. The Shining Cooperative was closer to the Alliance both physically and politically, but they still kept separate governance despite the freedom of movement across their borders. Anton looked around at everyone. Nobody seemed willing to break the silence. No need to be so glum. Though today's matters are of great importance, it's nothing so urgent as being drawn into another war. Though we do intend to prevent that. Tor of the Shimmering Spears was the main representative of the Free Planet Guardians, the more friendly of the former Trigold groups. Even so, he didn't seem to be much in the business of speaking. And how do you plan to do that? Personally? The usual way. Build us up so we cannot be overcome. But the project we have in mind will go far beyond myself or the 100 stars. Erona drew attention to herself, not with a sound but a mere flicker of her energy. That was precisely what it was meant to do, nothing more or less. Everyone is interested in maintaining their own sovereign claims on their territory. That is understood. And we have no intention to limit current claims in any way. In fact, we intend to encourage expansion. Before anyone could ask what the difference was from their current policies, Erona repeated her words, driving forward more information. We wish for everyone to expand as far as they can to starve out the upper realms. Along with her words, people gained an understanding of traveling tens of systems or further, a vast expansion. And while she would be able to judge the agreement of those involved swiftly if she needed to, taking their time was best for long-term stability. Ravel of the Righteous Inscription Sect, a mighty formation master from the Shining Cooperative, took the opportunity to speak. A bold plan. But would we not spread ourselves too thin? The galaxy is vast. But the Trigold Cluster and Exalted Quadrant are very finite, Erona said, both agreeing and explaining. We ask for your cooperation, as the expenses will be significant. However, we do not intend to colonize every system. Not completely. All we need is a few million ships, and an equal or higher number of individuals willing to spend time in relative isolation. A woman threw back her head, laughing uproariously. Is that all? A few million ships, capable of interstellar travel, no less? The woman was Verinia of the Fearsome Menagerie. They felt no need to change their sect name from those who resided in the upper realms. However, she had gone down the path of assimilation, as many of the Adamant Federation. You will simply drain us dry of everything. It need not be all at once. Erona didn't let anything disrupt her calm delivery. 100 planets can produce 10,000 ships each in a reasonable time frame. And the numbers are only an example. As long as we encapsulate every system potentially within the reach of the great powers in the upper realms. For what purpose? Ravel asked. Do you intend to set a barrier around the lower realms, just as the Scarlet Alliance? An intriguing idea, Erona said, but one that may prove too costly, given the differences in natural and ascension energies. But no, the intention is to starve them out by making sure they establish no footholds of any sort. That would make us all far more secure. By the next cycle, there is no real chance they can conquer us. They would simply lose forces they cannot spare. So what? Verinia butted in again. We send people to be watchers? Why not just send your scouting drones? Surely you can make 1 million of those. Erona prepared a response, But Anton spoke first. She was good for negotiations, but sometimes you just needed to get a point across. We could, Anton said. Easily. The Lower Realms Alliance could place people or machines at every point in the lower realms that any of us will ever go. We can tuck them in nicely around every system you occupy. And if you want to move into one, just tell us and we'll make room. Verinia grimaced. Well, when you say it like that, the goal, Erona projected her peaceful demeanor, is that everyone be responsible for their own regions. Keeping undue influence of the upper realms away is in our aligned interests, even for those who wish to have nothing to do with the Scarlet Alliance. I'm sure you would all be more comfortable, but we must spread to every star within a vast area. Of course, this plan may not be the perfect method. It is merely the one we have come up with. If anyone is in disagreement that it is necessary, her power received a consensus from all involved. Then the details of how we wish to accomplish it can be worked out. It need not be the same methods for all. We merely need to know the time frames people find acceptable, the resources they will commit, and of course the pledge to manage your regions. Verinia glanced over at Tor. We will need to work out something, lest the Adamant Federation get boxed in. We are not prepared to make permanent concessions on claimed territory, Tor replied. But we need not concern ourselves with how a two-dimensional map would look. We can easily enough split into layers, however, as long as we are prepared to share longer borders and negotiate. It would be a matter of whether we intend to reach towards the galactic roof or floor. The Lower Realms Alliance was also hooked around the Shining Cooperative, but the Alliance's trail of systems spreading out to the east didn't truly cut off the others' path to expansion. They hadn't even gotten close yet, and moving around a thin trail in 3 dimensions was more or less trivial. However, it would be good to measure what people thought was acceptable, in case future expansion might lead to tensions. They did have to think about centuries in the future, after all. The other matter of import was deciding how they would deal with any occupied systems they found, and perhaps other expanding groups. Though it was easy enough to agree on a peaceful approach until they confirmed some sort of allegiance with the great powers. It was something more than a widespread and sustained scouting plan, but not quite an expansion imperative. But they had found that even 5 or 10 systems beyond their borders was not a sufficient gap to guarantee safety from other locations in the lower realms. Slow but thorough exploration would still be valuable, but a general survey seemed imperative. As their own systems of travel improved, so might those around them, narrowing the gaps that once felt insurmountable. Especially if the lower realms ever began to adopt the interstellar teleportation the Scarlet Alliance had been implementing for some time. While the information was valuable to the Scarlet Alliance, they didn't actually know what to do with the knowledge that there were stars that radiated natural energy in Trigold Cluster territory now, except to maintain caution, and perhaps set up long-term surveillance if they ever got to the point where plastic ships worked. Wooden ships might be fine, but those would likely be reliant on formations, which the enemy were prepared to detect. Running purely on technology would be a valuable advantage, though they were aware that such technology was no longer their exclusive domain. That was a long-term project to assuage a single source of worry. Before that, they needed to handle something else. Though it was an important project, the team involved was actually relatively small with occasional exceptions. Chitty joined others to work on Corallo's plan to modify the energy-draining formations of those same enemies to their own benefit, and specifically the benefit of Katerina and Timothy. While Chitty believed he had about a 50% chance of freeing them from danger himself, he didn't intend to risk the devastation that could happen the other half of the time. And this way he was studying the energy still, so it could boost his potential for negation. He had to stay away from the lab equipment and actual formations, but he could work on things from a theoretical standpoint and apply his knowledge. And he could turn off his negation. He just didn't want to. Without it, he was little more than a normal human with effectively no energy of his own. One with significant training in sword techniques and a body that was somewhat more enhanced than others, but he could still be injured by something with equivalent power to a spirit-building cultivator in an accident. Plus, it was decent training to maintain that state, especially where it might be considered a risk. He would have to be conscious with his control, but even in the worst case he would only cause disruptions. The energy didn't just cease existing, it was simply forced into a state of inaction. Their teams were working tirelessly to determine exactly what ratios would be safest. They even considered a combination of the formations and Chitty in one of Aconite's energy negation compounds, though Chitty would probably be an emergency measure rather than the actual plan. It was unfortunate that the Exalted Quadrant stood between Runa and the Scarlet Alliance. Of course, that very thing was what had brought her into contact with them. Now, they surrounded their mutual enemy. Sort of. The Scarlet Alliance didn't quite have the physical size to control the movements of the Exalted Quadrant, but they certainly had the necessary power. Zor was dead. Conveniently, that reduced the pressure on the chaotic conglomeration, and as they were wont to do, that allowed them to push for resources on the border. Personally, Runa thought they should secure their previous positions, as the Exalted Quadrant was likely to push back twice as hard. But some cultivators couldn't see beyond the next year or decade. They might be content to live for a few centuries, but Runa was set on hitting at least a millennium. It just seemed like a good number. Her ambitions didn't end there. She had a lot of augmentation to go before even thinking about domination, but it wasn't off the table, which was a huge surprise. Crossed Antennae seemed to think that some of the members of the Scarlet Alliance were guaranteed to advance to domination given time, and not in a vague sense. Instead, the Void Ant thought that every prominent augmentation cultivator from their founding generation would have a good chance. Of course, Katarina will make her play first, the Void Ant signed. You think so? Runa asked. In what manner? Likely some sort of grand formation. That could be her anchor. It is her style. Oh, and the wolves might do it too. That's a bit optimistic, Runa said. The number of domination cultivators in the Exalted Quadrant can likely be counted on two hands. And you're talking about nearly matching that. Not all at once, of course, and some may fail, perishing. But you have seen the talent they draw in. I'm not saying I would be upset if your words came to pass, Runa shook her head. But I don't think it's possible. She hadn't thought she would be friends with an ant before, but at some point, she'd naturally fallen into it. With no offense to Crossed Antennae, Runa would still prefer a human friend though. Too bad Velvet was both busy and distant. Having helpers from the Scarlet Alliance made their messages more consistent, however. How goes your colony foundings? Runa asked. I was able to go and return without fear. In some manners, I wish we spread more quickly, Crossed Antennae said. We were free to do so along the borders. But here, a more conservative approach is reasonable. We wish to remain hidden among our allies. Her antennae twitched, indicating there was something more. What is it? Runa asked. I do not believe I should say. Though you are our primary point of contact, sharing secrets of others unnecessarily is a breach of trust. Is it something that could harm us? That would depend on how one defined us. The spirit slicing sect? Runa asked. I know you're supposed to be neutral, but you should have no worries. How about the conglomeration? As a whole, there will be no issues. Crossed Antennae. There was rarely a reason to use her name, as it was clear when the Void Ant was being spoken to, but sometimes emphasis was required. Is someone planning a civil war? It might be nothing, or some intersect conflict. Runa shook her head. That is, unfortunately, quite typical. Are you at risk of discovery? We should not be. But how does one choose between nominal allies? Crossed Antennae asked. Usually by how much they like them, though people will give various practical or moral reasons. Runa shrugged. How likely is this conflict? Unclear, because I've never lived among humans. Of course you have. What about in the lower realms? There were very few humans on Acaris, and everyone there chose unification. Oh, right, Runa said. I guess the important question then, would the conflict be between groups that accepted the Knowledge Pact? If there was going to be a conflict, one of those who accepted the pact might become aggressive against one outside. They seem likely to abuse the knowledge meant for fighting the Exalted Quadrant. Perhaps we should point them towards the weakened border worlds. But did you not say the Exalted Quadrant would be pushing back? Sometimes, people just need something to do to keep out of trouble. And sometimes they need a little kick in the teeth. Runa shrugged. In the worst case, they'd probably win their little conflict, which could convince others that the Knowledge Pact was worthwhile. though conflict with fellow chaotic conglomerate sects was very close to breaking the terms of that pact. If they actually started the conflict, there might be issues, though provoking it wasn't much better. Maybe Runa could convince Crossed Antini to tell her the actual details. Chapter 11:13. Over the course of his life, Anton had visited hundreds of stars. That was more than most, certainly, but in the grand scheme of things it was very small. In a single galaxy there were hundreds of billions of stars, even in the tiny section of the galaxy that they called home, stretching far enough so that the great powers in the upper realms could not reach beyond. There were millions. If Anton somehow managed to visit one per day, which would have been far beyond a sustainable pace, it would take him thousands of years to even get close to a single million. This was a project completely out of his grasp, and he liked that. His individual contribution would be negligible. He couldn't be in more than one place at a time, and even his bound stars didn't have perfect perception around them. This was a task that would be taken up by many others, including some of the more recent successes in the field of starbinding. Despite Anton's best efforts, not all of those who made the attempt were successful. They ended up like he had, a charred husk, but without the ultimate success that allowed them to recover. Other more conservative methods of assimilation were more successful. One of the starbinding cultivators was from Ratera, and more relevantly was not part of the order. An ambitious fellow named Ujarak, who had been part of the Eastern War as a life transformation cultivator, took inspiration in the best way. He had seen Oak Reef surrounded by its massive shell, and had thought that there could be something better. Over the last decade, he'd constructed a few small platforms with the help of others. Then he had taken them to a small, unstable star to try his hand at a project. Anton had been present to watch as the technology provided a minor, but still very real boost to the star's stability. But that wasn't good enough for Ujarak. He wanted to be part of the process, and tied himself to the platforms with an ingenious piece of technology. From all accounts, he was as close to perfectly successful as possible, though he would admit himself that if his calculations were off by as much as a single %, he would not have survived the process. He didn't have a direct conduit to the star inside of him, but the device synchronized him and the star strile. As ambitious as the fellow was, he recognized his limitations. To bind another star, he would need to find one that could sync up with strile properly. The man had set up a permanent residence there as one of the many staking out positions for themselves. Ujarak wasn't in any hurry to bind his second star, instead happily letting his cultivation improve in the new tier a little bit at a time. There were more stories of people than the stars they spread to, stories both big and small. Some took their positions as a temporary task. They intended to stay a decade or two, living alone or in small groups before seeking replacements. Significant resources were invested to those willing to commit their time. Colonies were established as well, sometimes just a few handfuls of people, and sometimes larger projects where there were particularly promising worlds. The more locations people established, the more connected they were, even spanning over a distance of hundreds of light years. But it was a long project that Anton could see would still take centuries, especially for people to push to the farthest limits away from other support. Even so, it was worthwhile. Clearly, they couldn't leave anywhere for the upper realms to grow their roots. There could be more hiding and further planets suffering under their influence. Systems that were already occupied would take special care to make certain they weren't unduly influenced. The plan was to gain permission to temporarily occupy nearby systems, at least until they could secure their own neighborhoods. It was likely anyone they came across would have experience with the upper realms if they had managed to maintain their independence. Some might fear others in the lower realms as well, but there were experts for that sort of thing. Meanwhile, Anton was happily taking advantage of a time of peace, even if it only turned out to be a few decades. But he could hope it would stretch into many centuries. It had been a long time since Lev felt out of place. The trick to that was to mold the places around him to suit himself. Very little of his time was spent anywhere that he was not growing one of his grand willows. He had only a handful in and around the core systems of the Lower Realms Alliance, but there was no reason they had to be constrained to specific areas, which is why he was trying something new. But it was extremely odd. Everything felt wrong, but at least the world wasn't rejecting him. The first tests where people from the lower realms came by their special inter-realm transports had been successful. without negative consequences except for discomfort for only having Ascension energy instead of natural energy. Having not undergone the correct process, Lev hadn't purged his energy and replaced it. Thus, he was much like someone from the upper realms descending into the lower realms, his energy slowly leaking away while he was unable to replenish it. Except that wasn't quite true. His connections to his willows, while not the same as the conduits to stars that Anton possessed, stabilized him at about half of the energy he would have expected. Knowing that others had been successful with the same, Lev had begun to very slowly draw upper energy into himself. Controlling it was difficult, as it was more naturally dense and resistant. It wasn't like he was used to, even comparing it to more compressed versions of lower energy that he was familiar with. The differences came in ways he couldn't quite describe, except that the knowledge that they were not meant to mix. And while some would have taken that as a challenge, he accepted it. Lev's goal was simple. He was going to plant and nurture a willow. Plants that functioned well in lower energy wouldn't necessarily thrive in upper energy, just like cultivators. However, it was a step on a larger project. If the upper realms could invade the lower realms, why not attack them in turn? Despite some rough patches, the lower realms were more secure than ever. Their strength should continue to grow unchecked. In that case, it would be best if they could directly lend some of that strength to the upper realms beyond simply sending cultivators through Ascension. Lev had 100 seeds in individual boxes, carefully sealed. Storage bags couldn't properly transfer between realms, as they ran off the wrong kind of energy. Some would simply cease functioning, while others would be destroyed. Either way, it wasn't useful. The natural place for Lev to start was Xianxia, but if his efforts were successful, it would be too obvious. Even if it took a century to grow to any reasonable size, whatever he planted would still be notable. If nothing else, it would raise too many questions. So Lev was working in a plot of land on a nice planet in the center south of the Scarlet Alliance's territory. Myris was the planet's name, and it was filled with wild and vicious beasts. None strong enough to threaten Lev, even weakened, but he had some helpers to keep him safe just in case. "It's good to see you again, Fuzz," Lev commented. They had met unintentionally at more or less the true beginnings of their journeys. Both had nearly died to the same parasitic moss. One had grown to use fire, and the other focused on plants. Funny how that worked out. Though Fuzz's choices were probably based on hanging out with the Order of 100 Stars. Not that they'd been called that at the time. Fuzz growled in a manner that was both friendly and aggressive. "Nothing will harm your hide, tree friend. My mate and I will keep you safe." Spikes hadn't been able to stop sniffing Leviticus. He still smells strange. "Not ascending will do that, I suspect," Lev shrugged. Choosing a location for a tree, he expected to be multiple kilometers tall with a canopy wider than that wasn't a simple task. Lev circled the planet a few times before stopping to check out another location that felt good. It wasn't that he was being casual about things, but at a certain point feelings were more important for cultivators than what they could necessarily express with words. In the end, Lev determined there was no reason to plant just one. He had extra seeds for a reason. He fully expected some to be dug up and consumed. They would be nutritious and intriguing, filled with lower energy as they were. Lower energy was useful for cultivators to properly develop, but did upper energy provide the same benefits for those who mainly cultivated lower energy? That was a question he had to answer. Anton couldn't, because of his special circumstances. Otherwise, the man would have bound at least a few stars in the upper realm centuries ago. Lev's results were mixed. When the seeds weren't eaten, they rotted. He either put too much energy or too little. Or the ambient upper energy was throwing off his efforts to jumpstart the growth of the seeds. But Lev didn't grow discouraged. He didn't need 100 successes. He just needed one. And he was sure that somewhere among these seeds he'd get another survivor like the one on Vicesta. He didn't need one to grow big and strong immediately. It just had to live so that it could reach those great heights eventually. This was a long-term plan, like everything he did as a cultivator these days. That happened when you lived many centuries and didn't even feel old. Lev sighed when he saw another seed split by some sort of razor-toothed squirrel. However, despite the damage, the seed still appeared alive. He decided to put it back in the ground and spend some time with that one. Maybe it would come to nothing, but he had a good feeling. Creating a device for a specific purpose could be an endless pursuit, continually making tweaks until perfection was achieved. Sometimes it would reach closer to that perfection, and sometimes it would drift away. However, the Energy Negation Project kept records of their theoretical success rates. The project might have continued for another few decades, if it could. But while they had time, it clearly wasn't unlimited. The energy filtering between Katerina and Timothy was growing more unstable. The fact that they had survived for so long without very much obvious buildup of damage was already extraordinary. And Katerina's methods were clearly not meant to be a permanent thing. They were an improvised solution for a situation she no doubt had only considered a few times. "Well, this is it," Corallo said. "It's really ugly." It looked kind of like a crown made of spikes, except it was 3 meters across. Even the formation markings weren't really elegant. Large cords connected every which way, connecting necessary energy to the device while containing it so that it would not influence the flow between the couple. "If Timothy complains we did not give it an aesthetic coating of paint," Uzan said, "then I will ask Katerina to tell him the risk factors." "I think it looks nice," Chitty said. "Very, colorful. And visual?" He shrugged. He had a vague awareness of the shape of certain pieces of the device, but he'd never interacted with it as a whole. And as it very specifically didn't respond to energy, he couldn't feel it at all. Once it activated, no matter how much shielding it had, he would be able to sense its shape. And hopefully he could follow the flow of energy just in case something went wrong. The long project had made Chitty ever more certain that he could free his parents, but also that the actual project was more likely to be successful. But with him as backup in case something started to go wrong, he didn't think it could be any more survivable considering the circumstances. The chances of death for at least one of them were still over 10%, with long-term injuries being nearly guaranteed, but that was still relatively low. Not that most people would gamble family members on that if they had any other options. "Time for the final checks," Corallo said. "And then, there's no further reason to delay. This is our one shot." Chapter 11:14. Strangely shaped pillars of rare materials were carefully navigated through by a specially prepared robot. Carried in its grasp were Katerina and Timothy, still locked in their endless cycle. Aside from the two of them, there were practically no energy fluctuations in the entire facility, and outside of it there was only empty space. The void itself was not lacking in energy, but it was at a low concentration which was easy to handle. Those present were only those absolutely necessary, with no distractions. They believed the formation would work, but they had unique circumstances and thus hadn't truly been able to test it. But they were ready. Corallo understood how it might look if Katerina died in something designed in large part by him, but what were they going to do? Fire him? He didn't want to be a candidate for Best Formation Master in the Scarlet Alliance. It was easier when he was just her apprentice and the best was obvious. He truly hoped everything worked so he could continue to avoid the public eye. Uzan was just as serious. He liked having a compatriot who saw things from different angles. He leaned more towards pure tech rather than formations, so how they solved the same problem in different ways was a big part of his development. And of course, usually the correct answer was hybrid technology. Chitty was part of the project as well as being the emergency backup plan. He truly hoped he wouldn't have to act, because that would indicate things were already off course. A dark, empty space filled the area around them, not because they couldn't have lights, but because literally any interference might throw things off. And the domination energy they were dealing with came from a light cultivator, so it seemed best to be cautious and minimize the slightest variables. A countdown timer was on the displays in front of all of them. When it reached 0, the systems began pumping energy into the various pieces of their contraption. Webs of energy without type crossed each other, invisible to the naked eye, but extremely clear and bright to those who could sense energy. They connected for but a moment before fading into a dull form. The process in place was ultimately extremely simple, but delicate. It was difficult for even those with the best senses to determine much was happening. At best, they could sense the runes activating and attempting to perform their purpose. The domination energy continued to flow between the pair. Slowly, the various pillars moved closer as gears gradually slid them along a predetermined path. Then there was a moment of resistance, before energy began to spiral outward from between them. The trick was pulling it out of the two without harming their bodies, and without completely disrupting its momentum. Without any relevant defensive energy of their own, they could be completely disintegrated by much weaker energy, let alone domination energy. The exact path it was taking through them was the safest. Chitty was tense, ready to spring forward and stop everything if necessary. The flow was continuing, and he could feel that everything was steady so far. But the process had only just begun. The swirl of energy took only the tiniest strands, spiraling outward to connect to the various pillars and be absorbed. But as minuscule as the amount of energy seemed, the pillars strained and thrummed with effort. Corallo sweated as he kept everything stable. The process seemed to take hours, perhaps it had, as the total quantity of energy was finally measurably diminished. About 2/3 of what remained was within Katerina, with the mass flowing towards Timothy. The cycle continued back and forth, with each wave pulling away just a little bit. Then suddenly the drain accelerated. Light filled the room, bringing with it intense heat a moment later. Chitty was already moving, but the single step he had to take was further than he anticipated. Explosions flared as his sword cut in a sweeping arc. He took control of the flow of energy as much as he could, trying to damp its vigor. A moment later, Chitty could only sense Corallo and Uzan. The surrounding formations were burnt out. He reached forward carefully with one hand, his pulse and breath the only feedback in his ears. His fingers touched soft hair, but it began to pull away. Chitty lunged forward, grabbing his mother and father. Their positions had been held by unnatural forces, and the sudden relaxation of their muscles caused them to fall out of the setup around them. There was a slight wheeze, then a cough from the other side. "I'll assume it's supposed to be dark," Katerina said slowly. "I don't know how long it has been, but try to keep us in a low-energy environment." Her head slumped, but Chitty could now hear two more bodies around him. It was a tense time as the two were transformed to the same intentionally mundane hospital that Chitty had contained in. It was a tense time, not knowing if and when they might actually wake. It could take years, or decades. Then before anyone could make Chitty go home, Timothy woke after just 3 days. He didn't make any sorts of dramatic motions, simply opening his eyes. "Good morning, boys," he smiled slightly, looking at Chitty and Yuval both. The latter would likely have been too much for the hospital's restrictions if not for Chitty's presence, as he was far from a little kid. Though as far as cultivators went in the upper realms, barely 3 centuries was still considered on the younger end. The two of them threw themselves forward, hugging him tightly. His own grip was weak, but he didn't complain at their enthusiasm. "It's been so long," Yuval said. "I was out for less than half this long," Chitty agreed, pulling away. "Is that so?" Timothy said. "I feel strangely empty." He looked down at himself, and wrinkly. Chitty frowned. "I suppose that happens when your body is overwhelmed by foreign energy for a few decades." "Oh, in that case, I'd say I don't look bad at all." He sighed. "Still tired, though." "Your mother?" "Just next to you," Yuval said, gesturing past him. Timothy turned and nodded. "Good." Then he fell back to sleep. A day later, a very similar situation happened with Katerina, and 2 days after that both of them were awake together and at least somewhat active, though they still remained in their beds. "Should we get you outside?" Chitty asked. "So you can get some energy in you? Would that help with your recovery?" The doctors weren't sure, and because of your request. "No," Katerina said. "We'll stay here. In fact, we'd appreciate you remaining around." Timothy shook his head. "I'll go with what she said. I think I could probably start drawing an upper energy. I'd be a bit sore, but I'd probably recover in a year or two. Maybe a bit more or less." He smiled at Katerina. "But you don't think that's the right option?" Katerina nodded, taking some time to think through her following words. "We survived domination energy for quite some time. With some rest, we could certainly go back to how we were." "You see how she is," Timothy chuckled. "Though honestly, I feel like I've had a few insights on my own." Yuval frowned. "You think you can become a domination cultivator?" "Maybe," Timothy shrugged. "No," Katerina said. Chitty raised an eyebrow. "And what does that mean?" Katerina crossed her arms. "Domination isn't for me." "I wouldn't take you for the type to give up," Chitty said. so I still need an explanation. Well, Katerina said slowly, it wouldn't really be that different from domination. Probably. Without clear guidance from domination cultivators on that, there's still a lot of speculation that I'm not any closer to confirming. Can you get me a tablet? I need to write some notes. No energy? Chitty asked. Katerina nodded. Katerina stopped only to eat. Simple foods, and in some ways more expensive for being devoid of energy. That actually took special preparation within the Scarlet Alliance, since there was usually no reason for it. Chitty was happy to sleep near them as an energy negation device. It took only a slight effort to expand his control where there was already very little energy. He had quite a bit of speculation about what Katerina might intend, but even reading over her shoulder he couldn't comprehend all of it. Unsurprisingly, it involved formations. Her speed of input was far slower than Chitty was used to, but that was not surprising without access to energy. Her brain would be operating at a standard level, at best. There was likely lingering damage in various ways. There, Katerina eventually said, after a week. That's a good outline. What do you think? She held it out to Chitty. I value your opinion as someone progressing on an alternate path. Oh, when did you get so blank? I've been like this the whole time, Chitty pointed out. I already discussed it with Dad. Well, I missed it, Katerina admitted. Would you say you're domination equivalent? I don't know, Chitty admitted. I do know there's more progress for me to make in negation, but it did work at least on the free domination energy at the end. Oh yes, about that, I assume we won? I vaguely recall something like that. There's a holiday and everything, Chitty said. Also, the council really wants you guys to be healthy, so you can accept medals and stuff. Tell them I'm busy. Chitty shrugged. It wasn't his problem. As for actually consulting his mother on her plans, he did his best. He admired her intentions to not complicate things by absorbing more energy at the moment. But what she wanted to do with formations was in a very different direction than what he'd personally done within himself. He figured she'd probably do fine though. People didn't just call her a genius for nothing. A curious beaver moved to sniff a tree. The bark appeared quite tasty and full of energy. It gave a little nibble. Then something wrapped around its waist and yanked it up into the air, holding it upside down. Without the benefit of the right sorts of limbs, all it could do was flail helplessly, which only invited the branch to squeeze more tightly. Lev only nodded, content that another one was growing nicely. It was barely 5 meters tall, but the earliest stages were the hardest. With a bit of nurturing, he could see it growing to overshadow all of the surrounding trees. He was tempted to give it some more space by removing some unwanted competitors, but he wanted these to grow big and strong on their own. Coddling them wouldn't be a good idea. That was fine for garden plants and crops, but not so much for towering monuments of cultivation. Besides, the grasping willow could probably tear down surrounding trees itself soon enough. They didn't do that for others of their kind, as they shared nutrients with each other, but they occasionally reacted to touching other branches in extreme manners, flailing around and clearing the area around them. In the early stages, there was probably no conscious thought involved. Even the original grandfather willow was at best a primitive intelligence, but the few sorts of active movements the trees could accomplish were quite effective. The tree looked quite different from what he was used to. The proportions were different, stouter, rather than growing tall. That included the branches, normally whip-thin but now thicker. A little less flexible, but sturdy. It seemed that was what was required to grow in upper energy. Of his 100 seeds, there were only about 10 that had survived to this point. There could have been a few more if he knew how to promote them properly, but if he knew that it wouldn't be a learning exercise. The largest remaining question was whether it was safe for him to bond with one. Lev thought the answer was yes. The various specimens were rather weak at the moment, so he wouldn't be any stronger than an integration cultivator if it came down to it, but perhaps in the future he could fight in the upper realms, though he'd need to be certain first, and of course have trees in the right places. Inconvenient, especially since not everyone wanted to manage grasping willows, though they did have some ascenders that would do just fine taking care of them. Even if they hadn't gone down the path of assimilation, they could still appreciate the origins of their techniques. Chapter 11:15. Travel between the upper and lower realms was still limited, though no longer was the primary reason a lack of appropriate vessels. They were able to produce them at a slow but steady rate. However, they limited themselves to a certain level because of other factors. Specifically, the need to keep them secret. The distance between the lower realms and the Scarlet Alliance was significant, and with the great powers poking their heads into the Scarlet midfields, once more they were making it more difficult to avoid them. More circuitous routes had to be taken to maintain their safety. Losing a few ships wouldn't matter. It would be inconvenient if the hostile factions could transport their people safely to the lower realms at any point, but it wouldn't be in significant quantity even if they replicated the technology. The largest actual risk was them making a connection between the Scarlet Alliance and the lower realms, because they could certainly organize more than a handful of sects and a single domination cultivator to act against them, given the repeated humiliations they had suffered. Of course, the current extent of their secrecy was already in question. The rank and file of the imbued fragments had not been aware why they were involved in the attack, but there wasn't much reason for them to do so except the events in the lower realms. Long-term investigations of the combined sect were still underway to reveal their motives. Humans were fascinating. Crossed Antini strongly believed that. In her mind, she lumped in all the people of Acaris into that category. Energy cultivators, for the most part, aside from rarities like Nthanda, who still had some energy of her own. Her royal guard had learned much from cultivators, and Crossed Antini had picked up a few snippets here and there. But she was uninterested in poisons, or of making her jaws cut more sharply than they ought to. Despite what her closest sister seemed to think, Void Ant Queens weren't meant for battle. It was merely the case that any who lived long enough could grow to suit it. Despite having no interest in learning anything in particular, Crossed Antini still paid attention to all the humans around her for purposes other than spying. And she finally understood the passion her royal guard had. It hadn't come all at once. The first time she'd seen the techniques of the spirit slicing sect, she found them functional but unnecessary. After all, void ants could naturally devour energy. They didn't need a technique to do anything of the sort. But Runa did far more than simply prevent energy from going point to point. She also negated the connection to energy beyond in a way that void ants only achieved by coincidence. Small strands of cultivators' connections to their techniques would naturally slip from the grasp of a hungry void ant as they tried to protect that all-important connection. And for Crossed Antini, that didn't really matter. If a technique even could threaten her, she could devour enough of what was directly in front of her to effectively negate it. But that wouldn't protect humans, or young void ants who were still susceptible to sufficiently powerful energy. So cutting off the connection was interesting. She tried her best to figure it out on her own, though her training partners were quite limited in variety and she could never quite get it. So she did the only obvious thing. She asked about it. Runa, can you teach me how to perform that technique? Can I? Runa raised an eyebrow. Can void ants even use techniques like that? It also uses void steel's properties and certain insights. I suppose the energy isn't strictly necessary. Crossed Antini nodded. It's mainly for mobility, correct? The attack needs to be swift and precise. But obviously void steel isn't augmented by the energy. That's the whole point. I suppose I might be able to teach you. I know some of your people have gained certain insights, but I'm not sure if I should. Of course, it is a secret of your sect. That's true, Runa agreed. But that's not the only reason. I taught Velvet, after all, but I don't know you as well. Give me time to think about it. Runa also intended to contact Velvet to ask if there was any reason she shouldn't teach Crossed Antini. Because Velvet should have been able to do it herself, right? Runa had developed a friendship with the Void Ant, but it was nothing like the longer-term connection to her other friend. She was willing to trust the Void Ants on Velvet's word in general, but this was a unique situation. Obviously, she wouldn't be telling Crossed Antini the true reason for the delay, though. A dozen tiny ants marched in formation, carrying equally tiny components to a circuit board and placing them in. It was surprisingly inefficient. Julie could have put them in by hand more rapidly one at a time with tweezers, if she needed to avoid using energy. Or if the parts weren't energy sensitive, she could just pop them all in at once. And if she took the time to set up the parts so that the void ants could be more efficient, she was just using more of her own time. Sometimes inefficiency was fine, though. There were certain goals she had that revolved around things like this. It wasn't her intention to make some sort of void ant assembly line. She could set up an actual assembly line far more easily. But they might want to have one. Though actually, they might also set up a real assembly line more easily in the long run. Julie's main problem was, intended entirely without malice, that most void ants were uneducated. Oh, they learned to sign and could often read, but aside from queens that tended to learn history and other more complex things, they tended to just stop. And why not? To them, there wasn't any reason to have further knowledge. They weren't going to improve their lifestyle. All of them worked and got fed. None of them had luxuries. At best, these void ants were the ones with all of the luxuries, as much upper energy as they wanted to consume. They didn't have beds or fancy entertainment, not even the queens. Their entertainment was all social, what little of it they had, though that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The ability to be fulfilled without much was actually quite admirable. There were a few void ants that were exceptions. Some of the royal guards got into various cultivation things, and their training was their primary source of entertainment. That wasn't odd for cultivators, though. It was kind of like an obsession. Julie understood that very well. It was why she wasn't bothered that none of the void ants seemed to care what she was doing. Even though the project could eventually benefit them, they didn't seem to find it necessary. The ultimate goal being for void ants to be able to construct their own technology for necessary things, like space travel and long-range communication. Honestly, those were the only things they actually seemed to need. They could construct functional colonies anywhere, whether humans made things easier or not. Their metabolisms were efficient enough that a modest supply of food they farmed themselves paired with the local energy of any planet they would actually choose to live on would be sufficient. But Julie couldn't help but think it was a waste of potential. What if void ants could carry tiny weapons? There were a few pure tech things that were dangerous to cultivators. She didn't know how to compact them small enough to be carried by a void ant just yet, but she was figuring it out. She sent a whole ton of questions to people back in the Scarlet Alliance on the regular. Half of the questions she answered herself before a reply came, but even then there was great insight added to what she knew, and the other half cleared many things up. She still had so much to learn. A few centuries simply was not enough to learn everything. Some people said it was impossible to actually accomplish given any length of time, given what different people produced. Uzin said not to let that slow her down. He figured he only needed to learn 2 or 3 times faster to keep up with all of the most important advancements in tech. That did mean Julie needed to learn something like hundreds of times faster if she wanted to know everything, even if she theoretically matched Uzin's speed of comprehension, which she doubted, and that it was probably inefficient to be inventing her own new fields of study at the same time in void ant-built tech. But if she had an infinite amount of time, she could learn everything. Unless the infinities didn't line up, but rather than accepting that the wouldn't all she had to do was make them. That was what being a cultivator was all about. Julie looked at some new schematics. These weren't for sharing, but for her personal edification. New plastic materials and their properties. Obviously not common plastic, but something outside of the standard cultivator understanding of the world could actually be quite useful. Those distracted her for a few hours, but it didn't seem likely that void ants would work with those materials any better than anything else. The biggest issue was that they didn't have hands. Though if she could set up something from which they could build basic parts with their limitations, including another machine, then they could really get going. And maybe one of these void ants would be the one to actually make use of that. They didn't indicate much interest, but they also kept showing up even though it was entirely voluntary. Though that might have been just because they were allies and void ants were helpful. Misai wished he could have been present to see the formation that freed Katerina and Timothy, or that he was in the Central Scarlet Alliance to learn from her or Corallo, or someone another step or two down the line. But the amount of access he had for personal study was already quite great. Between his sister and himself, they could probably learn everything. Probably. But if not, he'd at least be a useful backup in case something catastrophic happened in the Scarlet Alliance and wiped out the top 100 or 1,000 formation masters. Not that he thought that was likely. Katerina herself dying was fairly likely up until a few years before, though, until they had completed that project. And once someone died, all the information in their head was gone, or at least in any useful way. And Misai had studied brain scans from all sorts of people through various different methods. If nothing else, Cultivation insights were etched on the soul or something. It wasn't like people could reincarnate with memories if brains were a key part of that. There was something more to it. Did souls fall under formations? Maybe not. Certainly not tech, but there was a lot of middle ground for Misai and Julie to scoop up together. Though he wasn't part of the chaotic conglomeration, nor was he planning to stay forever, Misai still planned to bolster them as much as possible. The Exalted Quadrant probably wasn't going to stop making a fuss just because a Domination cultivator died. In fact, just like before, it would probably result in them ramping up aggression in various ways. To that end, good formations were needed to stop them, but not ones they could easily steal and turn back against the chaotic conglomeration. He had to make some assumptions on what certain sects would know and who would end up where. Or he could just let the conglomeration be responsible for what they did with their knowledge and succeed or screw up on their own merits. But he preferred to support them since he was currently living among them, at least for another few decades, maybe a century or two. But he would be going back to the Scarlet Alliance. They were still the ones supporting him even at a distance. And it was nice to know that they cared about him, unlike most of the chaotic conglomeration. Chapter 11:16. A bowstring released, shooting an arrow made of light into a star. Far away, an arrow shot out of another star. If someone had been able to observe both locations at once, they might have been impressed, but Anton wasn't. It wasn't getting any better. At the moment, he was more or less just telling the second star to shoot an arrow of energy. The initial arrow dropping into the star in front of him didn't matter at all. Unfortunately, Anton wasn't sure if it was a conceptual issue or something he actually couldn't do. Though he was a proponent of the idea that there was very little a cultivator couldn't do with the right knowledge or enough power. Perhaps they could do anything in theory. That didn't mean every cultivator could potentially do everything. Each individual had their own personality, environment, thought processes. What they could accomplish might not be the same as others who practiced their same cultivation method, no matter how closely all parties followed the core of the method. That was the nebulous idea of talent and affinity. Anton wasn't even quite certain what he was trying to do. Was it spatial manipulation? Energy entanglement? Ultimately, it was to be another method to extend his range. Situations like taking down Suden weren't just going to present themselves to him. Normally, his range was far less without some sort of conduit like the tides of the world. The actual conduits were within himself more than within his bound stars. Maybe he would have to shoot through himself. That was not something Anton would be attempting. It simply didn't feel right to him, regardless of whether it was something that could be accomplished. He was quite aware of how few stars he had bound compared to the region around him. That was why he was pushing towards the next step. Exactly how long it would take was uncertain, but potentially soon, within the next century, or it could be a handful. No longer than that, if he was successful. Anton hated to compare himself to Everheart, but it could be at a vaguely similar age that the man reached domination. It was a shame the old geezer hadn't returned to the lower realms. A man like that was never off guard, always knowing everything. But Anton's alternate path had clearly been very confusing to the man. Most likely he'd built up his knowledge on that topic now. Even his advancement to domination might have been non-typical, though the man still kept an air of mystery around him, so their information was limited. Several more shots into the star, which Anton attempted to replicate at the other end. They just never came out so snappy. Probably because they weren't really doing anything. Perhaps he should have focused on his other methods that already worked, but he wanted something more instantaneous. And there was no reason he couldn't have both methods. Maybe Three Squeaks would have some insights. The tiny archer was a great student, and he'd been around long enough that Anton couldn't just assume he knew everything Three Squeaks did. Yes, it would be good to visit. And then he could focus on something besides archery training for a while. Though, of course, he wasn't going to take a day off. He'd just limit himself to a set amount. The number of populated planets the Lower Realms Alliance found once they committed to going to every star was both quite high and yet extremely limited. Most people they found had not expanded to space travel. Those that had were mostly constrained to their systems. Estimates ranged between one civilization for every few hundred stars, going as infrequent as one per 5,000, which would still be quite a large number over the whole region, merely numbering in the hundreds instead of thousands. But split among the whole population of the Lower Realms Alliance, Even if they had found them all at once, it wouldn't take all that long to contact each and everyone. Properly, of course. It wouldn't take long after finding them to send a single ship or a probe, but it was important to make a good impression. If they strictly wanted the best impression, they would probably send Erona. But that was a lot of distance to cover for one person, and it would reveal a rather limited picture of their alliance. Of course, she still did spend most of her time traveling from one place to another. Half the time she had Devon with her, though it wasn't so much for safety as for companionship. She was strong enough to survive on her own, even if she wasn't much of a fighter. She could at the very least keep herself from being attacked or flee. She had a good ship for that. And as an enrichment cultivator, even if she was very much not focused on combat, she could easily take down life transformation cultivators. The only danger would be if there were those on alternate paths, but even then she would be able to detect aggression long before she was actually in danger. Her methods were a little less personal than they had once been, at least for the very first contact. What she would do was gently blanket the target planet in her energy. Then she effectively introduced herself and asked a bunch of questions. The answers were provided more by her technique than any individual. It wasn't mind reading so much as an advanced level of insight. After her peaceful greeting, indicating she came from another system in the lower realms, she asked her first question. How did people feel about people from the upper realms? Whether the general consensus was hostility, servility, or a mix, she could interpret that to determine if they were occupied, planted by the exalted quadrant, or had been recently invaded. She kept to the western territory and thus anticipated no interaction with the Trigold cluster. After that, she would mix up her questions. If people had a negative attitude towards the upper realms, she would try to determine how they felt about the idea of her. If people were amenable or even neutral, she would try to determine if they were unified or not. That was important, because she wanted to set up in-person meetings where she could really talk, and if various different people thought they were the most important, she had to determine how to meet with them all. Sometimes people would meet together, others might not coexist in the same room as others, in which case, she had to pick an order, one that would least offend those she didn't wish to offend. If certain factions were amenable to meet, assessing their relative strength was important. She could meet with them secretly if they were weak, or openly if they were strong. But there were always worries about what others would think and how they would react. But to Erona, that was just how things were done. It was the flow of cultivation. Just like others engage themselves in combat, creation, bureaucracy, or any number of other fields, her area was diplomacy. So she was not timid with her choices. After all, showing up and then pondering her decisions for too long also sent a message. Only occasionally did she worry about causing a war of some sort. Once or twice, she suggested the Alliance support a certain faction, at least defensively. Other times, things were so entangled that the planet or system had to be left alone with the bare knowledge that others were out there. Long-term observation might be the only solution to a peaceful coexistence in the future. And sometimes the planets were in part or in whole controlled by the exalted quadrant factions, and she had to assess their combat potential for others to deal with. Erona didn't like that, but she took solace in the fact that the rest of the Alliance didn't either. If they ever grew to enjoy battle more than they ought to, then their alliance might be failing in its core tenets. Not that there couldn't be a certain satisfaction to be gained in securing safety, just leaving them wasn't an option. The upper realms had shown time and again that they were not willing to leave them alone. Repeated invasions and sending their lower realms minions to cause chaos. And Erona could always count on people like Devon to extract the innocents from such places. There were rarely ever situations where all the people were of one mind. Even the actual hive minds within the Alliance had different thoughts on things, both between hive minds and within them. Far too often, Erona found a certain pattern. It had been discovered by Anton before her, but it was a truth that held on all scales. It was a pattern that appeared in anything from realm to realm all the way to between systems, planets, countries, cities, or individual people. Conflict between neighbors caused not by irreconcilable differences, but by a lack of resources or the threat of a third party or both. Fortunately, the invasion at the end of the last cycle had not been too devastating as the upper realms had focused on the problem areas, but there were still worlds rebuilding. Tenaune and Shren were the prime examples, though there were more. neighboring planets that had been part of a greater whole, and that had had enough for their people. The devastation from the upper realms left them resistant to others and desperate for scraps stolen from their own brethren. Erona thought she was pretty good at handling those situations, though unfortunately she couldn't carry enough food to feed one or two worlds with her. Thus, there were occasionally immediate issues she had trouble resolving, and other times she coordinated an exchange of necessities between opposite sides of the planet that the locals simply couldn't accomplish because they couldn't circumnavigate a planet in minutes. She was always happy to resolve problems. Yet for every number of places that she had a peaceful resolution, sometimes things would only be resolved with war, either letting them settle their differences through violence or having the alliance participate directly. Erona wished she could just force everyone to stop, but even if she knocked out the entire planet, something beyond her abilities, they wouldn't suddenly change their minds. They'd just add her as another threat. Alright, so there was once or twice that overwhelming a group of people had cowed them enough to actually listen. But more often than not, it just annoyed them. It might have been better if she slaughtered some, given the violence that was core to older cultivator philosophies. Sometimes, a show of strength in the wrong way didn't accomplish what she might want. Though the vast majority of cases were peaceful, others still existed. She hated to bring war to the Alliance in what could have been a time of peace, but having the option of when and how to engage was very useful for their alliance. They could afford to wait a few years while resolving one thing or another, and a single planet or a small cluster of systems simply couldn't stand up to the forces the alliance could send. Even if it took a great amount of resources to go 100 or 150 light-years, everyone agreed it was better than letting the groups grow more powerful. And the only conflicts that were truly unavoidable were when the Exalted Quadrant controlled planets either directly or through subterfuge. Rather than thinking of it as going to war with them, it was more like continuing an ongoing war that they had started and perpetuated. Independent groups simply wouldn't be able to cause them trouble for decades, and that was if they developed long-distance space travel rapidly. Some of those were left alone for later, when someone like Erona or others who could assess a planet as a whole could come back and determine if the general sentiment had shifted somehow. Even with cultivators' long lives, it happened. Chapter 11:17. Chaos was where Everheart thrived. That was why he did his best to foment more of it. Though, of course, he didn't want continual chaos. He was only one man, sometimes thousands or more of one man, but the point was that he did need some downtime. There were all sorts of things he needed to do with all the resources he picked up. After all, Zorbarid's death was something he had been prepared for, unlike Suden. Thus, he had been on site shortly after, running into the area about the time the Scarlet Alliance was running away, and they left behind so much of value. Everheart was annoyed they had apparently destroyed most of the Citadel itself. He hadn't actually been close enough to tell what they were doing until after he was certain Zor was quite dead. Was it technically the correct choice? Probably. Even if the chance was low that Zor could somehow revive himself from shattered remains of the Citadel, it wasn't nothing. Though it would have been once Everheart got his hands on it. But in the shattered remains of the Citadel's core planet, they left behind a perfectly good chunk of world heart. Maybe they didn't think it would fit in their ship, but it wasn't like leaving that behind would save a planet that had been turned inside out. The planet was dead, so regardless of their morals, it was now just material. He dug through the rubble of the planet and swept up any books he could. Most likely they were things he already had, but duplicates didn't hurt. And there could be a few things. Zor's personal notes were likely on the man himself, and his real body had been attacking the Alliance. They probably wouldn't survive his death, but the man might have stolen some useful details to teach his sect. Then there was Rahayu. The man didn't speak much, but when he volunteered to do something Everheart knew there was a good reason. His reasons this time were clear enough. If it wasn't Shakir, what else could it be? It would have been to retrieve her sword, if she had one. But somehow she transcended that. Everheart had no personal investment in using his blood as a weapon, and he didn't have enough devotion to any weapon path to replicate the same thing. It's a shame when the apprentice dies before the master, isn't it? Everheart commented. Rahayu shrugged. Rather than uncaring callousness, Everheart chose to interpret the man's actions differently. Perhaps it was that Shakir had no longer been his apprentice for centuries, and that sword cultivators of their type didn't seem to care about death in the same manner. Everheart didn't really get it, but they seemed to see dying in battle as somehow both inevitable and correct. The swordmaster moved unerringly towards a certain point. Then he swung his sword, cutting the flipped planet in half again. His arms didn't stop, slicing the planet into numerous pieces. Though his energy didn't linger, so the planet simply settled back into its same mass. "If you were looking for her arm," Everheart commented, "I do believe it ended up leaving with them last time." "Just testing something," Rahayu said. He then moved out to a lonely point in space. His sword didn't cut through a planet consecutively there, and indeed his energy didn't go beyond the edge of his blade, but Everheart thought there was something equally profound. "I need to fight Chitty someday." "Well, don't go starting a war with the Scarlet Alliance. They seem quite good at killing domination cultivators." Obviously, Everheart had plans for what would happen if they came after him. He wasn't going to foolishly play by their rules, attacking their well-fortified capital system. But his main plans were to just avoid them because it wasn't beneficial. "He'll want to fight me as well," Rahayu said. "I'm sure we can arrange for a spar through Vari," Everheart said. Rahayu shook his head. "No, it will be real when the time is right." If Everheart was talking about the time being right, he would be looking at something like an ambush or cleaning up after a battle. Just because he could fight and defeat people head-on didn't mean he was going to risk that. Rahayu probably meant something more profound. Maybe the two of them would wander off to an isolated system by instinct. Everheart wouldn't put it past them, despite claiming no foretelling abilities. Trying to carve out a small divot shouldn't have made Katarina's hands hurt, but it did. She had also been finding random wounds on her arms, blood trickling down. She was worried she had some sort of mysterious illness or lingering side effects from her trials. Visiting a proper medical practitioner revealed to her the awful truth. Everything she was experiencing was normal. That happened when people got older. And without her energy maintaining her body, it was beginning to revert to something more resembling a non-cultivator. It was awful. Nobody should have to live like that. Getting old was way worse than Anton had described it. Fortunately, nobody did have to live like this. At the very least, cultivators who grew old while still having their energy were more functional. Probably. Katarina didn't exactly have a large cohort of people who weren't constantly improving in cultivation. "Do all of your joints hurt?" Katarina asked Timothy after slowly limping her way back from the lab. "All the time," he confirmed. "It's much harder to swing a sword, and I can barely lift my armor. But if I don't move, I feel even worse." "This is my fault," Katarina said. Timothy shook his head. "You shouldn't blame yourself for keeping us alive. I didn't have to suggest we stay like this." "And I didn't have to agree," Timothy shrugged. "I trust your insights." "I'm so close," Katarina sighed. "But I feel like I've been saying that for the last decade. I'm worried. I don't have a plan for you." Timothy looked far into the distance. "I've experienced domination energy in battle, and I've felt it flowing through me for quite a long time. I don't think I can be any more familiar. I have my own plans. They're actually quite a bit like your own." "Formations?" Katarina tilted her head. Timothy chuckled. "Oh no, not at all. I was referring to the solar platforms. The teleportation pads. They draw a great quantity of power from the stars. Their barriers are quite powerful. I think that would fit me quite well." "Just like that?" Katarina asked. "You don't want to make any modifications?" "Nope. But what if it improves your chances? Just a little bit?" Timothy smiled. "Do you think I would intentionally leave you after all this? Your style is to take care of all the fine details. I just do what I must. I don't intend to die, you know? Protecting people. It's not just about keeping my allies from being injured, you know? I'm perfectly aware of how you would feel if I sacrificed myself. So I have to be strong enough to not get wounded myself." He looked down at his hands covered in new scars. "These don't count. My skin tempering is wearing out just about as fast as yours." "I'm not going to live if you don't," Katarina said. "I don't think. Chitty and Yuval don't need me. The Alliance, while they have my loyalty, wouldn't be enough reason to stay. So you have to live." Timothy frowned. "I could say the same to you, which very much lowers our overall chances. Though there is one thing we need to do to improve our chances." "What's that?" Katerina asked. Make an announcement, Timothy pointed out. Say exactly when and where we will be advancing, or at least when, because domination is even more devotion-based than anything else before it. We need the support of our people. I doubt that Everheart invited people just for fun, you know? Well, it was probably also to harm their dignity, Katerina shrugged. But I see your point, which means I need to lock in a plan. I could keep striving for perfection forever, just one more day. But I already know that I might be lowering my chances, especially if our bodies weaken too much. Don't worry, Timothy said. Your insights are good. Being like this, devoid of energy, will provide us great opportunities. He didn't mention the possibility that they might instead be overwhelmed by energy and get annihilated. That was possible for anyone trying to advance to domination. Saying whether it was more or less likely in their cases was a bit difficult. 5 years, Katerina said. No, 7. 4, Timothy said. Unless you want to invite other domination cultivators to watch. Do you think that would improve our chances? Well, that depends on whether they want to kill us, Timothy said flatly. How's your relationship with Everheart? Volatile. Katerina thought for a few moments. Yeah, I'm not up for letting any domination cultivators enter our borders. Even Ratna. How about we arrange for the announcement to be secret? We'll only tell the people we trust. That's hardly publicizing it. And then a few months before the date, we'll tell a few other people and inform them of how very secret it is, Katerina continued. Nothing travels faster than secrets. And I say this fully intending to anchor myself to a teleportation network. Ants in the chaotic conglomeration will probably hear it by morning, Timothy agreed. I'm sure the council will be glad to hear our announcement as well. Everyone's waiting for someone to go first, and they're hoping we'll succeed to guide them, but they can also learn from our failures. Sounds about right. So the real question is, which one of us is going to be the first domination cultivator from the Scarlet Alliance? I think we'll leave that for others to speculate on. I don't know about you, Timothy grimaced, but I don't think having your example of success would inspire me in the right way. I'd be more nervous about potential failure. And then I'd think about how being nervous would cause me to lower my chances. There's no recovering from that spiral. So, I think we should aim for the same time. And we won't be around for everyone to yell at us if we totally destroy the teleportation network, Katerina agreed. A good plan. This is better than trying to bind to the grand spatial distortion formation too. I feel like that would feel too much like saying, look at me, I'm the Scarlet Alliance. Or you could act like you're giving it a big hug, Timothy pointed out. Sheltering the Alliance. Well, I'm sure that would work for you, Katerina admitted. But personally, I'd rank myself no higher than 3rd or 4th in terms of spatial insights in this family. And I couldn't help but approach it from that angle. I did think about anchoring Xianxia, though, since we awakened the old formations and all that. What made you change your mind? Timothy asked. Too limited. The teleportation network can expand. That's actually an interesting point. I don't know if the Citadel of Exalted Light ever got added on to, however. Well, maybe Zor was an idiot. I don't think it's fair to say that having not yet reached domination, Timothy said. Perhaps there's a perfectly reasonable limitation about immutability or something. All right, Katerina agreed. I'll hold my judgment for after 5 years. Timothy shot her a look. 4 years from now. And maybe a few months? We can look for an auspicious date in a several-month range around 4 years from now, Timothy agreed. It could even be a little early. Katerina's face twitched as she looked down at her fingers. Do you have to carve the changes yourself? I do. Requisition some super mundane tools, like Chitty's sword. Good plan. And wear gloves. Chapter 11:18. Nobody had a worse view for his parents' own advancement than Chitty. Technically, his perspective was tied with the vast majority of people in the system, but for someone who could have been close enough to actually watch it was pretty limited. He would be getting secondary replications of energy signatures, and that was it. And he wouldn't actually be able to see, because he couldn't. It was better to be somewhat disappointed at missing out than have any risk of causing something to go wrong. This wouldn't be a process where his parents could back down, so they needed as clear of a flow of energy as they could. With Chitty's inner formations meant to negate energy flow, even if he wasn't intentionally entering a state of negation, he could be a confounding factor. So he waited nervously, trying not to think about the odds of a double success. Timothy and Katerina shared looks. They could feel devotion pouring into them from all around. Devotion they had been rejecting along with all forms of energy. Any words they had to exchange had been said long before, and two people could not be so close for centuries without going beyond the need for words most of the time regardless. Not that they didn't enjoy hearing each other's voices, even as they changed with age. They moved with the confidence necessary to become a domination cultivator. If they weren't confident, they would have given up before they got so far. Unless they were truly foolish, and even cultivation couldn't select out certain sorts of fools. If it were practical, they might not have chosen to be observed. But the Alliance watching was literally going to improve their chances. It seemed impossible that they could end up with too much devotion. If they couldn't handle a certain amount of energy, they couldn't handle domination. They approached their chosen positions where they sat back to back in the middle of a solar teleportation platform. Complex runes spiraled out around them, many of which had been recently added by Katerina's own hands. Some were simply carved out painstakingly, while others had been inlaid with expensive materials. There were fillings of world heart, and even some specks of starheart dust that had been obtained through much effort by their allies. Beyond contributing their personal wealth, the Scarlet Alliance had invested heavily in them. In the case of their unfortunate failure, the Alliance would lose out in many ways, but they couldn't afford not to invest in their potential first domination cultivators. Even the sects that were part of the great powers understood that, despite their frequent jockeying for power, the tension around them was palpable, nobody speaking a word. Even though the platform was empty except for them, and thus any sound would have faded into the vacuum of space unless they intentionally projected it. The pair took deep breaths, then began to allow the torrent of devotion to flow into them, absorbing the ambient upper energy and the greater quantities prepared around them in various forms. Symbols began to light up beneath them, only those with the quickest minds able to comprehend the pattern. The order was somewhat abnormal, but that was in part due to Katerina needing the formations to work a specific way at the moment while maintaining their standard effects into the future. If she could have pushed the standard formations onto another layer of reality to reduce complexity, she would have happily done so, though only after spending the effort to figure out how to make it work anyway. Torrents of energy poured into the two of them, but after only a few moments Timothy's eyes opened. "It's not enough." "You're right," Katerina confirmed regretfully. "Our calculations were naive. Do you have a plan?" He paused for a moment. "Not a sane one." Katerina shrugged. "There's no point in doing things by half measures. I certainly don't intend to survive this in any way except advancement. Do you think there will be enough energy for us both?" "Absolutely. If we can convince our friends to give us some help." Timothy stood up, the surge of energy through his body reminding him what it was like. His movement surged, carrying him to the edge several kilometers away. The distance itself wasn't as important as his positioning. He placed his hand on the barrier as he extended his aura. "Uzin, we need more energy. As quickly as possible, and at the greatest rate you can achieve." "I can try to rig our ship's batteries?" Uzin replied cautiously. "I'd suggest shooting us. If you could coordinate the distribution of any high-intensity energy attacks, it would be appreciated." "That barrier won't hold, you know," Corallo commented. "That's what I'm here for," Timothy said. "Moral support. Now quickly." Uzin nodded, sending the impression to Timothy. "God, if you want everything, including the fleets? As quick as you can." A few moments later, an alarm went off all over Xianxia. It was a warning of an incoming attack, telling people to scramble for their ships or to otherwise prepare themselves. All of the augmentation cultivators were near Uzin, watching the event. They each spread their aura, giving commands to those who they were best connected to. "We need every ship with energy-based weapons," Uzin said. "This is not a drill. Kinetic weapons remain on standby." He couldn't know if they would need them, and maybe there would be an actual enemy attack. It wouldn't hurt to have people ready. Alva simply began firing arrows as quickly as she could. Prospero called upon the rest of the Order as he and Hoyt began launching falling stars at the barrier, trusting the assessment of their allies. Tano sighed. Man, I was hoping for a monster. He sort of looked awkwardly at his hands and began flinging his energy toward the platform, something he clearly was not familiar with. His usual method of attack all involved imbuement into physical mediums, and they'd asked for just energy. Everyone understood the true intent. High-intensity energy, but a lack of control was actually preferred. Attacks began to strike the barrier, breaking into free energy which was rapidly absorbed by the two on the platform, as well as the platform itself. That enhanced the barrier, but it could only sustain a certain energy flow before burning out. It didn't take long for them to go beyond the threshold, and the platform was being held together more by Katarina's will than the materials involved in its construction. Timothy focused only on the solidity of the barrier, ignoring the greater complexities at work. There was a record timing on the fleet scrambling. They began to leave atmosphere within 5 minutes, and some reached the orbital platform. They were guided into position, matching velocity with the platform. Then they began to unload their energy attacks, trusting in Timothy and Katarina. Those very acts imbued their energy with greater devotion. It wasn't of exactly the same sort the Citadel of Exalted Light used. Rather than subservience, unity was one of the primary pillars of the Scarlet Alliance. Everyone was pleased to be part of a greater whole, even if they didn't understand exactly how they were contributing at first. But it was fairly clear to them that the rate of absorption from the two was tremendous as they devoured the ambient energy, including what was coming off of the nearby star. At first, they only captured the enemy directly striking the orbital platform. It was close to the star and at great intensity, but as they absorbed more energy they began to reach together, stretching further. If they hadn't spoken to so many star-binding cultivators about the process, they might not have understood how to deal with the turbulence. They were undergoing an entirely different process, but the shared insights were still critical to their success. "Still not enough," Katarina whispered, her words carrying only to her partner whose energy was intertwined with hers. Time for the final push. She released their final components, the traces of domination energy that had been drawn out of the two of them. It was only a small fraction of it that had survived to be drawn into storage containers, and some had been used in various tests. But having an example of what they wanted seemed pertinent. The energy was quite fearsome, but that was not surprising. Energy on its own was simply power, and without the proper intent behind it, danger was expected. The platform around them rippled, moving in ways the material wasn't meant to. It warped and cracked, but Katarina bent it back into place with her will. Everything began to glow white-hot, many materials reaching their melting points, or worse, as excessive amounts of energy flowed through everything, including the two cultivators. It still wasn't enough. But Katarina had one more idea where to get energy. It had already been part of the plan to begin with. The full formation active, Katarina focused on the teleportation properties of the solar platform, reaching out through the wider Scarlet Alliance to draw upon the energy that reached them. The other platforms did not have her personal touch, since she hadn't intended to incorporate any of them right away. They were forcibly connected, activating to send not their inhabitants, but instead nothing at all. A million security protocols were bypassed as pure energy was drawn through. Then everything went white. Chitty was glad that he was down on the planet. He couldn't do something crazy like trying to cut apart the mass of energy around his parents and save them. And while that also meant he couldn't save everyone else around them, it just meant he had to trust them. The energy replication device had already been overloaded long before, and people's screens probably weren't displaying anything of value if he understood anything about sight. But he could feel the energy fluctuations, as if he were standing up against the barrier. The power kept building, and he had no doubt that it could turn into a massive explosion if anything went wrong. Unfortunately, he had no way to tell if it had, as his own path was essentially the opposite. So he waited and did his best to believe at them harder. In theory, that actually helped, though he might be an exception. The platform exploded, or at least the outer layer did. The material simply couldn't handle the power in it. But somehow, everything remained functional. No, Timothy knew. He was only concentrating on the barrier. Clearly the rest had been accomplished by Katarina, but pieces of the platform continued to explode away. Now he could see a hole straight through the solar platform. That had to be bad. But Timothy held the barrier in place. If he didn't, they would be crushed by energy from the outside. Though the energy flowing through him was also somewhat of a problem. As the platform continued to disintegrate, Timothy noticed something odd. He could see holes through it, but he could also very clearly see the formation markings. It was only when the floor beneath him disintegrated that he figured it out. Gravity was pulling him towards the star, with the platform providing its own buoyancy from the incoming energy. And even with nothing beneath his feet, he felt a firm surface even as everything began to peel away. That was intriguing, and it explained something about the material of the citadel. Though Timothy didn't know if fully transparent was better, worse, or simply different. He could see the star now when he looked down, though it wasn't particularly different from before as his eyes had long been overwhelmed. The fact that he could tell the platform was clear was already exceptional, in his opinion. He almost thought it would happen to him too. At the very least, he felt like he should have disintegrated if not transformed into a new material. But he came to realize that wasn't going to happen. He felt a tug on his energy from Katarina and allowed his senses to be drawn far away. Then he realized he was supposed to connect to the other barriers, at least in part. It was far less intense than his connection to the barrier in front of him, handily keeping the attacks from all of Xianxia's forces at bay. His body ached, but rather than being concerned, he was elated, because he hadn't been able to feel anything for a while. And the energy inside him, it was still intense. He would need to get it to settle down, but that was more for the sake of everything else than himself. He managed to catch Katarina's eye, and she smiled. The energy inside her was so intense that he almost missed the familiar elements. The same must have been true of him. Now all they had to do was not screw things up at the final step. He steeled himself, focusing internally while still making sure to keep the barrier intact. The flow of energy was likely still necessary until they finished truly transforming themselves, so he couldn't just ask people to stop. Chapter 11:19. Changes were occurring more rapidly inside Katarina than she could properly comprehend, and that was without considering the effect she was having on the world around her. It was partially instinctual, though in many ways it was informed by what she had learned about domination from others, as well as different cultivation paths. Her path to domination wouldn't look exactly like that of Zorba, nor would it look like Sudan, Karonis, or even Timothy. Despite the fact that he was advancing along with her, even her husband shared different perspectives on the world and on themselves. The aesthetic shift in the platform beneath her was influenced by the citadel of exalted light in part. The fact that there was a transformation, however, was not merely a choice she made. It was a fundamental part of domination, as far as she could tell. Unlike assimilation, where a cultivator took an object, region, or concept and bound themselves to it to gain power, Katarina came to understand domination functioned in almost an opposite manner. Instead of being empowered by her anchor, she was the one empowering it. That matched the growth aspects of enrichment to some extent, but it still wasn't quite right. Katarina almost got caught up in the flow of energy. She wasn't sure what would have happened if she did. Perhaps she would have died, or perhaps she would have achieved something akin to a second ascension. The only thing that she was certain of was that she would no longer be present in the same way if she had let it happen. The anchor was not a place to store her power, though it did indeed do that. The reason for the name made more sense. It wasn't something to which domination cultivators shackled themselves for no reason. Not a weakness without purpose. Instead, it was a necessary part of continued existence, at least in any way they'd previously experienced. If Katarina let her ego speak for her, she would say she now had a greater control over the rules of reality itself. If she was more humble, she might recognize that she could merely break some of the rules more easily than before. After some indeterminable amount of time, Katarina felt her connection to reality solidify once more. She was quite pleased that she hadn't exploded, and extremely curious as to the changes her husband had wrought. Timothy had completed his transformation first. Perhaps he had chosen something less complicated, or being closer to the outside had more access to the external energy. He didn't actually care why or how, though no doubt scholars would pester him and Katarina to try to find out the reasons for every little thing. He hadn't realized he was transforming anything until it was done. There he was, supporting the barrier. The same barrier that most of Xianxia was attacking in the friendliest way possible, while still outputting nearly incomprehensible levels of energy. And then Timothy found that actively supporting the barrier wasn't necessary any longer, because the barrier just was. No explanation made sense. It wasn't that it was balanced by absorbing the incoming attacks equally with its power output. Timothy could tell that, because Katarina was still absorbing most of the energy that struck the barrier. In a certain sense, it could be said that he was empowering the barrier, and in other ways he could see it from a different perspective. He'd simply made the barrier a concrete entity of its own. It might not even have a power source, though it would be easier to see if his suppositions were correct once the fleets stopped bombarding them. He was prepared to call them off the moment Katarina finished her own transformation. He turned to watch, keeping only half a mind on the barrier in case something changed, though the only relevant fluctuation was that people and ships began to run out of energy. Fortunately, there were a decent number of replacements, and Katarina appeared to be almost finished. Katarina locked eyes with Timothy as her energy flow stabilized. I might be overstepping my nascent understanding of domination, but I do believe that Zor was a moron. Timothy smiled. And congratulations to you as well. Though, I pretty much agree with your comment. I can't see how a rigid single structure like the Citadel allowed for any sort of growth. We didn't even see signs of him making any attempts to expand in any meaningful regard. Are you going to tell them to stop? Katarina asked. Timothy shrugged. I was hoping they would figure it out. He spread his energy beyond the barrier. We are finished. You may cease your attacks. Timothy was quite careful with his actions, because he had the feeling that everything around him was so breakable, except for the solar platform they were on, obviously. In only a few moments, people began to cease their assault. A few were in the middle of attacks they didn't seem to be able to cut off halfway. Many turned away in embarrassment afterwards. Katarina spread her aura as well. Citizens of the Scarlet Alliance, friends and family, Timothy and I appreciate your unplanned contributions to our own advancements. With your help, we have been successful. Never forget it couldn't have happened without all of you. There were most likely trillions of questions that people wanted to ask the two of them. However, they first met with the Council and all the Scarlet Alliance's augmentation cultivators. Devotion was a key for most of us to rise to augmentation, Katarina began. But it is even more critical for domination. As previously seen, devotion can take many forms. Everheart's particular advancement may be the greatest example of negative devotion still being used effectively, and his rapid spread afterwards indicates he had great understanding of potential growth within domination. How large is that potential? Prasad asked. Can you quantify it for yourselves? Proportionately, Timothy said, it appears to be at least as much as any other stage of cultivation, which is to say, a factor of multiple times power potential. If there is such a thing as a late domination cultivator, they would put us to shame. Durf had been part of the Alliance's augmentation cultivators for some time, even if he wasn't involved in general council activities. Could you take a hit from Zor now? If he was able to focus properly? Absolutely, Timothy said. Though, as a specialist in defense, I wouldn't find that surprising. Saying he wouldn't scratch me would be a bit of an overstatement, but I could certainly withstand any of the attacks he previously made without worry. We have questions about the barrier, Corallo commented. Should I ask you or Katarina? Timothy shrugged. It's not connected to the formations anymore, Katarina said. On that note, I believe we can much more efficiently route teleportations through this system. Oh, really? Uzan perked up at that. How much? 10%? More. I can't comment precisely until we begin to test, Katarina said, but it should be significantly more. Without going too overboard, the power of domination is such that I almost wish I had connected to the grand spatial distortion formation, even if it wouldn't be the best compatibility. Durf had his hand raised for a while until he was acknowledged. Can I try to hit you? I mean Timothy. But either of you would be fine if you're confident you wouldn't get hurt. I never really got to attack Zor himself. I suppose a proper demonstration is in order, Timothy agreed. It may provide insights our words cannot. Though, I think we will have to keep things out of the public eye for reasons of national security. At least for now. Durf had knocked a planet halfway across a solar system once. He'd shattered the citadel of exalted light, or at least smashed up pieces of it when its defenses fell. But the best comparison he could think of for attacking Timothy was trying to attack his aunt when he was a little kid. Actually, at that point she was probably already a domination cultivator. He almost thought he hadn't grown stronger at all. Timothy did take half a step back, though, and everyone else clearly seemed to think differently. A mighty blow, Timothy said. I'm sure you can feel how much I've changed based on previous spars. Durf nodded. It feels like a greater difference than any other stage. Domination energy is very strong. It is, Timothy admitted. But I would say that's more because of how it bends the laws of reality compared to other forms of energy. The amplification effect on insight is significant. If I simply formed a wall of energy without any understanding, I believe you could break through. He turned to Chitty. And now we should test something else. Chitty nodded. I'm ready. Should I expect you to fight back? How? Could I even touch you with a sword? I'm practically a normal person, Chitty said. You might be able to manage something. How about we take it slow at first and ramp up to a more serious level? I would be embarrassed if I thought too highly of myself and ended up being killed. Though Chitty said that, he showed no concern for anything on the level of regular injuries. The area provided for Durf and his father had been 10 kilometers across to account for reverberations of energy, but he would hardly need any of that. While it seemed like his movements being restricted to that of a normal person would make it impossible for him to touch Timothy, who could likely move at near light speed, there were various factors that had allowed him to keep up with Zor that would still apply. He felt Timothy's sword intent before he even began to swing, and negating a wave of domination energy from the sword was simple. He didn't even have to parry, though he raised his sword regardless. That temporary touch to Timothy's energy provided him an instant of time that the other cultivator might not even realize, where he functioned at something akin to normal speed. Then Chitty cut apart space, just a few kilometers of distance where some might cross an entire system. He didn't want to cheat by beginning in his melee range. He almost met his loss by underestimating domination, despite having fought against it twice. Most importantly, he had underestimated the way Timothy changed, and his read of the energy flow was lacking compared to his assumptions. A trail of blood on his neck told him he was dead, though his father had more control than to actually cut more than skin deep. Chitty had been too slow to respond to the attack, even if he technically felt it coming. How embarrassing, Chitty said. Shall we continue? Timothy nodded, and at that acknowledgement Chitty took control of the local energy. He cut towards his father, aiming for his side away from the man's shield. But Timothy twisted his body and, more importantly, altered his energy flow so that he suddenly had an unbreakable guard. I've already seen that one, Timothy pointed out. Chitty grinned. Oh good. I was worried my growth would be too easy. It would have been no fun to surpass those with more experience so easily. No doubt even Zor had only faltered because it was a new technique and he was waylaid on many sides. Chitty was still surprised that his father altered his energy flow in the right way without even having an access to any sense of it, though. The first official act of the Scarlet Alliance, now that they had domination cultivators, was to demand an apology from the Silver Fang. They still shared a border with the sect, after all, and they'd never gotten proper retribution. Caronis had interrupted that, but rather than immediately starting up a war and slaying their neighbors, they gave her some face. The power of the Scarlet Alliance had jumped from an interesting, up-and-coming new group, which might one day be relevant, to the only group with 2 known domination cultivators in a single moment. While it was reasonable for them to possess confidence, they were still surrounded by enemies. Angering even newer domination cultivators seemed like an unnecessary risk. Even if it came down to a conflict and they won, they would likely just turn themselves into a target. Nobody wanted to find out what happened if the Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster put aside their differences to annihilate a mutual threat. Even among domination cultivators, there were clearly weaker and stronger specimens, and they had no intention of revealing their hand. And if it turned out that Timothy and Katerina had overestimated themselves because of some misunderstanding of Zor's effectiveness, they might be the shortest-lived domination cultivators ever. Neither was interested in such a legacy. Chapter 11:20. Over 2 centuries of study had elapsed since Maheg had been discovered and people began studying the remains of the planet. 2 centuries was a long time, but to carefully study the remains of a whole planet, it was just barely scratching the surface. The planet itself was left more or less as it was, with Maheg itself doing its very best to minimize any continued decay due to solar radiation. But the system wasn't empty aside from those studying the planet. Indeed, it had a growing population upon its moons, with the one that Maheg and Anton had populated with some replication of the local plants having a population of a few million people. That was still a sparse population even given the small size of the moon, but it could grow quite quickly once it took off. With the Lower Realms Alliance expanding, it could go either way. Some parts of the population might spread out broadly, and they might gather in others. Maheg was unique enough to be a reasonable place for cultivators to develop themselves, though it was also valuable for them to begin their growth in more established systems. But with traffic increasing, people might find themselves more comfortable with going to further systems with the knowledge they could more easily return where they came from. That was where Anton was when Katerina and Timothy were undergoing their advancement. He was aware of the precise date, but as much as he would have liked to support them, he couldn't from so far away. Even if he'd heard the call they put out within their system somehow, Xianxia was still a bit far for him to shoot. He did send his own devotion to them consciously. He hoped it helped. After finding out about how it actually happened, he calculated the possibility of attacking all the way to Xianxia through the upper realms. If he used the same technique as he did against Sudin, and he had the help of the tides of the world, he'd still be a bit short even with optimistic calculations. But his growth had not stagnated yet, and he was still working his way towards a theoretical next stage. For that, he needed to actually bind more stars. A particular star came to Anton's attention due to one of their scouts. Even if they were as thorough as possible, they simply didn't have the people to actually visit each and every star just yet. Producing millions of ships and drones would be the easy part. For the more long-term details, finding people who would be content going hundreds of light-years away from the core of the Alliance for long periods of time was a bit more difficult. Most importantly, they needed people both willing and with the proper skills to survive. They didn't intend to just scatter people about for nothing. Because numbers were still limited, the particular star in question hadn't been visited, and for good reason. It was weak, which meant it might not be possible to refuel there, or at least it would be more difficult. But the energy signature of that particular star caught Anton's attention. Checking with what they had on record from their long-distance measurements, he confirmed it had weakened sometime in the last few centuries. On a stellar scale, that meant it had literally just happened. And the fact that it hadn't been measured previously meant it might have been a result of outside influence. Anton was the first to be interested in that particular star and free to go in that precise direction. So he mapped out a route that would have him stopping by a cluster of other stars for in-person measurements to help do his part for the greater project. Anton hadn't been certain what he would find, but upon entering his targeted system, he spotted a lone planet, or at least only one body directly orbiting the star. It was a gas giant that had a number of moons that could have been considered planetary bodies on their own, were they not wrapped up in its orbit. One in particular was a sizable terrestrial planet, or at least what remained of it. Unlike the usual methods he'd seen from the upper realms, the rocky moon had been devastated more than just on the surface. It was broken into chunks, some of which had clearly settled back together in the incorrect place, while others were floating in a sort of ring system. Perhaps the whole planet would eventually pull back together, or it might split apart into the ring now that it had been destabilized. Anton could feel traces of energy from long in the past, and there were clear remnants of human-built structures, mainly rubble that didn't match the rest of the moon. Though the past wasn't quite so distant as it might have been. It should have been from the end of the last cycle, now many decades past. He briefly wondered if he could have done something. But as his senses continued scanning, he realized he could still do something now. The rocky planet was done for. It might be made into something usable again in the future, but there was no life there. However, he did sense life somewhere quite unexpected. He would have missed it, except that the natural energy levels of the system were extremely low, so it stood out. Buried under the surface of an icy planet was a liquid ocean. Such phenomena were known quantities, and life was theoretically able to survive in such places. But it was expected that it would be small organisms, like single-celled extremophiles. Even with natural energy, it wouldn't be expected to have much else. But Anton sensed people. It was pretty unmistakable, given they had formations protecting their settlements and clear traces of cultivation. Not many people, but they had set up some sort of structures at the bottom of the seas, where the ocean gave way to rocky structure. They were not doing great, by his estimations. Choosing to have a low population was fine, but sensing the general nutrition level of the residents, he didn't think everything was entirely by choice. One thing that made Anton both more and less hopeful was that nobody was well fed. Obviously, he didn't prefer to have everyone suffering and weak, but it was in some ways preferable to having a class of those who had everything and others who had nothing. Having found some people, he was disappointed to find nothing on the other moons. Perhaps only a small remnant had fled from the original planet. It wasn't that unlikely, but Anton kept looking. There was one more place he thought was viable. However, he couldn't find anyone floating around inside the gas giant. Not until he reached the very core. He hadn't sensed the formation directly because the immense pressure and heat towards the center of the gas giant registered with its own intensity. But once he brushed up against it, he knew he wouldn't lose track of it again. Scouring the core, there was just one large city to be found, totaling a greater population than the various small settlements on the icy moon. Anton's senses stretched through the barrier, keeping its inhabitants from being crushed and incinerated all at once. From what he could tell, it was drawing its power from that very heat that threatened to destroy it. A risky proposition, but it was unlikely anyone would try to live in the core of a gas giant for fun. The risk must have seemed worthwhile. The people seemed overall healthier, if still downtrodden. There was a policy Anton had that it was not his problem to search out and fix each and every issue he found in a civilization. But he also had the policy to not ignore anything happening directly in front of his eyes. His bow snapped into his hands, and an arrow flickered through the system before cutting its way through the dense gas. Then it cut through subspace to avoid puncturing their barrier. He wouldn't be saving everyone if he did that. That final maneuver weakened his power by half, but he hardly needed it for his intended purpose. His target reacted too slowly to jump back, but Anton wasn't in a mood to annihilate anyone for an only half-understood situation. The man's arm did snap back rather painfully as he struck it, however. That left an opening for the urchin to run. Having not seen the whole situation, Anton couldn't say if the urchin had stolen something, but it was entirely inappropriate for someone of that size to be menacing a child with a weapon. And worse, to have actually taken a swing. Anton felt more justified when the man cursed at the rooftops. The way people reacted to setbacks said a lot about them. The man was currently calling him a coward for not coming out and fighting. There was nothing ethically wrong about being slow to understand a situation one was in, but he would have expected someone to default to caution in the same circumstances. Strands of his perception stuck to the two involved individuals. It might not be his responsibility to prevent future trouble, but now that he had involved himself, he would feel strange not to. Anton had been intending to check out the star before revealing himself to any of the locals, but the situation hadn't quite worked out that way. On the other hand, he didn't seem to have alerted the city as a whole. Perhaps their energy senses were underdeveloped. Then again, Anton had limited the impact of his energy, and there was a powerful barrier to distract everyone. Now then, the star. It was not looking good. As in, it actually looked bad, which was not something he could say for most stars. There was a sort of gray pallor covering something like a third of the surface, a shadow that was, yes, it was growing. Quickly or slowly depended on perspective. Anton reckoned it would take decades more to cover the surface, so that might be considered slow. But stars were big, and the fact that it might cover the whole star was concerning. Furthermore, the timing wasn't necessarily what he first estimated. Was it accelerating? Careful consideration indicated that may be the case. Anton sighed. He would be going against two norms right away. Normally, he would ask for permission to bind a star, but this one needed him. Waiting would only mean there was more damage that needed to be fixed later, and Anton already didn't know how long that might take. Reaching into the core of the star to begin the process, Anton was relieved to find that it was healthy. If it had been tainted from the inside out, he wasn't sure he could fix it, or whether it was worth the risk to himself. But since it wasn't an inherent part of the star, he could rest easy. He was still opening himself to some risk, but that often happened when one wanted to do good. Previously, Anton thought he had been too shy about binding stars, not ones that others should have some say over. He still felt it only right to ask in that case, but rather he'd been keeping too many free stars. He might have been neglecting part of his growth, so he'd been filling every available space except for a few for emergencies. This might be one of them. The corruption was almost as bad as it had seemed on the surface. As Anton developed his connection, he determined that while it wasn't a full third distorted on the inside, it was certainly more than a blemish on the surface of the star. When he completed his binding of the healthy parts, he focused some of the energy of the star onto the edge of the blighted area. It pushed past him, but he reached out and grabbed it. It was cold, unlike the star. It was the opposite of life and growth. A cessation of power, the indiffusion, and it was malicious. This wasn't some accident or some consequence of the age of the star. Anton began building a wall within the star, slowing the growth of the corruption. He needed to know he could do that before he worked out how to heal it. Fortunately, he didn't have to work with just his own power, and he had the example of nearly 200 other stars to work from for what was natural and correct. Those were just the ones he had bound, as he'd observed far more either up close or from a distance. He'd save this star and its people, though one of their groups might make the task more difficult for him. Chapter 11:21. There was a bit of a dilemma for Anton to resolve in the new system. He didn't want to delay in visiting any of the locations he had spotted, but he couldn't be in two places at once. That was still true, but he was more than capable of multitasking, and he could at least be a little bit in two places at once. It seemed a bit rude to not show up in person for first contact, but it was actually a better idea for the icy moon. He didn't want to have to break through the ice, though he could, and he likewise didn't want to damage their seafloor habitats. Meanwhile, he thought he could get through the barrier within the gas giant without harming anything, so he could have a sort of projection visit the former. Unlike what Everheart did, it would just be him creating a simple illusion and not some sort of independent entity. It would be little more than a mass of energy, but he could manage something like that easily enough having bound the local star. Anton could even manage it while pushing back their star's corruption, since that problem would take a significant amount of time to resolve regardless. Anton could try to do more, but splitting his thoughts into too many potential conversations at once might be a bit much. If he had to stretch his energy between multiple planets, he might have more trouble, but a single planet and one of its moons were close enough for such a task. Solar energy slipped through the layers of ice, following Anton's trail of energy he had been using solely for perception. Once he was beneath the ice, he formed something like a body. He kept the amount of energy relatively conservative to not attract too much attention. He'd sensed a few things in the local waters that indicated it wasn't entirely a lifeless planet, and he didn't want to draw them to the habitats, or to scare the people inside. Obviously, they would still be somewhat startled to find someone show up outside, but there was only so much Anton could do to mitigate that. He continued to dive down at a reasonable speed that would give people some time to react if they sensed him coming. He found a nice hatch to stop outside, though he didn't know if it would still open. It seemed like it might be functional still, which was good enough for him. Anton reached forward and carefully knocked. His energy amplified the sound to carry further, towards a group of people somewhere around 50 meters inside the undersea habitat. As he waited for them to sort out their response, he looked at the habitat itself. It was artfully constructed of metal and thick glass. No organic materials as far as he could see, though whether that had been because it wasn't optimal or because they didn't have access he couldn't tell. The dome-like structure held together quite well with minimal corrosion. Part of it was likely due to their formations, but Anton also thought it was due to regular maintenance of some sort. That made it more likely the hatch actually worked. He didn't see any diving suits, but maybe the cultivators did without. They'd have to withstand a tremendous amount of pressure, but so would anything like a diving suit, though it was far less than the gas giant had to deal with. Anton was glad he was there in person to focus more of his energy on the task. People had definitely heard Anton. They were speaking in hushed tones that he could just barely make out with his energy. It was strange to not actually have to suppress his abilities, as he was already limited in that regard. He knocked again and transmitted some speech. "Hello. I would like to speak to you if I may." A short time later, people started moving, mostly not towards him, though fortunately one man drew closer. "What do you want, stranger?" Oh good. The language was divergent for less than a cycle. Though Anton could likely learn a new one, he preferred to avoid such a struggle. "I'm a visitor from another system in the lower realms. It seems to me that your people might not have chosen your current locations without duress. I can offer help with knowledge about cultivation growth, food, and transportation." "How can we know you're not an enemy?" the man asked. "I have no way to perfectly assure you," Anton admitted. "But my energy signature should at least assure you I am not from the upper realms. I assume that's who pushed you to end up in such a state." "Oh, forgive me. I'm Anton Krantz, sect head of the Order of 100 Stars and member of the Lower Realms Alliance." It was always good to remind people that he, too, was a person. "Hadrianus," the man responded after a significant pause. "Guardian of the 8th Vent." Another pause. "We did have trouble with the upper realms." "The Exalted Quadrant?" Anton asked. "Or the Trigold Cluster?" "The latter." "They're probably the worse option," Anton admitted, though the Scarlet Alliance had had more trouble with the former, so it wasn't as if either was fully tolerable. In short, circumstances were complicated. "Are you just going to leave me out here?" Anton asked. "Yes," Hadrianus said without drawing anything out. "I don't trust you yet." Thus it was that Anton remained out in the crushing pressure of the depths, and he was getting annoyed. Though not with that, or with Hadrianus. It was perfectly reasonable to be a bit suspicious. Most of Anton was focused on his stellar repairs and resisting the pressure of a gas giant's core. It wasn't a trivial task no matter when he did it. There were only a few oddities who could survive on the merits of their bodies. Anton was trying to figure out how to introduce himself to the habitat. They had a large bubble attached to the planet's solid core. The shape was likely meant to equalize the pressure and thus improve the viability of their barrier. It had to withstand both the pressure of 100 million standard atmospheres and an equally significant heat caused in large part by that same pressure and friction. The barrier clearly wasn't meant to let anyone through. Anton considered contacting someone and trying to negotiate a way through, but he was fairly certain there wasn't one. So it would be better to slip through himself. All he had to do was pull apart some of it, while making sure the outside dangers didn't slip through, plugging the gap with his energy, and then letting it seal back up when he got through. He was surprised there weren't any alarms he could sense, but perhaps they expected to die if the barrier were breached. The planet's atmosphere and heat could flood the whole city colony in a heartbeat. In other circumstances, Anton might have contacted the kid he protected first, but he was going to let them settle down for a while. No need to spook some kid by showing up with great power and unreasonable demands. Already, Anton liked this place first. He'd noticed several more thugs causing trouble and directly driven them away. He was likely to become less charitable as time went on, but he still didn't want to truly injure people before understanding the whole situation. There had been one guy who wasn't willing to give up, though. Trying to break into a property that he definitely had no right to enter. Anton had knocked him back once, twice, 10 times, and then he'd started amping up the damage. The man hadn't left until he had 3 small holes in his arms and one through his cheeks. Was it a coincidence that all the thugs happened to have the same energy signature? It could be. It was the most common cultivation method from what he felt, leaving people with what Anton would describe as a shifty aura. It didn't take too long listening in on conversations to determine that they were in fact part of the Twisting Spike sect, so that didn't particularly endear Anton towards them. But he kept an open mind as he wandered around the little civilization. Tightly packed buildings atop numerous shallow tunnels, though it seemed digging deep was quite difficult due to the density of the material, having been packed by tremendous pressure. There was one thing that Anton didn't see as much of as he thought he should, which was any form of plants. Unav had some form of aquaponics, but the gas giant, Motern, didn't seem to have much. Maybe they didn't have a good opportunity as they were fleeing, but their population seemed to outpace their food production. Not a great situation. Hadrianus kept Anton busy for a while, before finally more people showed up. That did involve some repeat introductions and statements from Anton, but he patiently went through everything. "So what, precisely, can you offer?" someone asked. "Well, if I could see your food production, I could help you with your growth." Or, Anton continued before anyone could react to him potentially going inside. I could give you a manual on fungus growth as well as various seed products, because I doubt you're going to be able to grow much else until you get to higher level energy imbuement techniques. Anton was also going to make the same offer to Motern. He just wasn't sure in what manner. Maybe he'd find someone working in what limited farming fields they had and offer something. Or maybe he'd reveal himself, though he wasn't fully hiding his energy there, so people would doubtless become curious about his presence. You just give it to us? Hadrianus asked. Yes. I don't like people going hungry when they don't need to. I don't have the manual on me at the moment, however. Or rather, I'm not really here at the moment, Anton clarified. But I could have it to you with an hour's notice easily enough. Are you in contact with the other vents? Anton hadn't yet pressed far enough to determine if they had connective tunnels, but he'd sensed no one trying to swim. Why? Hadrianus asked. If you can give them copies and some spores, then you could do it yourselves. Or I could make my own copies and visit them if you can't. I imagine it's rather difficult to reach them with the pressure out here. You said you are not actually here, Hadrianus asked. I did feel your insubstantiality. Can you handle the seas? Absolutely. It's less trouble than Motern's atmosphere. Anton tried to judge their reaction. It was more difficult with a wall in the way and his actual body a moon's orbit away, but they didn't seem to be opposed. You entered Motern's atmosphere? Hadrianus sounded incredulous. Your people did at some point. Why can't I? Let me know when you want your copy delivered. They could peruse the tomes before seeing the spores, if they were uncomfortable. Not everyone wanted to trust random fungus. Of course, as the source of both was himself, they might still be wary. Anton was being followed. People seemed to have finally caught on to the source of his little love taps, or at least some of them suspected. If he didn't want them to, they couldn't trace it back to him, and they certainly wouldn't have been able to see him moving. He didn't need to fire his bow for such weak attacks, especially since he was inside the barrier now. He could form attacks anywhere within his aura, which was diffused throughout the city, and around where he was showing a version of himself on Anav, of course. Rather than let on that he knew, Anton chose to interact with random citizens. He asked about many different things, though he didn't spend long with any individual. Individually, they seemed to be casual questions. Some he already had answers to, just to throw off his followers. Soon he'd find some way to mention his tome of farming knowledge. Maybe he should try to sell it? It would be perceived as more valuable then. Good for people who were suspicious, perhaps. Chapter 11:22. When he paid for a room to stay, just to seem like he was properly part of the habitat in the depths of Motern, Anton technically gave fraudulent payment. He didn't have any of the local currency, and most of the valuables he had would stand out too much. However, he had no intention to let things remain in such a state. Though his coins were only a temporary product of energy, he would replace them as soon as possible. It would have been strange for him to stay out all day and night, however, and he was being watched. So far, it didn't seem like there was anything but vague suspicions, but people would eventually risk probing closely enough to determine that Anton was beyond life transformation. Even an unknown cultivator in life transformation would be suspicious, as the total population under the dome was limited. The setup of the habitat was sloppy. Industries were imbalanced, with many having more workers than jobs or materials. But Anton didn't blame them for that. It was unlikely they were able to choose exactly who and what they brought with them. The fact that they survived it all was already impressive. It took 3 days for Anton to sell more than a few handfuls of mushrooms. Nobody trusted his words about how much they would grow on any sort of organic refuse, even though Anton thought his numbers were actually quite conservative. Mushrooms were already one of the most rapidly growing life forms, and with the right conditions, which were not terribly difficult to achieve, they would thrive. Anton ended up eating about half of what he'd produced, not because he was hungry himself, but to demonstrate they were safe. It was a reasonable concern, but he did get tired of the same suspicions over and over. Nobody wanted a full manual, but he did manage to sell some mushrooms and some tips to a grocer. Not that they were anything like the grocers he was used to, because they didn't have much in the way of products. Not by their own fault, but by the limited resources around them, or at least, seemingly limited resources. It wasn't as if it was actually possible for a population measured in millions to use up any significant portion of the material of a gas giant or to deplete the total energy. Just what was immediately usable. They needed special formations, strong cultivators, or something similar to capture more natural energy. And special techniques would be required to transform the compressed material beneath them into something usable. But waste they had aplenty, and all manners of fungus would be happy to devour it. Plants would too. It was merely a matter of organizing everything and potentially giving the industry a boost with a few good crops. Unlike what first seemed apparent, plants did not grow in size primarily by absorbing the soil in which they were planted, nor from water. The gain in mass from such things was extremely minimal, with the majority of mass coming from the air. Fungi, however, often gained much of their mass from breaking down components of what they were growing on. Both behaviors were good in certain circumstances. Anton spent about a week trying to get in the good graces of the few farmers he could find. A relatively small area was devoted to their work, and Anton didn't think they were productive enough. He'd seen people who were malnourished, after all. He didn't need to study the local setup to actually give good advice, but he'd worked on more complicated situations, like remaking plants from vague scraps of DNA not destroyed by the solar rays of Maheg. Awkward soil composition was a cakewalk. At the end of the week, there wasn't anything amazing like a whole new season's worth of crops, but his efforts would improve some of the field's gains by 10 or 20% at the first harvest. More, if people actually followed his instructions on donating their energy. Mushrooms grown by natural energy were another matter. It was possible for them to grow fast enough to be seen with the naked eye. When placed in somewhere sufficiently potent or tended by someone with a cultivation in spirit building or greater. Though the local natural energy was a bit weak, there were a decent number of cultivators at higher ranks, likely survivors of the disaster itself. At the end of the first week, someone tried to shake down a merchant right in front of Anton. He knew that interrupting could cause more trouble for them in the future, but there were cases of exception. He could completely eradicate the group causing the problem, which he was actually considering. And more relevantly, the man looked like he would probably be killed, and thus avoiding future trouble wouldn't matter if he didn't have a future. The one causing most of the trouble was an essence collection cultivator. She was unlikely to advance any further, given her visible age. Of course, there were always exceptions, but Anton saw someone that was taking out their frustrations on others. "Excuse me," he said, bumping past her as she was about to stomp on the head of the poor stall tender. Her stomp cracked the ground, but left the man unharmed. She then tried to kick Anton in his spine. He caught her foot behind his back with a single hand. He looked over her shoulder. "Do you like having 2 feet?" "What?" The woman stared at him in shock. "I was just wondering. Because you're sure acting like you don't enjoy having a whole body. Otherwise, you wouldn't act so recklessly. What gives you such ego?" The woman tried to yank her leg away. Anton honestly barely needed to use any of his energy. His body wasn't tempered much beyond what anyone else did, but he didn't neglect it as part of his overall cultivation even as centuries went by. Enough to wrestle with a petulant essence collection cultivator easily. "I'm an elder of the twisting spike. If you don't let me go, there will be consequences." "Consequences?" Anton asked. "Is that what you want? I was going to give you an opportunity to beg for forgiveness, but if you want consequences, you will have them. I'll give you one opportunity to decide." The woman tried to twist herself, raising up to kick Anton in the face. For the sake of the audience, he ducked under her leg. Then she staggered away, not because he'd let go of her foot, but because there was no longer anything to hold on to. It took a few moments for her to realize, as she tried to set her foot down and kept nearly toppling over. And the spies watching took a moment to reveal herself. The woman screamed at him as the pain of a burnt-off stump finally hit her, and Anton waved his hand as a half-dozen others charged towards him. Arrows of energy pinned their feet to the ground in a manner that was less than merciful, though most of them would probably recover given time. "Are you happy with your consequences?" Anton asked. "What is your sect even doing here? You provide no value to the city." The old woman probably wasn't thinking right when she pulled out a stiletto and attempted to impale Anton, but that didn't stop him from turning the weapon into her own forearm. Then he shoved her away. He turned to the fallen man. helping him to his feet. "How are you? Seems like you should be able to recover in time." The man sighed. "I appreciate your kindness, stranger, but I wish you hadn't interfered." "Why not?" Anton asked, knowing there were several possible answers. "Because I'm not worth saving. Or rather, it would have just been me that perished. Now the Twisting Spike sect will come after you as well, and I would not wish such a fate upon the sort of person that wished to help. Unless you were looking for death?" Anton looked at the man with clear eyes. "What do you think?" "You're confident, at least," he said, eyeing the market around them. Everyone was staying well away. Even though the cultivators Anton had pinned had broken free of the arrows and retreated out of sight. "But you can't stand against a city alone." "I might not be as alone as I look," Anton said. Though, actually he was. But it was more reasonable for his confidence to come from allies, and he was hoping to find some resistive elements. "I'm afraid you won't be getting much business done today. Perhaps you should take the rest of the day off." Anton transmitted his words directly to the man, blocking the sound from spreading beyond and not even moving his lips. "If you have anyone who needs protecting, let me know." "I would normally say that unfortunately, I have no one. But in this case," the man shook his head. "I am glad it's just me. I intend to leave the district, but I don't know if I can escape without being spotted." Though, clearly the man had some plans. Anton would let him try those. But the man was under his care now. "I'm Anton, by the way." "Draza," the man said, beginning to sweep the unbroken pieces of his merchandise, various wood carvings, into a bag. "It is a pleasure to meet you. An unexpected one, but a pleasure nonetheless." Anav was better. It wasn't just the 8th Vint, either. Ironically, with fewer resources, the people on the icy moon were being better stewards of everything. Most likely it had to do with the people in each place, but there were always various factors that influence people's behaviors. Sometimes need brought community, and sometimes it brought extortion. "I can't believe you let me get eaten by a deadly jelly, Hadrianus," Anton said. "I thought we were better friends than that." "We have known each other for merely a week," the man said. "And you didn't exactly protect yourself. Also, I can't just teleport through the airlock." "This all started when you wouldn't let me in," Anton said. "I can't believe you're exploiting a poor old man by forcing me to leave valuable treasures to you, and you still won't let me inside." "Trust does not come so easily," Hadrianus said. "However, you are rapidly growing in our esteem. In my own estimation, part of that is the fact that we can't actually keep you out, can we?" "I have no idea what you mean," Anton said, lying in a manner that nobody could fail to mistake. "I am restricted by the laws of the physical world just as much as you. You already admitted to being an energy projection, and I know you can extend your energy through our barriers. And I also know that your main body has to be strong enough to break through forcibly if nothing else." "That could be true," Anton said. "So, did you know they were jerks?" Hadrianus frowned. "Who?" He looked over his shoulder towards the rest of the colony. "Is there something I should know?" "The Twisting Spike." Motern. "Ah," Hadrianus nodded. "They were quite disconnected from us, but I still had an inkling." "And you left me in the dark?" Anton said, mock offended. "You didn't ask. And I have the feeling you already knew right away." "They're bad at hiding it," Anton admitted. "I'm still debating whether or not to eliminate them." Hadrianus actually took a step back at that. "What? It's not so uncommon for cultivators, is it? Eliminating a problematic sect. Unless you were particularly lucky with your home world. But given what I've seen," Anton shrugged, transmitting the feeling through the closed airlock, "you were just so frank about it. I've had more than enough trouble coexisting with terrible people that my patience isn't to be taken for granted," Anton said. "Oh, I did deliver everything you requested to the other vents. Give it a year or two, and you won't even remember you were hungry." "I doubt it," Hadrianus said. "But even if that's the case, people will complain about the lack of variety. Sadly, I have nothing to say for you about hunting ice jellies. Either you can, or you can't. And I doubt they're particularly edible. So you get plants. We happen to be lacking sunlight," Hadrianus said. "So fungi might be the limit." "Oh, I can fix that," Anton said. "The sunlight thing. Oh, did you know they did something awful to your son on the way out? Anton shook his head. It's awful, but I'm currently handling it. I thought you were on Moturn? Anton was trying to limit world-shattering revelations to just a few per day. Don't worry about it too much. It's related to my cultivation style. If anyone wants to learn it, you can get yourself some all-natural sunlight indoors. You just have to swear not to be a terrible person. And unwavering loyalty, I imagine. Nah, just that first thing. I do mean it though. Can't have anyone who feels like me going around causing trouble. Anton wasn't going to ignore his need for devotion, but honestly it came naturally with what he did. Gratefulness made up a good portion of his incoming devotion. It was less potent than loyalty, but loyalty without cause was surprisingly unenduring. Not that people were limited to just one sort of devotion, so he had plenty of standard loyalty as well. Chapter 11:23. Departing from Draza, but not letting the merchant out of his senses, Anton continued to move throughout Moturn. The merchant would have to think of some way to create a new identity to avoid retribution from the Twisting Spike sect. He might not be successful, but Anton would be around, watching. He had no intention to wait for the situation to develop further. He wanted to resolve everything with his current presence. Of course, that could be a few years if people were patient. He'd have to finish with the star, so he wouldn't mind if things were drawn out. But he had the feeling a certain group wasn't going to let that happen. Walking into the worst part of the city, it must have all been constructed about the same time, but one segment had clearly been meant to be temporary. Anton looked for a particular urchin who had been the catalyst of his interference in this place. Several people attempted to pick his pocket or yank on his purse, but Anton only gave them disapproving looks, after which they scuttled away in a panic. Nobody here could touch him if he didn't let them, and their hands suddenly stopping was the sign of a cultivator. Did they risk it because he was old? Anton supposed with his bow stowed away he looked quite non-threatening. Hopefully he could guide them on a path where they wouldn't throw away what life they had. But first he had to deal with a certain young man. He made his way to a back alley where wide eaves provided a sort of shelter, combined with rotting crates for privacy. It wasn't much of a shelter, but Anton supposed the habitat had one valuable feature above all others. There was no weather, so the only variations in climate were the artificial lights of the day and the darkness of the night. Barely a few degrees difference in temperature, though not every area matched the intended temperatures perfectly. In this case, the slums were a bit hot. That was easier to deal with, at least. "Hey kid," Anton said as he rounded the corner. "Want to become a cultivator?" The young man nearly turned to run away, but was clearly taken off guard. He rose from his crouched position slowly. "I'm not going to be turned into soup." That was an odd response. A lot to unpack. Did he think Anton was going to kill him and cook him? Was that something that happened? Anton didn't think so, even in this place. But the kid seemed to think it was possible. "Has that ever happened?" Anton asked. "I've heard about it. Some cultivator comes along and says a random kid has talent. Then they get turned into materials." Anton frowned. "Would it help that I have no idea if you have any talent?" No. Too bad. I'm Anton, by the way. Order of 100 stars. We cultivate fire and light, though there are many branches of techniques." Anton demonstrated by filling his hand with flame. He did make sure he stood far enough back that the kid didn't feel too oppressed. It wasn't supposed to be a threat. "Do you have a name?" Anton already knew it was Abdur, but he'd only heard that indirectly. "Does telling you my name give you power over me?" "I don't believe that's the case for any sort of cultivator. At worst, someone might use a simple exchange of information as an opportunity to begin some sort of manipulation. Perhaps an extremely esoteric technique might gain some power from names. I can teach you different styles as well, if you aren't into fire and light." "Like what?" Abdur asked. "Pretty much anything. Pick a weapon, pick an element. I have manuals for most things." "Oh, no blood techniques though." Technically Anton had some, but most of them were risky for their users. Not something he'd give to an untested kid. "Oh, and you have to promise you won't steal." "So, what? I begin cultivating and then starve to death?" "I'd not let a disciple starve." "Do you like mushrooms?" Anton asked. pulling one about the size of his head from his storage bag and tearing off a chunk that he devoured. Anton held it out. "I'm not accepting your deal," the kid said. Anton just pushed the mushroom closer. Abdur took it. "Is it poisonous?" "I hear cultivators can resist poison." Abdur's stomach growled. "Only one way to find out, I suppose," Anton shrugged. "Feed it to someone else." Anton chuckled. "I suppose that works. If you want to share it, I won't stop you." "I'm gonna go test this on someone," Abdur said. "Is that so?" Anton asked. He leaned back against the wall. "I'll wait here. Don't get yourself in trouble." Abdur scuttled off through the back alleys, relaxing once he was out of sight of Anton, which told Anton he didn't know much about cultivators. Even weaker ones could sense that far away. Ultimately, the kid found his way around to the other side of the alley wall through a circuitous route. He actually ate some of the mushroom himself before he got there, then waited a bit before offering any. Anton was glad. He didn't have any knowledge of this kid's temperament, though he believed he could patch together even one with a rough background. Not everyone came with compassion, but people could usually learn it if given a chance. Abdur shared with two more young kids before returning to Anton. "I'm Abdur," he said. "It doesn't look like my test subject is going to die." He ate a much smaller bite in front of Anton. "You said you can teach me anything?" "Pretty much," Anton said. "I want to know the twisting spike technique." "Bold," Anton said. "They might not take well to someone stealing their style, but I can give you a copy." Abdur frowned. "Really? If that's what you want." Anton happened to already have one from that old woman. Her storage bag had been pretty empty. Not that it could have held much to begin with, but it at least had the proper cultivation method of the sect in there. "Personally, I'd rank it as middling." "You're crazy," Abdur said. "It's the best technique in all of Motern." "Nah," Anton said. "And even if it was, it's still not great. You can have something better. Sword techniques, ice, plants, beast transformations, body tempering, whirlwind styles." Anton was trying to gauge the kid's reaction. The scrawny kid frowned. "Body tempering? Isn't that the first stage of cultivation? Why would you list that separately?" "Because instead of training natural energy, you can focus exclusively on that." "Well, not that a skinny kid like you has much chance." "Oh yeah," Abdur said. "I just bet you're afraid I'll punch you. Or something." "Petrified," Anton said neutrally. "It's a bit of an oddball technique though," Anton said. "If you're not good at it." "I will be," Abdur said. "I'll be so good. You don't even know. You'll have to eat a lot." The kid frowned. "You'll feed me, right? Since you're a cultivator, maybe even meat?" "You'll eat plants and you'll like it," Anton said. He couldn't easily secure meat unless Motern's general production went up. Also, the kid really needed a wide variety of nutrients right now. "Fine. So what do I do?" Anton didn't know if the kid would be good at advanced body tempering, but he could at least teach him some proper forms to be ready to make his choice later, once he'd experienced natural energy. He needed the same foundation either way. When Anton returned home, he found people waiting to kill him. They were waiting in the shadowed corners of the room, as if any half-competent cultivator couldn't sense them. "You don't want to die for something stupid like this," Anton said. A man rushed him once he noted their presence. A thin blade stabbed Anton in the eye. Or rather, it hit the surface of his eye and stopped. "You done?" Anton asked. The man tried to stab him again, aiming to stab in his ear. Anton shook his head, then sent a wave of his energy into the man. He died from internal damage, simply toppling over and leaving no blood for the poor people who owned this room to have to clean up. "The rest of you can still make better choices." Two more people rushed Anton together. They died in much the same manner. The fourth individual jumped out the window. Anton would have let her out the door, but she probably didn't believe that. "Good choice." Anton called after her. "If your sect head is awful, don't report back for your own sake." The woman staggered, hesitating. Then she continued on her way. Anton carried the other three bodies directly outside, dumping them on the opposite side of the street. The owner of the apartment stared at him wide-eyed. "I can leave if you want," Anton said. "Whatever causes you less trouble." The woman's eyes flickered back and forth between Anton and the bodies. I can also wait here for when they send more people. The woman bit her lip. You'll be safer if you run. But will you? Anton asked. I can't have my guests die. Oh, don't worry about that, Anton said. Then he went back inside. Inside the local star, Anton began to slowly push back the corruption. With his conscious control, experience, and connection to over 100 other stars, Anton was able to make consistent progress. It wasn't going to be a short task, though. Decades, likely. Though that was because he wanted to maintain proper caution. More than half of Anton's total effort was focused on the star. A much smaller sliver went to his projection on Anav, and if necessary he could let that fall away. Hadrianus might be worried, but Anton could easily return. The darkness within the star was also quite heavy, like shackles limiting its ability to engage in fusion. He was glad that he'd immediately began the task, because he honestly didn't know if the star would split or explode or collapse, or what if the process got further. But Anton was pushing it back, expanding his wall brick by brick. He wasn't much of an architect, but he'd done necessary work around his farm. Putting together an enduring wall of energy wasn't really much different, as he had far more experience in that field. He didn't directly try to resist the pressure pushing against him, but instead let his wall of energy curve, without letting anything through to corrupt the other side. Then he would carve out a small section, no bigger than a modest city, building up a new wall and then eliminating the corruption within the surrounded zone. And he did that over and over. Stars were quite big, as it turned out, so even if he'd been encircling areas the size of continents, it would take time. As he pushed further, he wouldn't have to maintain such a large wall and his progress could hopefully accelerate. Either way, he'd see things through to the end. In the morning, there were 100 cultivators surrounding Anton's apartment. They took up the whole street when he stepped out. A middle-aged woman among them spoke. You will come with us to meet sect head Jaya. It was about time, though Anton had also been hoping that he might learn more about other factions first. After all, someone was going to have to replace them. Is it a long walk? Anton asked. He just got prodded with spears. How rude. Fine, I'm going. He actually knew how far he had to go. A couple districts over, in fact. Quite an inconvenient trip for non-cultivators. As for the group with him, they kept prodding him to move faster. Anton kind of wanted to simply outrun them, but looking like he was vulnerable currently fit his plans best. And maybe he could talk some sense into the higher-ups. Or maybe Jaya would be apologizing for her subordinates' reckless actions. As if. Chapter 11:24. Though Anton might have been more effective if he was allowed into the 8th vent, he couldn't fault them for their caution. What difference would a few weeks of delays make compared to consequences stretching far into the future? The people of Anav shouldn't rush. You haven't spoken much of what happened, Anton said. My current assumption is that you fled to these locations during an invasion from the upper realms. Before that time, did you know Jaya of the Twisting Spike sect? Hadrianus was Anton's nearly constant conversation partner and guard, though the man wasn't so much guarding him as guarding against him, or making people believe he was, since Hadrianus was fairly well aware that he couldn't restrict Anton if the old man didn't want it. I know of her, Hadrianus agreed, but we were not particularly acquainted. We lived on different continents, and I likely wouldn't have any knowledge of her if she were not a life transformation cultivator. I see, Anton said. I was hoping that you would say she has a good heart. How often is that the case? Hadrianus asked. Often enough. Sometimes people merely choose the wrong counsel. The man inside the protective barriers pondered for a few moments. That may be the case. She may have to make difficult choices, given the limited resources available. I'm taking that into consideration, Anton nodded. A few minutes later, Hadrianus suddenly turned, staring wide-eyed towards the larger planet below. Even if he couldn't actually see beyond the confines of the protective structure he was in, he could tell what direction the energy event was in. With vision being the most precise sense humans were born with, they tended to unnecessarily turn their eyes towards things felt with their energy senses. What is that? Hadrianus demanded. What do you mean? Anton asked. That's just me. It took some time to reach Jaya, even though they were moving relatively quickly through the city. During that time, Anton kept his senses focused on the woman, though it didn't seem she noticed. He'd known she was one of the stronger cultivators on Motern since he arrived, most likely the strongest, though he couldn't tell that without intrusive investigations into a few others. However, the only things he had learned from her interactions with others over the week hadn't been particularly revelatory. She spent much of her time cultivating, not giving orders or speaking to people. She had an air of authority and confidence that could be taken as arrogance, but at least the confidence was earned. Other than that, Anton had little to judge her on. Her subordinates didn't particularly spark his hopes, though. When they finally corralled him into the throne room she had managed to construct, a waste of limited resources, especially when there would be few social functions required, one of the guards prodded him as they stopped. "Kneel." "Why should I?" Anton asked. The woman seemed unable to comprehend the question. She fumbled whatever response she had, her words turning into nothing more than mush pouring out of her mouth. For her part, Jaya at least seemed able to answer for herself. "It is a form of respect. Subordination, more like." Anton never asked anyone to kneel to him. A polite bow or nod were fine. And if people chose not to acknowledge his presence, that would be fine too. Though he had to allow some sort of formal greeting structure for sect purposes, he didn't need people to show respect in that manner. "Respect must be earned, and I have seen nothing worthy of it just yet," Anton replied. Jaya was not happy, but she clearly had some self-control. Her power flared, but she didn't turn it into an actual assault, merely displaying her late-life transformation energy. "If nothing else, you should respect my strength." Anton said nothing in response. He didn't wish to lie, and any acknowledgement of her strength wouldn't be fully sincere. Saying anything else wouldn't do much for the diplomatic course he intended. No doubt there were methods that wouldn't involve deceit, but he wasn't able to read her well enough to discern anything specific. So he remained silent. Jaya sat haughtily upon her stone throne. The materials should have been taken from the planet they were on, as such large objects weren't the sort of things one took when fleeing. Though people didn't always make sensible decisions, Anton could sense a connection between the stone and the solid core beneath them. "You know why you are here," she finally said. "The only question is what the punishment for your crimes should be." "Have I committed any crimes?" Anton asked. "Don't pretend you can hide it. We know you murdered one of our sect members and maimed others. Do you think we would simply forget about that?" "I'm afraid your subordinates must have misremembered, or they are not aware of the definition of murder." There was a tiny chance that the word had a different definition on this planet, but the feelings he got from her didn't indicate any such misunderstanding. "Murder is an unjust killing, and I have not slain anyone unjustly. You killed a member of the Twisting Spike sect in cold blood. When would you say that was?" Anton asked. "Was that when she first began extorting a merchant? When she was beating him on the ground? When she was attacking me? And I do believe she survived that encounter. She died of her wounds." "Ah, so you murdered her," Anton nodded. "How dare you accuse the sect head of wrongdoing?" One of the subordinates stabbed their spear at Anton, so he vaporized it without looking. Jaya showed only the slightest bit of concern. "She is dead as a consequence of your actions." "So you say. But somehow, I don't believe you're willing to cause this trouble over one simple elder. Why are you actually angry with me?" Anton paused. "Is it the mushrooms? Was someone allergic?" "Mushrooms?" Jaya reacted to the word more strongly than she attempted to let on. "Why do you think I would concern myself with such trivialities?" Anton frowned. "If no one was hurt by them, why would you be upset? Do you not want people to have plentiful food?" Her look told him everything. "Ah, you simply can't be allowed to continue to exist. Guards, kill him." It was at that moment that Anton displayed his power. He didn't do more than that, simply releasing the ties that hid some portion of his cultivation from casual inspection, but the results were significant. The whole city would feel it. Hadrianus felt it clearly, and he was up on a moon quite some distance away. "I was hoping to keep a core of the local structure around," Anton lamented. "I would have preferred not to have to organize everything." All of those who made a motion to attack Anton died, consumed in flame. Those who didn't, either because of sensible caution, fear, or some other reason, were left alone. Jaya nearly teleported behind him, stabbing towards his spine. She was pretty fast, for a life transformation cultivator. He left her body intact not because she deserved it, but so that people could confirm her death. She didn't die immediately. Instead, he let her strike hit him uselessly before kicking his foot upward, knocking her towards the vaulted ceiling. While she was hurtling upwards, he pulled his bow out of his storage bag and drew a single proper arrow. The arrow pierced through her heart, then shattered the ceiling, causing the entire throne room to collapse. He dissolved his arrow before it punched through the barrier far above. "People of Motern," Anton said, projecting his voice to the whole habitat city. "The twisting spike sect shall oppress you no longer. Jaya is dead. Any who wish to violently protest, you will be able to find me. The same is true for any who believe themselves capable of government. Oh, and if you intend to cause trouble in chaotic times, be aware that I am watching and will not be merciful." He paused for a moment. "Oh yes, I am Anton. I'm not from this system, but I am from the lower realms and I intended to help." But Jaya was unhappy that people might have full bellies. Nobody was foolish enough to directly confront Anton. Even if they presumed he was faking his power somehow, it was indisputable that he was the strongest. What people did attempt was scrabbling for power. Where Anton had left some privacy previously, he was now watching the whole city. He had to take responsibility for removing the power structures. People didn't immediately heed his warnings, and some wanted to take advantage of the general fear. Others were looking for revenge on the Twisting Spike sect, and Anton had to clarify some things. You're still not allowed to enact violence upon the Twisting Spike sect. If you have grievances, I will hear them and resolve the matter. But there will be no attacking people in the streets. Those who attacked Twisting Spike members were given the greatest leeway, though they still got knocked around by Anton's arrows. Others might have been going after legitimate grudges, but he couldn't know everything. He didn't hide any of his energy, however, so people soon became aware that he could target hundreds of positions at once. Anton didn't even have to hit his limit, though he did slow his progress on their star to retain his focus. Once people were exposed to enough events, they started to understand, and only a small portion actually sought out trouble. Draza was in charge of logistics, and to avoid any appearance of bias, the man wasn't being paid. His successful escape to another district should be applauded, but Anton had snatched him up because he needed someone basically competent to help with food and water distribution. That was the most important thing, followed more distantly by medicine. Medicine was of course important, but not very useful for those that had already died. Resources were lacking. Water was a bigger problem than Anton had thought, and fortunately something he could solve with power. It was certainly complicated to draw water out of the swirling whirlwinds of a gas giant, but the necessary chemical elements were available. And once he got enough, water was renewable, though there was some work to be done on filtration. Work to be done on everything, really. Unfortunately, Anton didn't carry plants for every occasion with him. How could he, when he could barely begin to fit the seeds from a single plant's varieties in a storage bag? But when introduced to a problem, Anton could at least try to coordinate people to find a solution. People were going to be sick of eating mushrooms, but until they had more soil and a way to entice plants to grow, that was what they got to live with. Abdur really didn't want to be known, so Anton's communications with him were private. No doubt he was thinking about a future where he had to rely on himself, and Anton quite preferred the kid to not try to take advantage of his master's position. Running a city was complicated, especially when it had problems. Maybe people on Anav had more experience with such things. He could ask them for advice, even if they weren't willing to travel. Oh right, and now that Anton had fully displayed his abilities, he could just bring people places. Not that he intended to be a transport service for those looking to go on vacation to an icy moon or anything. He'd move people just when it was necessary or useful. Anav was run so much better Anton almost wanted to give them control of Motern directly, but aside from the logistical issues, it wouldn't be much better than him being in charge. They were more than half a century disconnected from a shared home, with different sects and factions having split based on proximity and alliance among other things. That was still better than a stranger running things, but Anton was hoping to get things into a stable pattern, sooner rather than later. If only so he could focus on their star for a few decades. Chapter 1125. Everyone needed more and Anton was not enough by himself to help them all. He hadn't intended to so heavily involve himself, and now he was taking on constant responsibility that allowed him little sleep. He'd asked for assistance from the Lower Realms Alliance, but to properly prepare a ship, plus travel time, could easily take half a year. More if they wanted people with the right training for uplifting every category of life. Anton wondered how the twisting spike managed everything. But as he and others reviewed their records, it became blindingly obvious. They didn't. The sect did take some matters that personally affected them into their hands, but for the most part, they were more harm than good. It was actually Anton's fault. Not that things were bad, but that he had so many problems come to him. It was his fault for actually sincerely asking people to come to him. And when people got a true sense of who he was, they believed him. Prioritizing things was the most difficult part. Anything that involved someone actively dying was at the top. Anton had been able to suppress 100% of assaults for the weeks he'd been running things. But he couldn't stop people from being sick, and preventing every accident was difficult. He could sense heightened tensions and flared energy, but actively paying attention to every movement of every object in a large city was impossible. Short term, this was what people needed. Anton was doing his best to coordinate people to manage things, but unfortunately they didn't all have the right mindset. Nobody wanted to be the cultivator who carried supplies from district to district at a rapid pace. Carrying stuff was for weak people, or to be done with carts. But sometimes, the most direct routes were over the completely unnecessary dividing walls between districts. If he could just— No, tearing down walls wouldn't help. He almost did. But there was nowhere for the rubble to go. There wasn't space. They needed more space and more resources for the people. That was both the fault of previous overconfident individuals and nobody, or the upper realms for forcing the situation. They had rock. Anton could carve out the ultra-dense material, but teaching the locals how to do it themselves was better and took time. They had dirt, but not enough. That problem would eventually solve itself, but potentially in a disastrous manner with a population collapse. That wasn't acceptable. But letting it naturally accumulate was too slow, and they might run out of carbon in their contained atmosphere, and there were so many issues. It wasn't like Anton carried dirt with him. Or rather, he didn't carry much dirt with him. A few hundred cubic meters wasn't going to be enough for a city. Where was he even going to get dirt? Or proper quality soil, rather? But they only had small amounts. And though low-quality soil was the most common thing on a terrestrial planet, there was only dense rock at the center of a gas giant. Anton nearly slapped himself when he realized the actual solution. The locals couldn't get anything, but he could. He had a whole planet's worth. Maybe more, if the other moons were suitable. He quickly extended his senses towards their old planet. Nobody had spoken the name, and it felt disrespectful to ask. The disassociated chunks did still have plenty of dirt sitting around. Anton could also scour the nearby area to gather more. Some was probably lost, spiraling away from the planet or dropping into its atmosphere, but he didn't really need an entire planet's worth. Just enough for the single habitat on Moturn. An hour later, Anton was diving back into the gas giant, straining his energy to keep a mass of dirt together. If his stars weren't constantly feeding into him, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long before, but he realized he was pushing himself too far. When he reached the habitat, he was reminded that there wasn't supposed to be a way in, which meant opening the barrier without collapsing it while maintaining his blockade in the local star and keeping his mountain of dirt from being swept away. And where was he even going to put it down? Anton needed to take a nap, or at least do a lot less. He did manage to get through the barrier without collapsing it. That was the most important part. And he found the easiest thing to do with the dirt was to set it down in the streets. All of them. It was not the best solution, but that was pretty much all of the remaining land they had. Citizens of Moturn, Anton declared broadly. As you may notice, you have some new dirt. For the next week, everyone who does not have a critical or time-sensitive task should focus on soil development. I have distributed several copies of scrolls that should continue to be copied. Those of you who already know what you're doing, teach others. If you can't use energy yet, practice your basic exercises. There's enough space for everyone to grow their own little plot of mushrooms. I know. I can hear you're groaning. Tough it out for another month, and we'll get a wider variety of crops going. Actually, very few people were groaning or complaining. Anton didn't do anything to people just for complaining, but those who complained when they actually had more food than any time in the last decade tended to cause other trouble, and whether Anton had to directly get involved or not, it eventually came to him, which had to stop. These people could handle their own laws, and they didn't need a complicated bureaucracy when the basics were common sense. The more Anton kept other people busy, the less he found he had to do, and that didn't mean just handing off responsibilities. Motern's main problem had been that there was little productive for people to do. Cultivate, if they could. Craft useful goods, but only if they had materials. There had barely been any space, seeds, soil, water, or anything else farmers needed. Now the biggest issue was sunlight, since they didn't have that. But cultivators could make sunlight if they did it properly, and Anton was able to give excellent demonstrations. And then people were gainfully occupied for a few weeks, during which Anton did very little. There were fewer cases to settle because people couldn't get up to much trouble, and previous issues had already been resolved one way or another. So he focused on only half watching the city, just maintaining his blockades in the star because he wouldn't be able to relax if the corruption was spreading, and recovering his mental faculties. Not everyone Anton picked was good at their jobs. However, at the end of the month, everyone who Anton picked was either good, trying to get better, or looking for another way they could help. Either that, or kicked out of their positions. He wasn't going to kill people for being lazy, but they certainly weren't going to get sympathy from him. Given a perfect opportunity to grow, and failing to seize it was something Anton couldn't abide. At least Draza was good at some aspects of management. Food from all districts of the city either circled around the perimeter to needy neighbors or passed through the center, depending on supply and need. By now, even with the increased movement between districts from a political shakeup, they had a pretty consistent idea of need. Some people weren't happy to not be making a profit off of things, but Anton had a pretty simple thing to say for them. If they wanted gold, silver, or precious metals, they could have them. Anton could go snag a mountain of gold from an asteroid somewhere, but they could either get paid in metal now or later in natural energy. Anton thought it was fairly straightforward and easy to understand, but a few people still screwed it up. He didn't tell them that he was the one giving money to everyone that was coming to buy from them, either directly or indirectly. If they couldn't figure it out, that was their own problem. Motern was almost a utopia. If you could call a group of desperate people scrambling for mere scraps of hope a utopia, and having an oppressive governing force controlling anything didn't make that better. It didn't matter that the oppressive individual was Anton, because people still couldn't act freely. But it was better than letting things collapse into chaos, and Anton was wise enough to know he had to break away from the patterns he had set up eventually. If he'd actually wanted to be a dictator, he could have done it long before. If Anton was actually the best option long-term, he might have stuck with it despite his personal distaste, but he knew that wasn't true. He just needed to make people fit for their future tasks, in terms of knowledge, mentality, morality, and in every other way. Anav was a bit cold. Its people were also locked beneath deadly pressure where light couldn't reach. Unlike Motern, they were divided. Yet in that division, they sought cooperation. One airlock full of dirt as ordered, Anton grinned, declaring his delivery to Hadrianus. With the vents having physical barriers, it was ironically more difficult to bring material in. But fortunately, they needed less. Anton had to disappear occasionally when he was focused on other things, but they didn't need him all that often, and he could deliver messages between them instantly. But once he'd gotten them to let him inside, he just gave them a pile of unbound communicators. Without a relay, they could only work on planet. But what else did they need? Anav had big plans, and Anton liked it. He especially liked how the plans involved him only very minimally. They wanted to build underground tunnels between their various seafloor habitats. Anton surveyed the density of rock for them to help them plan their routes. He transcribed onto scrolls a special work of knowledge previously only known digitally. Durf's Guide to Mining Stubborn Stone with a Stubborn Body was a big hit. Some of the people of Anav really liked the idea of body tempering. A few were overly eager to try themselves against the crushing pressures of the deep, but fortunately restrictions were in place that kept people from just going out whenever they wanted. Anton didn't think it was a bad way to train, but they would probably need a decade of experience at least for it to be a feasible method. It was probably going to take Anav many years for their first tunnels to connect, as they had to do more than just dig things out. But that was just one of their many potential improvement methods. And since they weren't in crisis, Anton thought it was actually for the best that things would take time. Abder probably wasn't going to be able to keep his status as one of Anton's disciples secret for long. His energy would feel too much like the proper 100 stars once he had a few stars of body tempering completed. But Anton was willing to let the kid try to keep the spotlight off of him, and he'd offered to just take him away if it came down to it. Or maybe the kid would actually have early success with advanced body tempering without much natural energy. But for the moment, Anton found the young man splitting his time between farming. Anton's layer of dirt had extended to the back alleys, cultivating and helping his fellow street children. While Anton had declared that everyone was to be treated fairly in the distributions of food, they didn't all trust him or the various adults that they felt had failed them. Likewise, not everyone was willing to seek medical treatment. That left the one mundane healer that they had traditionally been able to trust quite busy with them. However, Anton made sure he was less busy with others and properly supplied. Someday, he would ask the man if he wanted to be in charge of a whole house of healing or something similar. The man would probably refuse, given his temperament, but maybe if Anton could get him some suitable cultivation methods, he would be able to free up some time. The only difficulty would be getting the man to devote some time up front to gain more later. But that could wait until they were another step out of the emergency zone. They probably had too much dirt. Oh well, people could move it to underground layers once they expanded that far. The labor would be good for them. It would help grow chest hair or something.